the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
It's 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We've got a lot to break down today. Bill Bubba Bussey scheduled to be back in studio. He was off Friday for the hamcation down in Orlando. He has made it back in, and so we'll get a great recap from him, I'm sure, on what his weekend was like in the minivan headed to Orlando. We'll have to break all of that down. Super Bowl 57 did not disappoint. Great game. Chiefs win 38-35, which means one Michael Helms is the winner of the Sports Czar Trophy. So congratulations to him. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more. Plus, Andy Irwin with the Irwin brothers. The new movie, Jesus Revolution, is coming out at the end of February in movie theaters. We'll talk to him. He's going to stop by and see us today in studio, so look forward to that. Plus, it looks like Adler is back to a regular schedule. So we'll see how that plays with old Adler as they have welcomed baby number 2 to the Adler family. All right, let's bring them all in. To my left is Greg Burgess, and to my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey.
What's going on?
Gentlemen.
What's happening?
Back again.
Good weekend.
Yes.
It was relaxing. It was productive, all in the same, and a little lazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I had
that's
productive
good.
moments. I had lazy moments. It was a good weekend.
Yeah, I had a birthday party Saturday, Super Bowl yesterday. It was good.
Greg, I saw pictures of Pace's birthday party.
Yeah,
Good night
not big
from
on
your
parties.
And your daughter sent that out, and it was a screenshot or a photo, I should say, of him being held in dead cry like that, and she said. In case basically, I'm paraphrasing. In case you're wondering, he still doesn't like birthday parties.
He really doesn't. He doesn't like the song "Happy Birthday" to him or to anybody. If he's around and you sing "Happy Birthday," he can't stand it.
He can't stand it.
It's pretty funny.
That's funny. So it's not just he's being singled out and there's attention on him. He didn't like it at all.
At all. He don't like something when you sing that song to him or anybody else. He is not big on it.
Well,
and it was, of course, my grandkids all love Toy Story, all 4 episodes. And Ellis has got him. He's Woody now. It's not like a costume. It's straight up Woody clothes and hat. Wore his hat the whole time and boots. I mean, I thought Woody was there.
And see, I did see the Toy Story theme and cupcakes, and he had it all.
On the cupcakes, it was pretty funny. They had Buzz Lightyear, but they had put Pace's head on it, on the body.
It's funny.
I love stuff
I think
like
Riley
that.
did the Photoshop, and it looked really good.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Oh, we had a ball. It was great.
That's good stuff. All right, so we got that to recap, and I know Big Brother came over. Rick came over for that.
So Mom and Dad, so that was fun.
Well, so we'll leave some of
Weather
that for
was
the main show. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Night. Rain and cold.
Oh, what a day. Terry turned 48. I know you're not supposed to say that. Yesterday, if you're listening live, it was the 12th. And, hey, trying to organize a surprise when you got kids, some that are grown out on their own, you got them in college and busy. Trying to organize that is pretty tough. So JC had a doubleheader out of town Saturday that got canceled and rained out, so we knew that, which means that opened up his day for Saturday.
Yeah.
Reese, I mean, he's running hard, but he was off, so trying to coordinate that. Tyler and his wife Mabry, they're busy, but they were pretty flexible. So the idea was Saturday night, let's surprise Terry, and we're gonna go out for a little date night, but we're gonna walk in and y'all are there.
Yeah,
because she would love that. She doesn't get to see all the boys together, and you see them at different times, but just not all at the same table. So she's been coming off not feeling well, kind of like Lisa. I don't know what she had, but man, she was down
Lisa
for
didn't even
days.
get to go to the party. She's still struggling.
God, I hate that.
Pneumonia get a hold of you.
Well, Terry didn't have that, but she did have like a little head cold, and so it had her down. So we were kind of trying to figure out what to do. But Saturday was her first day of. I feel better, but I'm still not sure of myself, and I'm not ready to just run around, but at least I got my shoes on and I'm ready to leave the house because she hadn't left the house since like Monday. So we go out, and she had her eyes on a pair of shoes that she wanted. So we were like, well, let's just go grab some shoes. Of course, trying to find anything in store now that's actually what you want and it's in your size is really hard. And so we go and we're looking, and I can tell her energy level's going down because was this a step out or whatever? So I'm texting the boys, and it's constantly changing. Hey, because we had a place to go eat, and she picked it out, and she was wanting to go eat there. So it was a little date night and celebrating her birthday and all that kind of stuff. Because she knew, hey, Super Bowl Sunday, there's just too much going on. Let's do something Saturday night. So I'm texting the boys constantly with an update, and we're on the senior citizen schedule, which means we eat around 4:30 or 5. Yeah. So I'd already told the boys that. Plus, I knew they had things later that night. So it started at 4:30. Then I texted them an update. It's at 4. Now, it's raining and cold, to y'all's point.
Beautiful.
And she was supposed to, go to one shoe store and then maybe run to another one, but she canceled that one. So now I'm telling them, hey, guys, 30 minutes. We're moving it up 30 minutes. So when we get there, they're not there. So I had to ask for a table for two, because it's just us. It would look weird if I wanted a big table with just the two of us. So we sit there, and I'm trying to get her attention on the menu because I knew we're going to walk in any second now. So I'm looking at the menu, and she's like, yeah, I kind of like that and that. And, oh, hey, look, all my little girlfriends are telling me about this right here, little Italian little shop in Homewood, Alabama. Okay. And so she's looking, and, oh, hey, let's get this right here. Oh, this garlic bread here is really good with cheese on it. Okay, good.
Let's have some of that right now.
And then about that time, she looks to the left because it looks like maybe the waiter is coming back, and it's the boys.
They finally got
just seeing her light up. So we moved tables, and then Tyler and Mabry show up, and we just had such a great night. But that was our big surprise for her Saturday night. And then Sunday was more just, church, watching a little bit of the Phoenix Open, the boys coming over or JC came over with Tyson, one of his roommates, after church too. And then the Super Bowl. So that was kind of our weekend. But Saturday night was a big deal because she had no idea. I'm talking about no idea.
So you pulled it off.
I did, but it was tough.
Yeah.
It was tough. It was tough. Trying to get everybody from different parts of town. That's hard.
And boys are so dependable.
Yeah. How about the text updates? Hey, wait, this time. No, wait, this time. Yeah. Oh, my gosh, she's fading. I thought at one point I was just going to say, hey, we're just going home.
You see y'all time.
Yeah. Just turn around and go home. Mom's fading.
Yeah.
But it was a good one. And I know you had y'all were out playing earlier in the weekend. Helmsy got through that, right?
We did. We played North Alabama, the Lions. Came down, and we play our home matches, the Hoover Met. So we had that Friday, and then Saturday was a wash. So I declared Friday night, hey, listen, it's going to rain. We're not going to have to practice. We're going to use that as our day off. Because we're required to take a day off, and we'll use that as our day off. And so let's just get caught up on some things here at the house. Let's just be lazy. Let's watch 2 movies. Amanda and I sat down and watched 2 movies. By the way, I got a couple of movies to tell you all about. Pretty funny. And that was Saturday. And then yesterday I got a dose of reality. And I want to talk about that when we come back. And I know everybody goes through this at some point, but I got a real big dose of reality yesterday, and I didn't like it at all.
Really?
It didn't like it at all.
Okay. Dose of reality.
For Helms.
I saw the little squeegee out. I didn't see that.
We ended up practicing yesterday. We had to get the courts ready because of all the rain.
Mm-hmm.
And in the moment when I was squeegeeing the courts, had the rain shuttle out, getting the water off of them, is when I started to get the dose of reality.
Oh, okay. All right.
Rick and Bubba.
You'd like to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are you of all the ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you won't find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Let's get you started with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. Skip extra trips to the grocery store and spend more time doing the things you love with tasty HelloFresh recipes and fresh pre-portioned ingredients delivered right to the door. HelloFresh has 40 weekly recipes and over 70 seasonal and convenience items to choose from for more choices than ever before. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Are you prepared for the unexpected? Now, it's only a matter of time before you're out of warranty vehicles in the shop costing thousands. You can be prepared like us with CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans to fit every budget and includes 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car eligibility. Call CarShield now to save 20% on your plan, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. 1-800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Would you do everything it took to protect your family? Of course you would. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security. They make it easy to protect every inch of your home or even your small business with advanced security tech powered by 24/7 professional monitoring. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Skip extra trips to the grocery store and spend more time doing the things you love with tasty HelloFresh recipes and fresh pre-portioned ingredients delivered right to the door. HelloFresh has 40 weekly recipes and over 70 seasonal and convenience items to choose from for more choices than ever before. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day
22 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. We're looking back at a very busy weekend for the crew. Bubba back today, by the way. Rick, Bubba, Adler back on a normal schedule as well. So we should have the full crew here at the top of next hour. We're looking back on a very, very busy weekend. and we were with Helmsy on his weekend, and you had said going to break that something happened yesterday that you wanted to bring to the table.
I got a dose of reality yesterday that I didn't really like.
What happened?
And I know this is part of growing up and kids growing up and all that. But so yesterday was, and where we live, Saturday into the night or into early Sunday morning was nothing but a washout. It rained and rained and rained.
It's that cold rain, too.
Oh, I know. I got out in it and started crying.
We took off Saturday, so we had to practice Sunday. We normally we normally take off Sunday. But because of that, we structured it that way. And so I got up at 6:30 Sunday morning and went to the courts because it had stopped raining and went ahead and got the water off the courts. There's these little rain shuttle squeegee things that you just kind of push them to the drains. And then the wind was blowing a little bit, and so I knew they'd be dry by midday, and that's when we had practiced. So knocked that out. By the way, the Mercedes Marathon was going on, and they ran right by the courts, and so I got to see that action.
I didn't know what that was you had sent.
I sent him a little Snapchat of people running by, and so that kept me entertained while I was getting the courts cleaned off.
By the way, what were you listening to when you sent that?
Okay, it was a podcast. I never know if you can hear that or not. Okay.
Well, yeah.
So,
I could,
because I had it in my ear.
Be the very best you can be.
That's not what it was saying.
You can do it.
Focus in.
That's not what it was saying.
Be positive.
It was a talking
People who are successful don't focus on the word no. They work through that.
That's not
and I'm
what
like,
I was
what's he
listening
talking
to.
about?
Yeah.
I'm like, what in the world? And then it's like, get the water off the court. Push it harder.
I always wondered if I had my headphones I did a snap.
The successful ones, they persevere. And I'm like,
stick to your goals.
I'm like, what is he listening to?
So I came. So
that's what he was listening to, Greg.
So I got home probably around 9 o'clock. No, 9 o'clock. I thought, well, I've got them all. I've got the water. The majority of the puddles are gone, and so now I just need the wind to blow them dry, and we'll be out there by 12. So I thought, well, I'll run home. I'll kind of regroup. It was cold, and was trying to figure out what the rest of the day with the family was looking like. Were they up? Were they going to church? What was the game plan there? And so I got home and got me some breakfast, and they were all getting ready for church. And I made the statement at that point in time, I think I want everybody to watch Super Bowl together tonight. I think that'd be a great little gift for just the end a great weekend. And that's, I said it out loud, and I said, well, I love y'all and see y'all later. I got to get back at it. And then around 1 o'clock, we were in the middle of practice. And I sent we had a little Team Helms group, everybody, all 5 of the family members, and I sent a 2-part text. I said, if any of y'all are wanting to hit tennis balls today, make sure you're here at 1:30 or 2 when we wrap up. And the second part was, I would really like to watch the Super Bowl as a family tonight together, all upstairs, the same room, trying it again. And I think I just would like to do that. Who's in? Question mark. Crickets.
Yep.
No response for like 30 minutes. Then Maddie chimes in. I knew I can always count on Maddie. She's still 10.
Sure.
And so she texts back and she said, yes, let's do it. And I'm like, awesome. So I got Maddie.
There's one.
Amanda hadn't even responded. And so I'm thinking, well, all right. I guess Maddie and I are watching the Super Bowl together. Still, hour or two go by, still nothing. Nothing. Not one chime in on, hey, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so I got home and I got a shower. Braden was playing golf. Didn't know what that was about, but he'll do that every once in a while. He'll surprise you and go play golf with his buddies. And so now it's getting to be 5 o'clock. It's 30 minutes before kickoff. I mean, the pregame's been going for a couple hours, and we kind of got some food and some snacks like we like it. I look up, and it's just Maddie and me.
Still.
Just Maddie and me, just sitting in there. And about that time, Caroline walked in, and I was like, hey, where are you going? She's all dollied up. And I was like, where are you going? And she's like, we're going, I got something. She didn't want to tell me. She didn't have She's like, I got something with my friends.
I ain't watching
Super Bowl related, and we're all doing it.
Tell you what, we're not going to be here.
Yeah, I'm like, tell where I ain't going.
I'm like, okay, sounds good. Y'all be careful, have fun. Well, then Braden comes upstairs from playing golf, and he's like, hey, I'm headed to Nate's. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Nate's.
So
see you, Dad.
We're going to watch the Super Bowl, may go get something to eat. I'm like, okay, sounds good. So
there they go.
Maddie, it's just me and you. And then I couldn't even get Amanda to settle in. She was just doing stuff around the house. I'm like, will you let that go and just enjoy the Super? She was like, I want to get ahead of the week and whatever. So my Super Bowl Sunday, which it turned out great. It was nice that Maddie and I got to spend a lot of time together. But we always spend a lot of time together. Like the whole point was to try to get the two corralled that I never get corralled. And so I watched the Super Bowl with Maddie. Amanda came in and out, watched the halftime show. Caroline came home at halftime, so she sat there and watched the halftime show with us, so that was good. But we ended up doing, I didn't help, but Maddie did her Valentines for this week because, that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So she was sitting there doing that, and she would offer me a piece of candy every once in a while that was going to be part of the Valentines. But that was it. And so my dose of reality was that the 17-year-old and nearly 16-year-old are no longer hanging out with us.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know why I thought that I could have that.
Get that.
But I knew yesterday when I got the text message or didn't get the text message that it was crickets when I sent it, that we probably had watched our last Super Bowl together for a long time.
Yeah.
So,
I think back when I was that age.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have been there.
Here's how it's going to change when they get to be 18, 21, and 26. You ready for this? Hey, honey, guess what? It's just me and you.
Yeah.
They're not coming over.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's going to change.
A little heartbroken.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there, I've done that, they don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that and the weight can fall off, but A, vegetables, not a huge fan, or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me.
We got 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Everyone should be back full force today. Bubba back today. Adler back on a full schedule as well. Rick here, so they'll all join us at the top of the hour for the main show. Andy Irwin with the Irwin Brothers, he'll be stopping by today. Jesus Revolution, the movie, is going to be hitting theaters, I want to say February 24th and nationwide. I think there's a sneak peek on the Thursday, the 23rd, but we'll talk to Andy about that. And it's getting great reviews. And Greg, I know you're gonna be like, oh boy, it's inspired by true movement, true story, and so we'll have to break that down. But Kelsey Grammer is starring in it, so we'll talk to Andy of the Irwin Brothers about that coming up a little bit later in the show today. So we just kind of been looking back. Helmsy, I do remember those years when the kids start to get a little bit older and they get busy, and sitting down with mom and dad just not fun anymore. So they would rather do really anything but that. And I know you realize that. One of three decided to sit down with dad, but as you said, she's still 10. So hopefully that lasts a little bit longer. Yeah. But you remember those years too, Greg.
Sure.
Where they're running around, and it will change. Last night not that I don't love my boys, but I was excited that, hey, honey, it's just the two of us. We get to sit down, and I actually got to watch the commercials because it was just the two of us. We sat there, and we had the volume up, and sometimes when you get to parties and stuff like that, you can't really hear the commercials. You don't really know what's going on.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like too many people because I can't watch the game either. I feel like I could give everybody a lot.
Right.
It's just me and Lisa. In fact, she was pulling for the Eagles, and she did not like that defensive holding call thing.
She didn't?
She said it was a bad call. I said, okay.
Now, did the cornerback come out and say, I think it was holding? I think I held him. Yeah, he grabbed
Lisa
that waist.
She thought it was a bad call. I don't know what she was basing her knowledge of defensive holding. But
yeah, really good game. 38-35, the Chiefs.
Yeah, great game.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted because I didn't care who won.
Right.
So I just wanted a good game. That's what I got.
You got it. Yeah, you got it for sure. I will say this leading up to that this past weekend. Everybody says a streaker, even though he had clothes on. Like a Speedo. He wasn't completely naked, so I don't really know what you want with that.
I don't really refer to him as a streaker. But
at the WM Phoenix Open on hole 16, which, is the Coliseum-type setting, about 20,000 or more people just at that hole. We had us a streaker with a mullet that came running out.
He did a little stripper pole action on the
I thought about
flag.
you, and then ran and jumped in the water.
Yeah, I did. He knew it was over.
Yeah.
They got him, so he just went ahead and finished on a good belly flop, which I thought was pretty awesome.
Then got on the waste management, the WM that was in the water and danced a little bit before being arrested.
Well, he had to prolong it as long as he could.
A picture of him being cold sitting in the golf cart with his handcuffs. He's handcuffed like this, and he's just looking over. Of course, everybody went nuts.
Yeah. That bunch. They crank it up anyway.
Ricky Fowler hit a hole-in-one this past weekend, but it wasn't at hole 16. It was close a couple of times. Everybody was going nuts over that, but pretty cool atmosphere.
That commercial about the golfers speaking in third person was pretty funny.
That was funny. That was Ricky Fowler did.
And they got something. Was a Netflix special coming up? Is it behind the scenes called something?
Swings?
Yeah, that was pretty good too. And it combined a little bit of like Tony Romo and that whole thing too.
Yeah, I brought him in a little bit.
Yeah. And so I'm not going to sit here and go, hey, I remember every one of them, but I did watch them, and then now looking at the list, it makes me remember some of them. Bradley Cooper and his mom for T-Mobile was pretty funny. It was basically outtakes of him trying to coach his mom and his mom being critical of him.
Yeah.
That was pretty good. The Serena Williams and Brian Cox teaming up for Caddyshack, Michelob Ultra that we just mentioned, those were pretty good.
The Breaking Bad throwback.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah. I'm just sitting here looking through the one that had everybody, you hate to even say most controversial, the ad for Jesus was exactly what you expected if you knew anything about it coming out, but of course everybody's trying to be critical of it.
Yeah.
But you knew that was happening.
There was a movie trailer that came. I sent this to you, Speedy, last night. I don't know if it's probably late and you didn't see it.
Oh, no, I replied.
Okay,
yeah.
you did.
And I'd mentioned it to him about,
hey, that's going to be good.
Matt Damon and Ben Affleck have teamed up, and it's their first, like, we're financially behind this. This is their first project, just them. And
Jason
the whole
Bateman's
Nike, the whole Nike, Michael Jordan, how all that happened and played out.
I saw the preview.
Yeah.
Affleck plays, was it Bill Knight? Is it Bill Knight? Phil Knight. Phil Knight.
Yeah.
He plays him, and then Damon is the shoe salesman, Sonny Vicario or Vicaro or whatever.
So it really looks good.
It does. I love movies like that.
Yeah. That's good. And speaking of Ben Affleck, the Dunkin' Donuts
I thought that was funny.
Or Dunkin', whatever. He's working the drive-through and J-Lo pulls up.
Yeah,
that was pretty.
Laughed out loud at that one.
Yeah.
That was good.
Really, I was sitting there. I started laughing out loud at that one.
Yeah. There was a lot of them that I was like, I didn't really even giggle at all. But there weren't any just major duds. The weird one was like the Eminem one. What was that about?
I see. We did away with the little Eminem characters. What was the controversy? Because people had a problem with, I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't know.
Something stupid. And I didn't get it.
Right.
At all. And I think Maya Rudolph's hilarious. And she's really funny. But I didn't get the commercial.
Right.
It's like they were little clams or...
I've got it here. I'm gonna go back and watch it.
It wasn't. It didn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah. The now I will say the one that kind of had me laughing a little bit is the Workday.
That was good.
Rock star.
Yes.
Calling people rock stars.
That's
so true.
That is so good.
True.
And Ozzy was in it.
May have been my favorite one.
Mine too. Yeah. That was good.
Of course, Ozzy was struggling.
Yeah, he was. But it's funny because they
Paul
opened.
Stanley kept me walking the door.
Yeah. At the end, they're in the conference room, and he goes, "Hey, and he opens the door and looks at it. Oh, we're going to say it.
That is a good
and it is the fact that we exaggerate everything.
So the rock stars are offended. We actually are rock stars.
We are rock stars.
And should be.
That was a good one.
It's one of those terms we use too loosely.
That one's up there with my favorite, maybe my favorite one.
Yeah, mine too. I forgot all about that.
Out there.
But that was good. And so we'll continue that. I know the guys that want to talk about it. The triangle for Doritos, that was really good. So we'll break them all down with the guys, the best, the worst, and all. They've already got the best list out that we talked about during the break. We didn't agree with some of that, but Miles Teller for Bud Light.
Yeah,
that was pretty good. Will Ferrell for General Motors was pretty good. And Netflix, where it's for General Motors, but it was a Netflix deal where it shows all their shows, and he's getting bitten by something and whatever. Was that Netflix or was that General Motors?
No, it was different. It wasn't
What
Netflix,
was that?
but it was a streaming service.
Okay,
because they had a couple of them. They were a little weird.
Yeah, that was.
I will say this, and I know I'm in the minority on this one, I believe, but I did, for whatever circumstances, whether it was Adler out or Bubba on hamcation Friday, I did love that we didn't watch any of them.
Oh, me too.
It made my Super Bowl experience so much better.
It did work out.
We've been complaining about it for years, and I liked it better because I didn't know what was coming.
Matter of fact, and next year when it does come up, I'm going in another room.
Me too. I'm taking that
because I
week
have
off.
because
I'm just going to take the whole week off.
Y'all something else.
Because it really did.
Well, that
it really
makes sense to me.
It doesn't, and it completely changed my entire Super Bowl experience. It was fantastic.
Yeah, it really was a perfect scenario for y'all because early on we weren't sure when Adler was coming back for sure during the main show.
Yeah,
and so we had put everything off till Wednesday. And then he was still coming in doing post-show stuff and everything, which was perfect because it takes a minute, especially when you got a sick house and a new baby. So he was dealing with a lot. And so when he was not here for most of the main show, I was going to let him help because sometimes you want to make sure we don't get in trouble or get put in YouTube jail. Hey, I'm going to wait till he gets back. And then Bubba was off on Friday.
Yeah.
So it was really a perfect situation for
It
y'all.
was.
It really was.
Yeah.
And it worked out. And I thought about that,
I'm
too.
like you. Because I just can't buy in the logic. You say Super Bowl commercial, but I'm going to show it to you weeks before the Super Bowl. I just don't
when
get
you're
it.
paying $7 million for 30 seconds, you probably want to get the most out of it. So I think that's their mindset. You know what I'm saying?
Done it forever,
and they'll continue to run them. But yeah, to your point,
run
though,
them after continue to run them after.
Right, that would make more sense.
So anyway, we'll talk about it. Super Bowl 57 yesterday. I will say this: kudos to Fox. Before the game, pregame, there was a run there where they had the old flag. They had Chris Stapleton. I'm talking about knocked the national anthem out the park.
Babyface with
Babyface.
Beautiful. I thought
There was about
really
an 8 to 10 minute span there where it was extremely patriotic. And I don't know if all the liberals' heads exploded during that or not, but kudos to them for that. But Chris Stapleton, we'll try to play that as our national anthem when we start the main show today. But he did a great job.
Yeah, he did.
Really good job.
And I thought, honestly, the announcers, Greg Olson and whatever the guy's name, play-by-play.
Yeah, they did good.
Yeah.
I thought they did good, but I did miss Buck and Aikman. And that's just me because Buck's my daddy. Get that?
Right.
But I thought they did a good job. Olson does a good job.
He's really good. I know that he was excited when he heard that Tom Brady was going to wait till 2024 to come in.
Kevin Burkhart's who I was trying to think of.
Olson has the football intellect like Romo, but he delivers it. It isn't annoying when he delivers it. You know what I'm talking about? He gives you that view as a player, and he knows a lot of things that other guys don't. And Romo's the same way, but when Romo, the way he presents it, it gets on your nerves.
Yeah.
Greg Olson, it didn't get on my nerves.
Right. I'll give you that. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. It's about 14 minutes now till top of the hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us for the main show right after top of the hour. But one more break till then. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. They'll tell you if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. 800-889-7814 now. I'm here with spokesman for the firm, John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call in.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here with you. We always enjoy answering the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault, give us a call right now. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you how much your case is potentially worth. Call 800-889-7814.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now to speak with a live agent for free. Call 800-889-7814.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center. May not be available in all states.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel, évidemment. Go to babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's be real. Retirement is expensive, and inflation is making it even harder with the cost of everything going up from pet food to a dozen eggs. Wouldn't it be great if the cost of your health care could go down? Well, Medishare 65 Plus is $99 a month for ages 65 to 74. And for many with Medicare Parts A and B looking at other options, that's 50% or more saved per month. No gimmicks. It's $99 a month, and you can use any Medicare-approved doctor or facility, and you get 24/7 access to telehealth from the convenience of your home. Better yet, Medishare is a Christian nonprofit organization. It's a community that'll pray for you and encourage you. And since we've cut out the middleman, you get to keep the savings. Call now. You can learn more about Medishare 65 Plus. Here's the number: 844-SHARE-65. That's 844-SHARE-65. 844-SHARE-65.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there, I've done that, they don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that and the weight can fall off, but A, vegetables, not a huge fan, or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him.
It is 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show made possible by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You know, these days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. Every one of us wants to be 100% certain that you have got access to the best qualified candidates available for what you're trying to fill. The jobs are so important now, and LinkedIn Jobs helps find that right person for your team faster and for free. Add your job in the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on a candidate that's just right, has the skills you need, and the experience to quickly prioritize the interviews and who you want to hire. It's why small businesses have rated LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. They help you find the candidates worth interviewing so you're not wasting your time. Did you know every week nearly 50 million job seekers visit the site each week? That's each week. Join us and post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so as we're rolling on, we've been a little bit Super Bowl 57 heavy, but we're just kind of sitting around talking about our weekends, how that all played out. I know that was a big part of this past weekend, 2 birthday celebrations. We had little Pace, his birthday celebration on Saturday, big two. And then Terry, my wife, had a birthday on Sunday. And so that's always fun because you hear people that, they might have a birthday right at Christmas, or they might have this, whatever, a birthday right at Valentine's Day. And I'm glad she's not, real frou-frou-y and, you got to do. She's always pretty laid back, but I've always tried to separate them too, where, you're not piling them all in together.
Do it.
But our Valentine's Day, and I'm not going to be one of those those guys that always goes, every day's Valentine's Day at my house.
First of all, you're lying.
Right. But we also understand sometimes Valentine's hit in the middle of the week. We'll celebrate that whenever. But it was a fun weekend this past weekend. It is always funny too, though, to see when you go into the grocery store or to your pharmacy or something like that sells cards.
Yeah.
How you can see all the guys standing there on the row trying to peek over each other's shoulder, like, excuse me, let me grab something real quick.
Cards lately, they're either too stupid or they're too long. I don't know. You got to find that just right one.
Yeah.
So them ones that are so long,
stupid or too long.
Yeah,
I got you.
I'm trying to be silly.
Yeah,
which is fine. I like a good.
They have
silly.
taken
If it's
the
creative.
Way up.
They have, but then they got these that have it looks like you're reading a book. Well,
yeah.
I mean, when she's reading it halfway through it, her mind starts wandering because it's too much.
It's too much, yeah.
It really is.
It's hard to find the right
flowery look about them.
That's why you just write Lisa out one, right?
Yeah, that's right. Like when you're a kid, you make one.
Get on a piece of paper and then fold the piece of paper.
I mean,
like
every now and then you'll find a good one.
Draw a picture with a little heart.
Yeah.
I heart you.
I heart you.
So anyway, that was this past weekend. Bubba came in a few seconds ago, and so hamcation, I'm sure, was something that was entertaining for them. The whole minivan ride all the way down to Orlando. Looking forward to that recap, and Adler here as well. I saw, and we'll play next hour. These game day promotions, and anybody that's been part of a game day, you always got these competitions during the game, during a break or halftime or something like that.
Can, throwing a ball in it.
At the Auburn basketball game, I guess you saw where that student, he had a full-length court putt that had to get all the way across the court. I think it ended up being like 94 feet or something like that, and he actually hit the putt and won a car.
I saw that.
We'll have to
remarkable.
We'll have to play that.
That just is one of those things where it's absolute luck.
Yeah.
There's no skill to it, and I love the fact that the guy wasn't really ready for him to go. The announcer, he went ahead and went.
He's
hammers it.
Yeah, he just stood up and said, "Oh, we're going, okay."
And wow, the crowd roaring like that when it went in.
That's pretty cool.
That's
pretty cool. Let me ask you a question. Are y'all scared of heights, and would you have gotten up on those platforms like Rihanna and all the dancers did last night?
I'm not scared of heights. I think I would have done it.
Don't like heights. Would have done it, but I wouldn't have been able to dance.
You could have been up there in one of those little white suits
I wouldn't have been running around.
I wouldn't have been able
like
to dance, but I could have stood up there. Wouldn't have liked it, but I'd have done it.
What if we didn't know where Greg was, and all of a sudden they zoomed in, and he was in one of those little white outfits?
But it was
dancing, huh? I know. Even though they were strapped in to where they couldn't fall off, the platform would shake
But at least it was a big area.
Yeah.
It wasn't a tiny area. Right. That helps.
Yeah. So we'll have all that breakdown.
She didn't seem to have a problem with it at all.
And she is pregnant.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those wondering. Yeah.
She's let herself go.
You're right.
Yeah.
At one point, I thought everybody dry humping around her might have got her pregnant.
Okay, Speedy. Wow.
Good
Early.
night alive.
We had our hoodies on.
A lot of that going on.
Good night.
Bunch of dancers. Bunch of them.
Yeah.
Wow, it was a lot.
I like the set. I mean, it was good.
I just don't know her
good.
music.
Speedy, stop looking at me.
Well, no, I just like that performance.
I did.
I don't
say
know her
that.
music.
Yeah.
I knew way more songs than I even thought I did.
The only one I knew was "Sunbright Like a Diamond."
Well, I knew
That's
that
the only
one. I knew Umbrella.
I
knew
know that one.
There were like, I don't know how many
They
she
all
sang.
sound the
I probably
same,
knew
man.
80% of them. Seriously.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you got kids,
I love her.
probably.
I know.
So how quick did y'all realize she was pregnant?
Did you just say, "Oh, I love
Lisa
her"?
pointed it out to me. Lisa
Okay.
goes, "She must be pregnant," and I was like, "I don't know."
Yeah.
I wish y'all could have.
Terry recognized it for us at the house.
Yeah.
That's
'Cause,
a-
you know, I'm paying attention.
Yeah.
I wish y'all could have seen Amanda's face when, and Rihanna did it a lot, where she would act as if she was touching certain areas of her body.
Yeah.
And I'd look over there, and Amanda would be looking at her like, well, "Now, why are you doing that?"
Yeah, she's got a little
Well, that's unnecessary.
kind of the same problem Michael Jackson had when he was performing. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Odd.
Yeah,
It was.
very. Yeah.
It's even more odd when you're pregnant. I don't know.
Right.
I know. That's what got you in this
I
predicament.
don't know.
Oh, me. I saw, I love when they hop around and they show who's there at the game.
Yeah.
And, all kinds of celebrities. I saw Elon Musk was there.
Or Leon Musk, like Gary called him.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, he was. I saw Bradley Cooper. He's a big Philadelphia fan.
Yeah.
Showed him up here in the box going crazy.
Sure.
Of course.
And the turf is going to be a big deal. Where
What in the
they were
world?
growing the turf for 2 years and about $800 million worth, and they're known for sliding the whole field in and out. But apparently, the sod that was used for this game was at a sod farm, and they grew it for 2 years and stuff. Whoever they use is problematic because.
I know it's sharp that it rolls outside and it's real grass and we pull it back in, but just put some turf down. Let's play
Or
ball.
something.
I mean, that was
Good
fine.
night.
You had your little idea, engineering. Ooh,
Right.
look what we did.
Yeah.
Well, they were sliding everywhere.
Everywhere. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll break it down in more detail. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us for the main show. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
Get a McFit out of
Oh,
this.
here we go. Now everybody's mad.
Yeah, they're pushing each other away.
Now we're aggressive. Somebody about to get cut, and it's always somebody Asian.
Yeah. Oh,
Look at those claws. No, Asians will get hurt by animals when they're touring a lot.
Everybody wants to get
Or
closer.
they're better at documenting it, Rick.
Don't mess with it.
See right there? What did I just tell you?
Good
Oh,
point, brother.
Rick, that.
Watch this one.
Oh.
How about that?
Ooh, a kangaroo did that.
No, don't feed kangaroo.
You
Trust
show me that. I think that's people got away from a shark attack.
No.
You know,
Charles.
I am shocked by this.
You know, I said something I probably shouldn't have said. I mean, where's Bubba? Is Bubba coming today?
But it does not at all hurt our jokes that we'll have with him if we can get a hold of him.
I shouldn't have said I was going to punch Draymond's mama.
Rick and Bubba.
We're the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. BB Big is the number. We have an update on the story that we've already brought you.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Hey, this is Charles Barkley. You listen to the Rick and Bubba Show.
All right, so Charles.
Hey, Rick, where's Bubba?
Hey, I'm gonna punch Draymond in his face. Where's Greg? He's at the Opry, like a redneck. but Rick and Bubba, you two, I can't hang with y'all. Y'all too fat. I'm trying not to be so fat. Terrible. So now, Charles is apologizing for saying he would.
Rick, he's really backed up on this one.
He wants to punch Draymond
For
in
Charles,
the face.
I think.
This is a new Charles. Still saying things, but apologizing for them.
Correct.
All right, so here we go.
Chuckster, now the floor is yours.
Looking like George Foreman right now.
No, come
big
on.
George Foreman, the big.
Okay, come on, man.
No, let me say this. I apologize to Draymond Green and his mom Listen.
Why is Mom?
Well, because she
also
I heard she tweeted.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
You know, you one of those idiots who tweet, so I don't pay attention.
Listen, I didn't know. I didn't know his mom tweeted.
So, you know, Ernie, what I said was inappropriate. I would never punch an NBA player. I would never punch an NBA player. I meant what I said. But I would never punch an NBA player. Draymond Green's a good player. I think he's a nice kid. I wish him nothing but the best. But what I said was inappropriate. And I got guys who are mentors to me. I wrote down here. They called me today and told me what I said was inappropriate. Derek Stafford, Jason Whitlock, and Mike Wilbon. They're my mentors and big brothers. What I said was wrong and inappropriate. I appreciate them reaching out to me. You know what? My personal opinion should never come across in a comment I make about a team or a player. It did last night. Draymond is a hell of a player. He's an irritant. He annoys me at times, but he's a hell of a player. But what I said was wrong, and I apologize.
So you're going to apologize to me as well?
Oh, no, you're an idiot.
You say you're going to punch me all the time.
Yeah, because you deserve it.
Oh, see.
And first of all, Draymond got a chance against me. You don't.
Hey, 1996, Charles, I'll be, I'm scared. 2018, Charles, I'm just like Draymond. Shoot your best.
2018, Charles.
That's a heck of an apology.
I tell you what got me.
Yeah.
I tell you something.
I've never seen Charles
I almost
back up
started
that
crying.
far.
It was so hard. I shouldn't have said what I looked over. If you'll notice, did you notice that Shaq's getting a pop off something at the end? Like he's kind of like, yeah, whatever. Charles in trouble again. I don't think Shaq
just
likes
another
Charles.
day.
I don't think Shaq likes Charles. I don't like Charles. What's Shaq
Pretty
over here,
good.
Bob?
When they get on each other, it's pretty funny.
Here's the thing, Charles. Let me tell you one thing, because I didn't fully understand when I read it. When he says what I meant, I meant what I said. I meant what I said. What he's saying is, I do think Draymond is a drama queen, and I don't like the way he behaves. But I shouldn't have said I was going to punch him.
He's saying, as an analyst, I should have left that off.
Right.
That should be a personal
Probably
feeling
a
that I
good
didn't
idea.
share.
Right. Look at Shaq get a pop over. That's funny.
That's good.
Well, the thing I think was the most shocking in all of this was not Charles's apology. That is shocking, but not near as shocking as Charles claiming he has mentors.
Okay, Rick.
I'm sure he listens to them all the time.
So
Are they new? I mean, did they just arrived?
He went and got him some that day.
No, I appreciate them calling me and telling me, it's terrible. So Charles,
all right, look, act like Gary is one of his mentors and called him. Why Gary?
I mean, what a scenario.
I want to hear you go back and forth.
Hey, Charles, it's Gary. Call me. Hey, Gary, I was calling you back, man. Hey, I mean, Draymond gets on my nerves. I'll tell you that. But, hey, you can't say on your broadcast that you can punch somebody. I mean, now I'll punch him for you if you want me to, but you can't go out there and say that. Gary, thank you. You still work for Bubba? No, Bubba's done moved on. I just sometimes work for Rick. Well, I could punch both of them. I don't mind that. But that's terrible. I shouldn't have said what I said. Thank you, Gary.
You notice he was very clear that he would never punch an NBA player.
Yeah. Now, I'll punch Rick and Bubba with problem.
He left the open window for anybody else.
Yeah.
That's
I have a feeling that the boss there at what network?
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio, a brand new hour on a brand new day, on a brand new week. And we are thankful that you are here. This hour, as has been tradition since the attack on America way back in 2001, starts with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? Oh, so proudly we hailed at the twilight's gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular upon spur, singing up, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
Chris Stapleton with our national anthem from the Super Bowl yesterday. We'll break that down for you on the show today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. All here. Speedy, Helmsy, and Greg have given you a kickoff hour. And now Eddie Van Adler is back. He's got the YouTube experience for you. And we got the gang all here and ready to go today. We have a lot to cover from the weekend. We'll update you on that. A lot of really strange things going on right now. And I'm not just talking about the halftime show. So there's a lot to cover, and we'll hit it all today. But we are missing the Silver Tongue one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba, the very best in back porch radio.
Enough to make a young gun proud. Money and fame bring a man shame. Ain't no doubt about it. Ain't no doubt about it.
Ain't no doubt.
Bubba, welcome back from hamcation.
Hey, glad to be here.
Golly.
Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all letting me hit that.
What a hamcation.
Hey, Orlando. Nice ride from here.
Yep. It's not down the street, is it?
No. Yeah. About 10 hours going, 9 coming back. If you look at clock time, because you gain an hour, lose an hour.
Sure.
But
how long you in that van though?
Oh, it's a solid 9 and some change.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not a lot of trips, that you get to talk about, technical things. Usually the wife is not really wanting to hear about that, and the kids, you can
coworkers,
coworkers,
right? Yeah,
you can kind of dive into it there with the ham buddies. So
that's good.
That was good. We got caught up on a lot of things and got to visit. And I will say this: getting in and out of the minivan after you've been on the road that long, I felt like when the Russian cosmonauts come down and they land in the desert, and they send a mob out there to get them, and they pick them up almost in a quilt like and bring them because they can't walk.
Funny.
That's what I felt like every time we stopped.
Yeah. Sure.
But no, we had a lot of fun. So it was good. It was quick. When you drive that far, as you were discussing this morning, to have extra day or two there in the middle helps a little bit.
Well, yeah, you want more than you had. I'll tell you that. It feels like you rode down there, stood a minute, and rode back.
Yeah. So Orlando is really.
Bubba.
There I am getting out of the minivan at the next stop. So it's Orlando. Wow. It's a big place.
How about them fairgrounds?
And growing, growing. Winter Garden, Kissimmee, all that area. That's where we were staying at. Yeah. So, it seemed like every few minutes we'd get a blip about some other unidentified flying object that the U.S. military was trying to shoot down. So, it was an exciting time to be there with a bunch of hams.
It was an odd weekend. We have various things being shot out of the sky.
Yep.
Okay, we got that.
And how about this? The official statements are saying we can't rule out extraterrestrial.
Right.
You just don't see that usually from the Pentagon.
Yeah, Super Bowl, we got that
today.
today.
Yeah, we got a lot of that.
We got hamcation.
Yeah.
We've got Pistol Pace Jones turned 2.
Yeah.
Rick brought mom and dad. We had that. I got the mom and dad over there and back. We have. I was trying to tell the guys this Ashbury Methodist College thing is very intriguing, and it ties into an interview we're doing today, which I told them I don't know if this is one of the most creative movie promotions I've ever seen or whatever, but the movie is about the Jesus Revolution of the 70s. We will be talking with Andy Irwin of the Irwin Brothers, their latest movie. But part of this Jesus Revolution, unless I have my time frame wrong, the Ashbury College revival broke out in the 70s as well, and it's broke out again. And it started like on Wednesday, and students are staying in the chapel, praising God, singing hymns, praying, hearing messages, and the last I checked, as of yesterday, it is still going, and people are starting to come from all over. I don't know enough about it to make any kind of commentary on it, but there's just a lot of very interesting things going on in the world of the things you can see, but there's also a lot of things going on in the spiritual realm and stuff in the sky, and it's just an interesting time. I'll just say that. That's all I can really say with any authority.
Yeah.
Because I can't really go in. I don't know any of the details really, other than just say that.
Well, on our trip too, the temperature variations. We leave here. Mm-hmm. It was fairly cool, and we get down there. I think we had a high of 82 on Friday.
Yep.
And it felt like 110.
Yep.
Because of what we were used to, and then coming back, and we hit that cold air about Tifton, Georgia, and hey.
Yep.
So I really don't even know what clothes to wear. I'm so confused.
Right. It is interesting though. I'm seeing this thing about the halftime show too on Super Bowl. Rihanna was not on the screen probably 40 seconds. My wife said she's pregnant.
Yeah, they said the same thing, and I didn't know.
Yep. Yeah. I was like, what? Oh, that explains the jumpsuit, I guess.
Yeah.
And the big jacket. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Was that on?
It's TNT.
TNT?
Mm-hmm.
Probably had more to do with it than
probably
his mentors.
So. I'm still back at that.
Yeah.
That Charles has mentors. Also in the sports world, Bubba, where have we become?
But
what have we become?
Rick, if he makes it to the Pro-Am, the fun we can have telling him that Draymond Mothers is waiting on him down on the green.
Oh yes.
God, it'll be good. Gosh, I hope he makes it.
Hey Charles, his mama's mad. You can't have somebody's mama mad at you.
Well, Draymond told him to punch him or shut up. So
I want you to know I'm gonna tell you like it is, but don't have me blocked.
All right,
Here's where we are now, Bubba. A high school baseball player. Are you ready for this?
Oh my God!
I got. Should I hit your America? I'm just going to leave it in sports. I'm going to leave it in sports, but it's certainly a Your America as well. Picture the coaches we played for. Just picture it. He is suing his coach. Would you like to know why? For telling him to slide.
Rick.
So when he slid, he hurt himself.
Who else is supposed to tell him to slide?
When he slid, he hurt himself, and he's blaming the coach, and it wouldn't have happened if the coach had not told him to slide. During a JV game, by the way. So the coach is somehow supposed to know when he says strategically right now, we need you to slide, get down, or you're going to be out. Okay? Isn't that normally why we tell people to slide?
Rick.
So somehow the coach is in control of the environment of how he's going to slide. What if he didn't slide right? His cleats digging in, his ankle snapping. Well, when you slide, I think we all know that we go out and play a sport. Whatever sport you're in, there's various ways you could be hurt. Baseball features a few. Getting hit by a pitch, okay? The ball getting hit by a line drive, a bat hitting you. If you're a catcher, all sorts of things can happen. Being run over at home plate, and then what else? What's another way you can be hurt? Sliding.
Rick, steel cleats have been a problem for many years, and they come with risk, not only for the person wearing them, but the people that they're sliding around. Because, people get mad if you come in high with your cleats and you're using them as a weapon. But if you don't roll them up slightly as you're sliding, they take the chance of grabbing, and that's why people love steel cleats. They grab. They give you great traction in loose dirt. So, I mean, that's a risk that has been around since I played high school baseball, and everybody knew that.
How can a coach be negligent for telling you to slide?
No, it's ridiculous.
Well, I don't think I don't think it'll ever come to anything because he's got a lot to prove. That the coach was, like you said, was negligent, reckless in his behavior, and the coach is saying slide.
Yeah,
get down.
The first court,
come on.
The first judge that has seen it threw it out. Says there's no proof the coach had been negligent.
And they appealed it
or reckless, and now they're appealing it. Guys. So I can't even take responsibility for hurting my own ankle sliding because I got to blame the coach because he told me to slide.
Some states won't let high school players wear steel cleats. We used to go through this when we played schools out of Georgia. They couldn't, we could. So it was always a kind of a tipping point when we went to play at their place. Were we able to wear them or not? I mean, we went back and forth with that several times.
Can you blame a coach for you sliding and hurting yourself?
No,
I mean that's the most.
It's ridiculous.
But Rick, this where this is coming from up in New Jersey. Bob Carey.
Oh my
gosh! In that area has told us horror stories about youth baseball and the mindset there.
New England, what up?
Just that whole area.
We'll come back. Welcome back, my friend.
Glad to be here, sir. Thank all of you for being part of the big Rick and Bubba party going on.
We call it Rick and Bubba University. It's an intern program that has spawned hundreds of young men and women leaving this studio, leaving Rick and Bubba University. Professors Speedy, Helmsy, Bubba, Greg, Rick, Adler, they learn, they get a degree in common sense, which is now a superpower, and they go out into the world ready to make impact. We say goodbye today to intern Drops of Jupiter.
There she goes.
There it is.
DOJ.
It's a sad day.
DOJ, it's over.
I know. This semester has just flown by. It's crazy.
You came to us from where?
From West Palm Beach, Florida, Jupiter, Florida.
Right. A student? Where?
At Samford University.
Samford University.
Yes, sir.
Graduating when?
2020.
Oh, boy.
Okay, you still got some more to do.
Yeah.
So you left West Palm Beach, Florida.
Oh, my.
And you came to the middle of Alabama for schooling.
I know. I don't know what I'm doing with my life, honestly.
Most people might want to do that in the reverse order.
You realize you left from a place that people are trying to get to.
Yes, I do realize that, and I question myself.
It is 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. So the gang's all back together. We'll recap the Super Bowl. Congratulations to Michael Helms. Helmsy, he gets the Sport Czar trophy. Helms, I took it out of my office and put it in yours. The Eagles win it 38-35, and you were almost right on it, right? Was it close? I can't see. We had somebody. Oh, maybe they went the other way with KC on that score. We had somebody.
I was picked KC, but I had a low score. I'm not qualified to be picked.
What did we pick? I couldn't even remember what we picked.
I was a few points.
You weren't
off,
here, Bob.
You weren't here. You were in Orlando.
Well, no wonder I couldn't remember what I picked.
Yeah, you were
If
not.
you
would have remembered.
That's funny.
You were not here. So anyway, you were picking which radio you wanted at that point.
Yeah. So Helmsy, the point spreads. What I was talking about. You had the point spread within a point.
Yeah.
You had Chiefs 27, Eagles 23. It was 38-35. That was the closest and the right winner. So, congratulations to Helmsy. He will be he and Greg, the only two that picked the Chiefs, and he will be taking the Sports Czar trophy to the next time we do something. So,
Greg, no tiebreaker needed.
No tiebreaker.
Exactly.
You know what I'd like to see us do next time, Rick? I would like us all to write it down without announcing it ahead of time, because that way no one knows what everybody's picked, and then a tiebreaker may actually come into play.
Now you're right. Yeah, that's true.
You can just read them. Like we'll pass them to you, and you read them out.
Okay.
Ooh, secret.
We'll put them in an envelope and
secret
seal
ballot.
them.
Yes.
And then we open them on the Monday after.
Ooh, I like it. Ooh, I like that even better, Bubba. Hamcation.
Yeah.
Now, Bubba, who'd you pick? Oh, I'm sorry.
Bubba said he didn't remember who he picked. Well, there's a reason for that.
Well, I'll tell you why.
I was like, I don't remember us doing that.
You're about
last
7
week.
hours deep in your trip.
Right. But anyway, we have we're looking back at it, and I see that Adler has a video about this. The unfortunately, the big story of the Super Bowl was how bad the turf was.
Yeah.
What in the world?
Hey, man.
Well, see, I was come on. I didn't get home till
My goodness.
we're probably halfway through the first quarter, so I missed everything on the pregame. Well, I flipped on the radio because I couldn't remember when the kickoff was, see if I was going to make it. And I flipped on the radio, and they had Mike Golick is now on the radio broadcast that they were doing. And he was on the sideline, and he said, hey, I'm going to tell you. He was the first person I heard it. He said they're having trouble with the turf. And the first thing I thought of is in these, climate-controlled stadiums, how can there be a problem with the turf? And he's like, everybody's slipping down here. They're changing cleats. They're doing this, doing that. They seemed early on, I thought it was just tied to the paint.
Yeah.
Like they kept slipping in the paint. But then you kind of notice all the divots out there. They were slipping everywhere.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how do you mess that up? And then
well, this is not the first time. I mean, I remember this back years and years. They've had problems with this.
That's sharp, and we're looking at it. But if you ain't gonna have a good product, just put you some turf.
Well,
in
whatever
there and
sod
be
farm
done with
they hire out
Be
for
done
all
with it.
this, it's obviously different turf. This one here, though, that they spent 2 years on that we talked about in the texting, it didn't work. But I know for the TCU Michigan game in the semifinals, that they were sliding all over the place on that turf.
Yeah.
So whatever they're doing is
do they
just
keep
a mess.
resodding it? I mean, why don't they just since they can carry it out and water it and all that? Why don't they leave one grass on there that they have? Why do they keep resodding it?
Yeah, I don't
Why
know.
don't you just put turf down and be done with it? Everybody else has.
Yeah, because
Then
I know
you ain't got to do all that dragging in and out.
we did a story on the dragging in and out. I think all the way back to when Auburn played the national championship.
Yeah.
there.
They built that stadium. That was I remember thinking, well, that's kind of cool. But
But you remember they had somebody slip on the opening kickoff and break a leg. I mean, it's been going on that long.
Yeah, it just seems like if you're having this trouble, why is no one correcting it?
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Or don't let them have the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big game, and really all the games they have there, as far as the bowls and
it's
whatever.
ridiculous.
I'm sure the Cardinals would like not slip.
Yeah. So yeah, right. So I don't know why.
Just during the season.
I don't know why they haven't corrected that, but that was a big story.
It was.
But they told from what I gathered, again, this is the first NFL game I've seen all year. I've literally seen 5 quarters of 4 because I missed the first quarter of this one. I've seen 4 quarters of NFL football, and but I could tell coming in that everybody felt like the teams were evenly matched. And
They were.
Apparently, the way the game went, it looked like they were evenly matched.
The best record.
So that was, it's I don't know. For me, I just. And I realize I'm turning into that crotchety old man, and I realize that I just came to the conclusion again. I just really don't enjoy it that much. I was just kind of like, the game has changed so much, and there's so much slowing down, and everything has to be reviewed.
I'm tired of reviews. I'm sick and tired. And those passes were close enough.
And then when they review it, there's a big discussion on what quantifies a catch.
Yeah.
And then they don't seem to be consistent with what is a catch and what's not a catch. And
my point is it's close enough.
And somebody's holding, but did it have anything to do with the play? And And I don't know, just the whole game to me, it's just, I don't know. I think the football that I once loved is over. And I can still, I don't. How about I don't enjoy professional football? It's just that I was underwhelmed by the whole experience, and I was just kind of like, okay, well, it's just, and it's just one of those things. I guess it's just, I mean, and it's everything you wanted. The game was close.
I didn't care at all who won.
Yeah.
I didn't care at all who won. So I kind of just no pressure there. So I just kind of I kept like whoever was behind, I would want them to score so it'd get close.
I caught myself a couple times like returning emails and stuff, and it just.
Well, we had some friends over, so I enjoy the get together and the fellowship of it, and the food. All that. I didn't get to catch a lot of the commercials because there was
another
so many
thing.
People involved.
That was another thing.
I love that.
Now the commercials were better. Not knowing made it much better.
I didn't see any that were that great.
Well, I didn't get to see them during the game, so I still haven't seen them.
They were some that I thought were pretty good. I mean, they're only going to be so good. I'm not rolling around belly laughing, but I thought it wasn't bad compared to the past couple of years. I thought maybe it's because we'd ruined it.
Yeah.
But the not knowing made it a lot better.
It did. It did.
The rabbit thing was weird.
Now that was weird. They'll throw a weirdo in.
Yeah,
they will. I thought the Pepsi. Am I telling the truth or am I acting? I thought those were pretty
that's
good.
the one that got me a chuckle. I chuckled at Steve Martin, but he always makes me laugh.
And the rock star.
The rock
I
star.
thought the rock star.
Really
That's
good.
so funny.
I thought that was the best one.
I do too.
Because that's true. We'll throw rock star around.
I thought
so
that
rock
was-
stars are actually offended that you're calling people rock. When Paul Stanley would come to the door.
When that
I
guy,
did see part of that. That was
when
funny.
that guy was about to call somebody a rock star at the company, and Paul Stanley walks in the conference room,
and the door just closed.
to me that was that was the best idea.
Yeah,
of all.
that got me laughing there.
And then there were some that were, well, never mind.
Ben Affleck running the
That was
drive-through and
That
J
was
Lo
funny.
pulling up was pretty
That
funny.
was funny.
That was pretty good.
It
But
was,
there was others too.
Hey,
but
and
the rock star one jumped out.
Rick,
at
you
me.
missed the pregame stuff. And Philadelphia fans, let me tell you something. I enjoy y'all's passion.
Golly.
But Dak Prescott was getting an award for like charity work and stuff, being man, and they booed him like you ain't never heard.
Did you see him start laughing?
Well, they didn't just kind of boo. Look, you ain't got to clap for him, but maybe hold back the boos. I mean, it ain't like they were rubbing in your face about the conference or anything.
Yeah.
Well, go back though to the famous story of when they had the actual jail and the
that's
judge
true.
inside Veteran Stadium. And the last word the guy said when the judge says, "Do you have anything that might have me soften your sentence?"
I remember that.
and his comment is world famous. He still had something to say about Troy Aikman in front of the judge.
and Rick, and they went ahead and burnt the town up last night. They burned it whether they win or lose.
Well, Babylon B said they burned it before the game just to get it out of the way.
But they booed. You couldn't even hear the booing they were doing on Prescott.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This year's award to Dallas Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott. Being named Walter Payton.
Times daily, but it's okay. The people here are great. So.
Yeah, did you pass Rush Limbaugh on the way? He was headed in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
So, you were not that familiar with the show then until you got to college, correct?
That is correct.
And that's where you found out about it or started listening? What happened?
Yes. So actually, I have some family friends. The Browers, they're the principal of Briarwood Christian.
I'm familiar with him.
Yes. And when I toured Sanford, me and my dad stayed with them, and they were the ones that told us about the Rick and Bubba show initially. Yes.
And you still came to
I was
be an
about to
intern
say,
after that.
Because the Broward, God love him, I know he's like, oh, I've got some of these kids that go to my school and that show. My gosh, there's another one. If I hear about tennis lights one more time, I will scream.
My business card is a tennis ball.
So you didn't know anything about it.
No.
And so when you started interning here, you didn't have very much knowledge of the show at all, did you?
No, I really came in here blind. I did not know anything, didn't know what you guys would talk about, didn't know how you guys were. I didn't know that there was going to be more than just Rick and Bubba. So that was kind of a shock when there was 5 of you instead of just 2.
Yeah, and sadly there's actually 6, but
6.
But so let's
Adler, yeah.
Well, he's easy.
Can't
to
forget
overlook.
him.
Yeah, but you just did. But right, so have you worked on the TV part at all?
Yeah.
Yes, I have. So
Still forgot.
Adler showed me the true meaning of strength, wisdom, and humility.
Adler always gives the interns a little script to read off of in reviewing his performance.
Yes. That sounded so natural. You just came with that right off the top of your head.
Yeah, it just really flowed from the heart.
Yes,
This one.
Daniels, he'll be coming up on the program a little bit later on today.
Looking forward to that, Rick. Boy, that was a little toe tapper.
All right, so how long in that interview to Greg brings up the Illuminati?
Let's see. Charlie was the one that said Taco Bell needs to be careful.
Said this is not a frivolous topic.
Well, I think we need to go into it pretty soon.
Well, I think
how long do we have, Charlie?
I don't know, but if you think about that, was a national story that Charlie Daniels came out and told Taco Bell, not so fast, not a frivolous topic, not something to be joking around about. So, Greg, he's coming up later. I think we have to go there.
That's what I was about to ask. Is it Illuminati free zone or is it free game?
No, we got to. What are you talking about? We got to talk about that.
So you are going to ask him.
Yes, Greg. He went out and told the whole world he didn't.
That's true.
He told Taco Bell that they need to hold the taco.
Mm-hmm. To tell you one thing, isn't funny about this little series?
Well, we'll see what he knows.
Wasn't the quote, this is not a frivolous topic?
I think it was something. It's like, hey, look, I know y'all are trying to be cute and be funny, but
ain't nothing to laugh about.
Ain't nothing to laugh about.
Is he at your level, Greg? Do you know? I mean,
it sounds like he may be at a level above. Well, y'all need to quit trying to drag me in there because I get some weird people come up to me. Thanks, guys.
Well, you're the expert on all that.
I'm not the expert. I'm gonna be seated and silent because a lot of strange people come up and say strange things to me, and I blame y'all.
What how did you get to know so much? Did you start the process and bail out? Or
well, you just get to hearing about it and you go, that's kind of interesting. You get to digging. You know?
you get to digging around. Digging around.
A little scared, backed off.
Yep. You didn't like what you found, did you, Greg?
You got
some
scared
things you just soon
off?
not know.
Greg, has anyone asked you to be one?
Rick.
Well,
don't start.
Okay.
And a lot of that, I'll tell you when it started. You're right. That's what the guy. I had a guy at work years ago when cassettes were the thing. He said, "Listen to this cassette about this guy."
I remember that one.
And buddy, that's what started it.
What was on it? What did it say?
It was an guy that was investigating all these ties to different little secret societies and stuff like that, and how
he put that cassette in, had a little hiss in it, and also next thing you know, here comes that guy.
Yeah.
I just don't know if there's a lot of secret anything out there right now.
Mm-hmm. That's what they want you to think.
Yeah. Whatever.
Theaters coming out on February the 24th. Kelsey Grammer, Jonathan Rumi will be in it, and we'll be talking, and others. We'll talk to Andy Irwin about that, and that coming up top of the hour. All right, so Relief Factor, I already had my first pack today. Love this product. We've got an email from Nancy. She lives in Springfield, Illinois. Listens to us on the 24/7 Tune In channel. She says, I've been having discomfort for some time with arthritis and my hip as well as both my hands. I was searching for something to help stop the pain. I tried ibuprofen. I tried arthritis creams. I tried, everything that I tried didn't work. And after Relief Factor, I started this in early January. I have felt a huge difference in the pain level. I can walk without pain whatsoever. My fingers and both wrists move without the incredible pain that I'd had going up my arms. Thank you, guys. This product has really worked, just like you suggested it would. I'm glad you're getting relief, Nancy, and we get emails like this quite often. I take it. I can certainly tell a difference. It's all natural, 4 botanicals that help the body with its inflammatory response. That's what happens when inflammation comes into the body. There's a natural inflammatory response, which causes the pain. If you'd like to find out more about these botanicals and how they could possibly work for you, go to ReliefFactor.com. Maybe we'll hear a letter from you, just like we got from Nancy and others. ReliefFactor.com for $19.95. You get 3-week supply. Inside those 3 weeks, you'll know whether it's working for you or not. And most people who order the Quick Start Pack go on to order more because we see results, and hopefully you will too. This may be the answer that you've been looking for. ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. So Super Bowl, and we'll take your phone calls about it here in a moment. We have the Chiefs have won. I don't know if y'all knew this. There were 2 brothers playing against each other.
Yeah. Really?
Did anybody
Wait
get
a
that?
minute.
Watch out.
The Kelsey brothers, they actually played against each other, and their mama was in the stands.
See, I think that's kind of cool. I know Greg thinks it's been overdone.
No,
but
it has been overdone, but I mean,
Still cool, though.
it was a great story, and they handled it well. But what I'm saying is, every camera shot, no offensive lineman would have had the coverage.
No, no, they wouldn't because they didn't have a brother playing on the other team.
You're right, yeah.
But I
He's
did
really
want
good,
to.
though.
I did want to see them hug at the end of the game. They were. You could tell the camera people were trying to
They
find
were trying
them,
so
and,
hard. Yeah.
I was interested to see how that would go.
Yeah, and I think they eventually found each
Yeah,
other.
they did. We got a clip of it right there.
Yeah, and so that was that was a good moment. Of course, the one that plays for the Chiefs wanted us to know that nobody believed in the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Every time I've ever seen him be interviewed, he's always nobody believes in him, nobody believes in the Chiefs, and everywhere I've ever heard, everybody thinks he's one of the best to ever play the position, and the Chiefs are always perennial favorites.
Yeah, I mean, I really
the quarterback's
think,
the MVP. They've been to the AFC Championship game 5 years in a row, won 2 Super Bowls.
right, 2 out of 3
I think
Super Bowls.
in the preseason
2 out of
pick,
4.
normally people pick them a lot.
Yeah.
You've got the highest paid player in NFL history and MVP again, and the Chiefs are good. This is a good time for the Chiefs. They're fun to watch. Speedy, I know you live in the dream, man.
Yeah, I was talking to my kids about that, about just how it's funny as a kid, and then as you get older, what teams you follow and stuff. When I was tiny, it was all about the Cowboys. I haven't had a Cowboys trash can in my room. And then as I got older, the Chiefs, and then followed them, and then of course working with the Titans. So those are my top 3. But it was pretty cool. In the pregame, I didn't get to see a whole lot of that, but I did see one thing on the Major League Baseball on Fox. They had a huge announcement, and Derek Jeter walks out, and he's now going to be part of their team on Fox. And him and A-Rod and others were standing there, which, that's always that relationship there's been rumors of how it is, but they were hugging it up or whatever. But I thought that was pretty interesting. MLB on Fox, Derek Jeter coming out of the darkness, and now is going to, because he didn't like the limelight, and he didn't want to be a part of all that. Right. But now I guess he's evolved, but he'll be a part of that now. But it was some pretty good stories, and I did see the Kelsey brothers story, and they were talking about how when they were kids, and they would show pictures of them being little and how they would go at each other and always in trouble, and the different personalities.
There's a third brother, by the way, and I don't know if it's worth, I'll play it for y'all in the break, and y'all decide, but it's him kind of self-deprecating humor, the fact that he's not involved and still lives at home in the basement of the house, and the mom's in the video. It's pretty funny.
It's kind of like Jim Marsh. That's an inside joke, but we had Jim. He's in one of those kind of families. Both his brothers are highly successful, and he said, "And if I was the only one in most families, I would be considered successful, but not compared to them."
Yeah.
So
that's funny.
Yeah. So that was that story was interesting to watch, and then you had I see that you have Adler Jalen Hurts asked about his faith. Is that right? After the Super Bowl, and you said that his answer ended the press conference. Was that correct? So we'll get that too, and play that for you. And then we'll maybe get some of your phone calls. And then you said that I thought the announcing team.
Yeah, I thought Kevin Burkhardt. Is it Burkhardt? Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
And Greg Olson did an outstanding job. Greg Olson has really come on. I think he's a really good color guy.
Yeah, I was hoping that Mike would give us a shout out every time there was a controversial play. That would be
yeah, how about him being on that too? I mean, he's busy. He's on a lot of things.
It was also funny watching the USFL make fun of the XFL, and then if you're on another channel, whichever one's carrying the XFL, they were doing theirs making fun of the USFL.
Right.
The two spring leagues are having a propaganda campaign against each other. Pretty funny.
Well, we'll have a lot more football coming up. It looks like in 8 weeks.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So here's Jalen Hurts being asked about his faith after the Super Bowl loss.
This is before the Super Bowl.
Before.
This is pre-Super Bowl.
Hi, Rachel Smith, Rising Media Stars. Jalen, I know you are a man of faith. What are you going to ask God for on Sunday, and how do you think your faith has helped you get to where you are right now?
Yeah, I usually keep my prayers to myself, but I say God knows. And, you know, I really lean on him, and I try and keep him in the center of everything that I do, because I know without God, I wouldn't be where I am today. I wouldn't be the man I am today without having that faith in him, without having integrity and leadership and diligence and all of those things. But you know, I think the biggest thing is you get so influenced by so much around you. You just want to, you know, pray that you're the person that God called you to be. So that's what I'm gonna do. You know, be who God called me to be. Thank you.
You know, he's had an amazing season, and what a turnaround for him, too. I mean, a little over a year ago, the Eagles were talking about getting rid of him. They didn't know who their quarterback was going to be.
Yeah.
And when he come in and finished the season and had mixed results, but you could see, I mean, I think he fits the mold of the modern-day NFL quarterback very well and should have a very good career. I mean, what a great season this year.
Yeah, well, everything they showed last night showed that he has improved, not just a little bit, but has improved by big leaps year by year by year. So he is he's learning the game. He knows who he is and what he can do, and it was obvious that you know, the Eagles use him as a runner as much as anything. And when you just looked at his numbers year by year, his improvement's been incredible. So,
and he's really worked on his passing, and you could see that's improved dramatically.
Right,
and,
yeah. Yep.
You know, he probably wishes he had that fumble back.
Yeah, well.
But that happens. You know, people are hitting you and you're running, and those things are going to happen.
He probably wished he could have been on the punt cover team, too. Or maybe punted.
Have they ever been stopped on a quarterback sneak at all?
No. Boy, they got that one down.
Well,
if it's less than a yard or a yard,
I love the fact that they have developed that and just went back to really probably the most basic play in football. First play you learn as a little kid is the quarterback sneak.
Well,
and they've said, we're going to do this, and we're going to go for it on fourth down, and we're going to make you stop us. And I love that approach on offense.
Yeah, and what they've done, you know, anytime rules change, you adapt. And I've often thought this too. Now that they let you aid the runner, how does a quarterback sneak ever get stopped?
Right.
If I can get behind my quarterback and push him, I don't know how you ever stop one. And if you've got his leg strength, that offensive line, and I can push him,
and I'm back behind you.
How do you ever stop a quarterback sneak for a yard or less?
You know, in Kansas City tried once with diving over the top, but if you're over the top and you don't have your feet on the ground, it's hard to get any traction.
If you notice, Bubba, back to the point, he hit him and stopped him momentarily, but the backs are pushing him.
And
so once, like you said, your legs are gone, they just push him on past you.
Yeah.
You know, so aiding the runner, I don't know how anybody doesn't score or make a first down if it's a yard or less.
So is that rule changed in college too, in high school? What is the rule on aiding the runner
can push
now?
The runner.
Can you, even in high school?
I think so.
Can you? I
know. I think college you can. I don't know.
Well, because, you know, before, a lot of people may not know this. Y'all don't know how much the rules have changed. If an offensive lineman pushed the back at all,
it was a flag.
It was a flag. Yeah. And now you can get the whole offensive line to push you in the end zone. And get your backs, get anybody you want to. And so that's that really helps.
You may see the day coming where the quarterback takes a snap from the center and the entire line's in the backfield.
Yeah. Well, if you look at it, I mean, and the rules allow it, the Eagles have taken this play to all of your points, and they've mastered it and said, really, with this quarterback, this offensive line, and these backs, there should be no one that can stop us for a yard or less.
Yeah.
And they never did. And I don't think did anybody stop them the whole season? I don't know. I mean, have they ever tried a fourth and a yard or less and not made it?
I think, what was the number they gave it last night? They were like 33 out of 37.
Yeah, was that
something?
Yeah, nice. It's incredible.
I mean, that's you'll take that percentage.
Well, I mean, it's you got to have a good offensive line, but they got one. They got a good center.
Yeah,
I don't know if you know this. His brother played for the Chiefs.
Yeah,
you may have heard a little bit about it.
So your phone calls are next. Your highlights from Super Bowl 57?
57.
Yeah, your comments, all 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
buddy. Wink, wink, squeak. Mm-hmm. So, we'll ask Charlie about that. I don't know why we wouldn't.
Y'all really going to ask him about it?
Yeah, Greg.
He's here to promote an event.
Well, Greg, that takes, just a few minutes. I mean,
hey, Charlie, tell us about Burger King. Who was it? Taco Bell.
Taco Bell. I'm first going to talk about, that we'll get to the gridiron, and we'll talk about that. He's going to be at the Gridiron Men's Conference.
I want to know what Charlie does nowadays for fun.
He's still touring.
I'm not saying, Greg, the whole conversation is going to be about the Illuminati, but it must be mentioned.
Okay.
Right? If you made a statement about it a few months ago, don't you think that should be mentioned?
Rick, absolutely. Yeah. We would not. So. We would be not doing our job if we didn't ask.
He did make the statement publicly.
Yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't something he put on his website, and some people found it.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's
about the all-seeing eye.
Right. Oh boy.
Yeah, Greg, there you go. Bring it up.
He said,
don't get your currency out and look at it.
Here we go.
Oh boy.
But he said, hey, don't take something like this and tie it to tacos. They don't funny about this.
Hey. You think you're just eating a taco, but you're opening that door.
Can I tell you the commercials were pretty funny, and there was a lot of throwbys to.
I had changed
conspiracy stuff.
Okay.
I had changed the channel.
I mean, the graphics, everything.
There's Bubba being frivolous again, Greg.
They were spot on.
There he is.
Huh?
There he is.
Well, I don't know nothing about it. I just thought it was fun.
Okay. We have much to do coming up. We'll get you updated on the stories that are out there. Your phone calls will certainly take us in some different directions. We just told you that Charlie Daniels is coming up. The 3 finalists for Fix Mama's Mouth can now be seen. Vote for the one that you think should win that dental makeover. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
As we come back, we do have, this Kanye West thing continues to, and this is the times we're living in. It's the war of words and hyperbole and exaggeration, and then I have to act like, Kanye West is absolutely an oddity, and he's a strange one. And like we said, the Kardashians have made him even stranger.
Oh, Rick, you throw that in the mix.
But we're getting to this gotcha era that we live in.
Delilah doesn't have anything on the Kardashians.
No.
Okay? They're Delilah times about 6.
Well, it's almost if you went out and got you a team of Delilahs.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, but imagine
Rick, it's an all-star team too.
Imagine poor Samson taking on like 5 of them. But anyway, so Kanye West was trying to make the comment that African Americans have got to start thinking for themselves, and he's really going down a narrative that's been said before, but it's usually been said mainly by people that were not of color, so then they weren't allowed to say it. Well, it looks like even Kanye's not allowed to say it. He was trying to make the point, and he's not the first one, that, we can't trade one form of slavery for another, meaning now, just because of the color of our skin, we have to declare ourselves Democrats, and those that have the same color skin of us who are not Democrats, we then vilify them, and this kind of needs to stop. If we really want to experience true freedom, then African Americans should be able to think for themselves and make their own political decisions without backlash or being told they sold out and now they're not black anymore. That's really the theme he was trying to portray, but because he's kind of nutty, he didn't really word it really well. It came across like he was saying the slaves of the past
had a choice
to leave slavery or not, when in most, you can't really find choices where that's actually, examples that was actually true. His theme was, there comes a point where you're remaining in slavery by choice because you are free. Now, I will say this I heard this tied to a really great analogy that Tony Evans tied it to freedom in Christ. He did talk about that when we had the Emancipation Proclamation, that because they didn't have the technology of today, there were a lot of slaves that continued to be slaves and didn't know they were free.
Right.
And somebody finally got word to you and said, hey, you don't have to, you realize we're free. And they're, well, we didn't even know that. And he talks about how we're available to be free and we walk around like we don't know it.
Right.
That this has really happened. And when you find this out, you don't have to be, to slavery to your sin. So he used that example. But if Kanye had worded it, I know what he was trying to say. He was speaking to modern time.
Right.
Because just like Chance the Rapper, unlike Kanye, he's crumbled to it. Because the minute he came out and says you don't have to be a Democrat just because you're black. Well, of course now they've gone after him and just they're ready to destroy him. So he's backpedaled now because I think he realized I don't want this on me. But what this mean?
Rick, let's just start back here at classification point A. Slavery is wrong. It's always wrong, no matter who it is. It's all people, all souls are created by God. And
Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us. Getting lots and lots of emails about last weekend's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. And if you missed that, Dr. Jordan Bond with us, some of the things we've learned about the pandemic, about the vaccines, and the good, the bad, the ugly, and some of the other treatments. And many of you had some of you saying you wish that had been a 2-hour podcast, but it was hopefully informative. And if you haven't caught it, it is available wherever you get podcasts now. So coming up top of the hour, Jesus Revolution, the movie, coming February the 24th. I told you about that. We'll interview one of the Irwin brothers. Andy Irwin will be with us. We'll talk about that movie. This revival that has broke out again at Ashbury College in Kentucky. Interesting. We'll kind of tie all that in, too, and have that discussion. We still have things that have been shot out of the sky over the weekend while we were gone, Bubba. Interesting. And we're talking about the Super Bowl now. We have phone problems. So I know some of you wanted to weigh in, but you're not able to do that because we have phone problems. But it's a Monday. Anytime you come back to a studio on a Monday, it doesn't matter if you're the only ones using it. I've never been able to find out why Mondays are this way. What gets into studios over the weekend, no one really knows. But no matter what studio we go to, there seems to be gremlins on Monday, and I've never been able to identify why that is.
No, it just seems like if nobody's here, things go south.
So we'll do a phone segment at some point, and you guys can get in whenever we can get the phones working. So, Bubba, I guess the only thing we haven't talked about with the Super Bowl, and I know we don't want to come across as cranky old men who are out of step and not hip to the groove, but the halftime show, it was a visual spectacular. As some of the things they pull off are amazing. I don't really have the best of Rihanna on my iPhone, so I'm not a huge fan. It was interesting. The big story today is this was her announcing she was pregnant.
Yeah, well, I think you could tell that, and knowing Rihanna and her past, the way that we know her, you expected her to probably show a lot of skin in her halftime performance, and when she didn't, it was a pretty clear sign to everybody early on that she was probably expecting, and then she showed that on TV. And I'm like you, I know one or two songs. I don't know a lot of them. I don't think it's going to be the greatest halftime performance ever. I don't think it was a total failure either. The fact they had all those stages moving around was kind of, from a technical standpoint, I was like, wow, that's a lot going on.
Well, she also obviously was pantomiming because there were times that she wouldn't be singing with her mouth, but she was still singing. So she didn't. There may have been some of it live, but
they all sing with tracks and all that now, so that's pretty expected.
Yes. So, but again, and I'm sure y'all were the same way. If your wives are in the room, Sherry was like, "Well, she's pregnant." She said it before I was like, "What are you talking about?" She goes, "Well, it's obvious. Look right there, she's pregnant." So anyway, but
and there was some dance moves there, but considering it could have been a lot worse. We've seen worse.
Well, Bubba, you're right. As far as the way everybody was dressed, so the visual was pretty calm. I can't understand most of the lyrics, but unfortunately, some of them I could understand. So we definitely got some nasty lyrics.
Well, see, I didn't pick up on any of them because I just don't know the songs that well.
Yeah, and I just heard some of the lyrics when I could finally understand them. And then, of course, when you got into some of there's nothing quite like watching a woman with child do some nasty moves with her body and some of the men gyrating around her and all that.
What was that? Well, that's just so unnecessary.
See, now you're becoming like us, a cranky old man.
I had to change the channel thing as a parent for the first time in my life.
We just kind of shut it down and said, well, eventually the game will be back.
So unnecessary.
It comes across as, like I say, it's not even, like, that's the point. You're like, you know what? I don't even know why you're doing this. It's not necessary if you have some songs and people like to, tapped a foot to or something, and just you got you some dancers everywhere. My goodness, I don't know what the overhead was on dancers, but it had to be a big check.
Well, yeah, you had a lot of them out there. So I mean, overall, I don't think it's the greatest ever, but I don't think it was a fail either as far as her performance.
Yeah, I would like to say I have no real opinion because other than I'm not going to sit and listen and watch some of the things that went on, but if you're a Rihanna fan, I guess you went, hey, awesome. And if you don't really care, I guess you went, okay, it's fine. And I mean, it was just kind of okay. I mean, it was nothing.
Well, it was spectacular. All the Super Bowl shows.
Well, yeah, the visual
spectacular
and all
blowouts.
That,
but I don't. Like I say, everybody has their favorites. I still like the one we saw in Tampa when you had NSYNC and Britney Spears and Aerosmith. I mean, that was hard to beat in my mind. But I think far as memorable, when you have Michael Jackson flying out with a backpack, that's hard to beat. Prince's was pretty good.
Yeah. But it's interesting, like Adler was talking about, if the announcers during the game said some of the things that was said in the songs.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I mean, they would be removed from all broadcasting. Or that they were to physically do something, so they shot of everybody standing there, and one of the guys like grabbed at himself and licked his finger or smelt it or something. You mean?
No, wait. I think Kelsey did some of those.
Well, maybe he did. You're right. Maybe some of the players did when they scored. But it's just I don't know. You just feel like you're just in this weird place where we just become numb to.
There is some numbness. There's no doubt.
Yeah, and I feel it. I mean, I'm just not. And that, of course, that's the whole design to make you numb to it, where you don't really care anymore. It's whatever. I mean,
there was a couple moves.
I hate to say it is what it is, but
if you cut out just a couple moves,
right,
then the whole family could have felt comfortable watching it. At least maybe some.
Well,
of the lyrics.
Bubba said it. I was foolishly drawn in, going, "Oh, thank goodness she doesn't have anything. She's not dressed as a stripper." And I thought, okay, well, this may be some.
Well, I thought she was going to come out of that big outfit into that.
But, when I saw that she was pregnant, I thought maybe we were safe.
Yep.
And it's almost like she got about halfway through the performance and said, "I haven't done anything nasty yet." And it's like she got, better do something nasty. Because I haven't been nasty yet, and it almost seemed forced, didn't it? I mean, it was like,
well, she
was weird.
Choice.
Yeah,
you could tell too. She wasn't dancing hard. I mean, she was kind of taking it easy, I guess, with her condition. But hey, how about being strapped? You saw the safety straps on the stage, which you obviously would need. But
oh yeah,
I mean, you're way up above that thing. That had to be a little bit scary. And you once or twice, it looked like the thing was shaking a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
I'd hate to be the guy that had to run all those motors to lift and lower those.
Yeah, and I thought to myself, and Adler, you'll get this one. I felt bad for the effort that was put in to put a band out there at one point. I thought that was kind of a waste of everybody's time. I mean, that seems like a lot of setup for nothing. I mean, we got the tracks going, we're pantomiming. Did they just feel like they wanted to make it look that way for a moment? That seemed a lot of setup for nothing.
Yeah. Also, no other guests.
Yeah, they usually have 2 or 3 perform.
Yeah. So anyway,
that was weird.
I think
I
you're
thought
right.
that's what the band was. I thought when they rolled that out, I thought, well, we're fixing to get the other.
Here comes Eminem. Oh yeah.
So it was. I'm like you, Bubba. I don't think it'll be reviled, but I don't think it'll be celebrated. I think it'll just kind of land somewhere in the middle.
It was a spectacular production, and that's what you have at the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we talked about this a lot when it comes down to life insurance. Okay, when it comes down to life insurance, it can get kind of complicated and confusing sometimes when people start talking to you about whole life and, hey, won't you do this account and save up for your kids' college and retirement? And you're kind of like, here's what I would really like. I'd like to know that if I die before my family, that they're taken care of. That's really what I care about the most. Well, Ladder really simplifies life insurance. As a matter of fact, and this is going to be, it may be surprising, this number. If you apply right now for $3 million in coverage or less, and you're just going to answer a few questions about your health in an application, you're not going to have any doctors, needles, or paperwork, just a few questions. You will be shocked how quickly they come back and said, here's your coverage, here's what it would cost you a month, you're in, do you want it? That's why it has a 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot. They made the Forbes Best Life Insurance list in 2021. The algorithms that they use in real time, you can find out if you're instantly approved. There's no hidden fees. And look, how about this? You can cancel anytime. Get a full refund if you change your mind in the first 30 days. Ladder policies are issued by insurers that have long proven histories of paying their claims. They're rated A and A+ by AM Best. And life insurance, hear from your buddies Rick and Bubba, it's going to cost more as you age, so get this off your list. Go now. Nothing could be simpler, and you get peace of mind. Ladder, Ladder, ladderlife.com/Bubba. See if you're instantly approved. $3 million or less, no needles, no doctors, no paperwork. Ladder life.com/Bubba. That's ladderlife.com/Bubba.
Shouldn't be owned by anybody else. Now, there were historical situations where people were indentured servants of their own doing in a contract form. And, I would even have to tilt my head at that a little bit. But anyway, slavery was wrong, shouldn't have happened. It's a black spot on the history of mankind, and it has happened in many places, not just in the Americas. It has happened throughout history for thousands of years. So we all agree on that. Now, I think, as you said, Kanye was making a point that there is a mentality that some people are still being held down when, in his thought process, they're really not, and they should stand up, think for themselves, take advantage of the freedom that they do have instead of just staying in the same mindset, same track, headed in the same direction. Well, people didn't like that, as you said. So now look, he's a squirrely bird. We all acknowledge that. But yeah. I thought it was an interesting insight on his part to say that. Probably could have clarified it a little bit better.
Worded it really badly.
But this is what I don't understand. For everyone who is mad at Kanye or who got mad at Chance the rapper or whoever it was that had said those other things, why do they feel like that is such a threatening position for somebody to have? I don't really understand that.
Well, keep in mind now, they're the way we play the game now. They won't let him make the state. He clarified it even after there's a radio station in New York. Detroit radio station that says they're not going to play his music anymore because of his comment. Now he's come back and said, "Look, I brought up the 400-year point because we can't be mentally imprisoned for another 400 years.
Right.
We need free thought now. Even the statement was an example of free thought. It was just an idea I was throwing out." So he's saying, "See, look, to make my point, I can't even say this without y'all taking my music off and declaring I'm not black anymore. I can't even make this statement. So really, the way y'all are acting about my statement is making the point I was trying to make."
Right. And most of the people who are behind the backlash of this are African American. And I think it's an interesting point. If the Lord tarries, what will race relationships look like 20 years in the future? What will they look like 50 years? What will they look like 100 years in the future? And will we still be having the same discussion we're having today? Or will it change? Will it change dramatically? And if it does change and we want it to change, what do we need to do now to implement those changes? I mean, to me, it's just a thought-provoking thing. And again, I don't understand why him saying that you can go, well, he's crazy, he doesn't know what he's talking about, or he didn't say it well, or I didn't understand what he was saying, whatever. But like, why would you be mad at Kanye for saying that?
I had about
do you see what
12
I'm saying?
minutes the other day, and I watched video of an urban morning show out of New York. There's about 4 hosts in there. They were discussing this, and they one of them apparently knows Kanye personally and said he was texting him about this because he was mad at his comments.
Now, this is before he made the slavery comment, right?
Right. This was just because he
supported
loved Trump. Yeah. And they could not get past what he said and claimed it was hate speech because of his love for Trump. And he couldn't believe what he said. And their point of view was basically that he was a privileged black man that was wealthy, and he didn't know what inner city African Americans were going through, and he's out of touch. Exactly, Greg. And he is just gone off and left his base that made him what he is.
So in their opinion,
that was their point.
Right. In their opinion, and you. minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Gang, all back today. Speedy, Real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. And there's Bill Bubba Bussy in for another hour.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. As we discussed in an email with a viewer and listener, we only need 5 hours each and every day.
Wasn't that funny? Did you say that? It was good. So let's unpack, and Andy Irwin is here with us today. Jesus Revolution, the movie, is coming out on February the 24th, and he happened to be in town. So let's talk about that, Andy. By the way, welcome back.
Thanks, man.
Let's talk about give us all a nutshell update. Irwin Brothers. What's going on with Irwin Brothers now? You're now based out of Nashville, and then we'll get to the new movie. But give us an update on the state of the Irwin Brothers.
Man, I appreciate it, Rick.
It's incredible.
I feel like this is coming home because, a lot of this started, in your studio with our films. And so, yeah, man, and I appreciate that now we moved to Nashville. You moved to your new studio 2 miles from where I used to live. So
right.
This would have been convenient.
We're a little late on that now. Yeah, sorry.
But, yeah, man, God just opened so many doors after I can only imagine. And we started this partnership with Lionsgate, and the guy negotiating the deal on the other side of the table at Lionsgate was a believer, and he allowed us to slide in the idea of Final Cut where we have full creative control. And so we were able to kind of go bold. And so, we did several movies, American Underdog and I Still Believe and Jesus Music, a bunch of stuff like that. But when we did the movie Woodlawn, we were in the middle of doing that, and it was about the end of the Jesus movement hitting the school. And the fullback on that team was played by this really amazing actor named Burgess.
Yeah, right.
But we when we got done with that, my brother, there was a magazine that we end the movie with that was a Time magazine that said the Jesus Revolution.
Right,
yeah. And my brother did some deep dive into that. And 4 years earlier, there was another cover that was a black cover that just had the words "Is God Dead?" on it.
I remember that, yeah.
And so John was like, what in the world really happened during those 4 years? It must have been a seismic shift. So he did a deep dive into that, and he came back and he's like, we're going to leverage everything that we've done on the most bold thing we've ever done, called Jesus Revolution.
Yeah, Bubba and I, we're 58, and so we were so young.
For another few weeks.
Yeah.
We were so young when I understand. I've heard of the Jesus Revolution. Mm-hmm. There's great men of the faith that said that's when they came to Christ. Yep. So, boy, just the impact of that alone. But I don't really know all the details of it because I was so young. So it didn't really affect my culture. I wasn't in that world. Mm-hmm. I've only heard about that world, and I hear it referenced a lot by older men and women. And so what kind of blew my mind, and you can help me on one thing, because I'm a little confused by the Asbury revival that broke out in the 70s too, and you realize it's broke out again,
and it's amazing. I had somebody.
Was that tied to all this?
It was. No, what's going on, and you get.
Is this some kind of elaborate movie promotion y'all come up with?
Exactly.
It's got to be the most
if
elaborate.
we could have a massive kind of organic revival that breaks out.
Lionsgate really has brought a lot to the table. They've started the Asbury.
Those are all actors. We've hired them. Yeah. We've hired them.
But do you find that to be interesting?
No, it's really kind of you kind of get just the seeds of kind of revival. The cool thing of how it happened back then is it happened in such a way that nobody could get the credit for it. And so the part of our movie that we cover in Jesus Revolution is the West Coast version of it. So it happened on the West Coast with a guy named Chuck Smith and this hippie evangelist named Lonnie Frisbee. And so we cover that part. But it also simultaneously happened at Asbury College. This revival broke out.
Okay, so they were at the same time.
Yeah, it's exactly the same time. And they weren't connected.
Right.
God just did something in two pockets, and all of a sudden it was like a brush fire that swept the country.
So Asbury was not even part of the Jesus Revolution.
They kind of met in the middle.
I got
you. So like it came from one side in Kentucky and the West Coast, and it just swept the country.
And so you're releasing the movie
50 years
now
ago.
It's happening again?
Somebody sent me an article.
Strange.
And it was like 50 years ago, February 8th is when it started. And all of a sudden, 50 years later, it breaks out. So my brother actually went there day before yesterday just to go check it out. And he was, he walked in the building, and it's still going on.
Yeah, people have been asking me about it all weekend, and I'm learning as we get older.
Yeah.
Not to comment on things till I know what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
That young Rick would have already. So I don't really know that. I've even had an email that somebody said that we have a split going on in the United Methodist over certain things that this is a very conservative Methodist college.
Huh.
And then praying over this split of the denomination is kind of where the seed was this time. I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't know.
So I don't know, but I will say this. So where does Greg Laurie fit in all this?
Okay, so the story we're telling on the West Coast.
Okay.
It had to do with, so we as we researched the story, my brother and Greg Laurie is of course the evangelist and has the church, the Harvest Church,
yes.
Out there, one of the biggest churches on the West Coast. So Greg and my brother are both the most scatterbrained ADD agents of chaos I've ever met. Like they're into everything, and so when they get together, it's always a little dangerous for all of us.
Right.
But they got together and started talking about the story, and Greg was like, "I was a 16-year-old kid on the front lines when this was happening. I was addicted to drugs, and I was one of these hippie kids that was kind of burned out, and kind of the Timothy Leary of turn on, tune in, and drop out is that idea.
Right.
And so in the midst of all that, he was one of the first people in that group of kids that came to Christ, and he saw it firsthand. And so we said, well, can we tell your portion of the story? And he said, I would love that. And so we assembled this cast. So there's this old guard preacher named Chuck Smith who started the Calvary Chapel denomination. And Chuck Smith in our story is played by Kelsey Grammer, and he's just fantastic. He's amazing. Cool stories about him. I'll tell you in a second. But then there's this hippie evangelist, Lonnie Frisbee, that came down, and he had just these freaks that had been burned out on drugs. They were searching for truth in the wrong place. They found Jesus and this amazing organic thing that happened among the hippies. Nobody thought the hippies could get saved. And so Lonnie Frisbee is played by Jonathan Rumi from The Chosen.
Now, do you think you realize the confusion you're causing with that?
What? Jesus.
Yeah. You realize what you're doing now. I mean, you go find the guy who's currently playing Jesus in The Chosen and make him a hippie preacher.
Yep.
Who's not Jesus?
Yep, it's
what are you doing to people? It's like, hey, John, they got another. I mean, people think you're doing the Chosen movie.
Yeah,
what have you done?
It's hilarious.
Did he even have to change his wardrobe?
It's definitely like this multiverse that happened.
He just walked off one set to go to the next one.
And this one, he actually got a little bit more buff, so we had buff Jesus. But but when he was on set, it was this funny one. We also have Paris Patel that plays Matthew in The Chosen. He has this one little cameo in the part where he's.
You brought more Chosen.
We got.
Are y'all on the same lot shooting
exactly.
this?
Well, us in Dallas were like, hey, can we borrow some of your guys?
Right.
But they're both in it, and there's this one funny part where Lonnie's out witnessing and handing out tracts, and one of his friends that's with him turns to the guy that plays Matthew, who's just a bystander. He's like, hands him a tract. He's like, have you met Jesus? And he turns and shakes John's hand. He's like, hey, nice to meet you. He's like, no.
That's good. See, Bubba and I are huge fans of that kind of stuff. All right, let's come back and we'll talk about Kelsey Grammer.
Yep.
How y'all landed him.
Yep.
Of course, Jonathan Rumi and all that. Who his star is rising too because of the success of The Chosen.
I've never called you and said, I want to meet somebody that you have a connection to. I'd like to meet Kelsey Grammer.
Oh, he's amazing.
We'd love to have him on the show.
Yep.
I mean, so
we'll work it out.
All right. So we'll come back. It opens on February the 24th, only in theaters. Now, if you want to see all that information, we got JesusRevolution.movie in our show notes at rickandbubba.com. You can click right on that. Jesus Revolution coming to theaters only on February the 24th. We'll be back more with Andy Irwin about the movie when Rick and Bubba continue.
Rick and Bubba.
You made that clear. In their opinion, if he was a Democrat, they wouldn't think he was privileged.
Yeah.
Which that makes a lot of sense.
Well, so I guess Jay-Z's not privileged.
Right, before these comments, they loved him.
Right. Well, so Jay-Z, to Greg's point, now he's privileged because he's remained a Democrat.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not privileged. He's not privileged because he's a Democrat.
Touch.
You've only left and you're now not one of us. You can have the same wealth as Kanye as long as you remain a Democrat. Then we're fine with it. But if you do that and become a Republican or support a Republican candidate, now you're a sellout and you're not black anymore.
Well,
because you've lost touch with your community. Jay-Z hasn't, but Kanye has.
Right. Yeah, I can even see you saying that someone has lost touch. But again, what he's talking about is a mentality and the opportunity that is here. Not everybody gets to take a full measure of that, but it is here.
Rick and Bubba.
So to kind of wrap up the current state of the Kanye West deal, so Kanye has come back and clarified that he wasn't saying that the people who were enslaved back when slavery was still part of our country, that they had a choice. He's saying that we have choices now and we can think for ourselves and we shouldn't be slave to anything, including a political party. But that's not good enough because he's supporting Trump, who for some reason Trump has been labeled a racist. I've still not seen the where that conclusion has been made. Just because somebody doesn't have open borders does not make him anti-black people. That's the only line I've seen people try to draw. Look, Trump's a lot of things that you can say that are legit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
But there's no indication that he's ever been a person who held back anyone because of their color or even their gender. Now he may be a hound and may have the way he treated women out in the social life. I think you got some legitimate things to discuss there. If you want to talk about that he's arrogant, legit. You want to say he didn't tell the truth, legit. You want to say he exaggerates, legit. He's not a racist. I've just never seen that, so I don't know how, if you support Trump, then that makes you a racist, even if you're black. I don't. Rick, I can't make that one work.
It goes back to his NFL comment that that everybody that's offended is stuck on whatever color it does. I mean,
yeah.
And that was, and I blame Bubba when he was in Huntsville. And
that is on you, by the way.
Yeah, and he said what he said about.
That was you.
Yeah, about the kneelers and the NFL and all this kind of stuff, and they cannot get past that. When really it was people of different colors were kneeling. It wasn't just African American players that were kneeling.
Yeah, it was a workplace issue.
It wasn't a color issue.
Yeah.
But they think that
employees doing something that their boss didn't want them to do is what he was.
He was speaking to the people of the country that he was
and being unpatriotic.
That was the point. He thought it was unpatriotic to kneel to for the national anthem. That had nothing to do with the color of someone's skin. I can't help it that in the NFL that the majority of people who were kneeling happened to be African Americans, but there were also people that were not who were also kneeling. And the
majority of people in the NFL are African American,
right?
So therefore, that's going to happen.
Yeah,
it also played off of his program where he fired everybody, and that's kind of all rolled in.
So seeing their eyes, it all started with this Kaepernick thing, and the reason why he was kneeling, and the police brutality.
I think they were
and all
calling
this
him
kind of stuff.
racist before then.
Well, but I'm just saying
the border thing.
Yeah, the border thing. But I'm talking about when it come with the border thing. It was the Latinos and the Mexicans and all that were mad. Now it was more of the African Americans that were mad because they felt like that he didn't care and he was going after them for kneeling.
It's a reach.
But it is. It was a reach.
We're tying it back to this,
I think
to this.
Politically,
I think that's where it's coming from.
Politically, that card has worked so well for so long. I think they just play it, even if it doesn't fit the scenario. And like this, it sticks.
Yeah,
a lot of times.
Well,
in their circle.
So now they're doing something that I thought. You remember back, we were the ones who had a different worldview, different political view for the most part. We were the ones that said the Dixie Chicks can do what they want to do, but then people have a right to respond to that. Radio stations not playing their music had a right to do that. People had a right not to buy their music anymore, not go to their concerts. If I remember, the left lost their mind about that. They talked about how they ought to be able to say what they want to say. They have a platform. You shouldn't hold that.
Do what you want to do.
So now they've turned around, and Kanye, an artist, and I use that word loosely, but anyway, he is a very successful person in music. He has come out and said something they don't like. So what are they doing? Now they're refusing to play his music, and they don't. It is 20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba show. So Andy Irwin is here. So is Are you guys still called the Irwin Brothers, or do you have a different name now? Don't you?
It's Kingdom Story Company.
Kingdom Story
Company. So
Company.
we started that.
I know y'all hipped it up a little bit. I mean, and your mom is still upset about it.
She is.
But
She's like, no, my boys.
Yeah, right. These are my boys. So anyway, so let's talk a little bit. Jesus Revolution, the movie. We kind of gave you a little bit of the background on it. Kelsey Grammer is going to be playing the pastor, and I saw the trailer already. So it's really the pastor that doesn't understand these hippies. And then the Jonathan Rumi character who is Frisbee and Lonnie Frisbee,
Lonnie Frisbee,
and they both come together for this incredible. But I won't. You got to go watch the movie. But how did Kelsey Grammer become part of this project?
It was one of those cool things where we wanted somebody that kind of would have both. What you guys do, the ability to bring humor to the role, and then all of a sudden turn it on and really be able to have some kind of grounded truth. And that's who Chuck Smith, really was. He was like this larger than life kind of character, kind of that went from being really kind of a get off my lawn kind of pastor to opening the doors up to the hippies. And so we were really looking for the right person, and my brother was talking about individuals, and he's like, thinking about Kelsey Grammer. Meanwhile, Kelsey's out on his back porch in California, and he's said he was kind of having this moment of reflection and kind of talking to God on the back porch, and just said, I want to do something with my life that matters. I'm tired of just chasing, fame and money. I really want to do something that matters. Walked in, and on his desk in his office, his agent had put the script for Jesus Revolution. And he saw it, and he looked at it, and he called his agent. It's like, you're going to think I'm crazy. I'm doing this movie. And then after he did it, it made a profound impact on him. It really awakened his beliefs in a whole new way. And I ran into him, when we were promoting the movie, and he said, this is my favorite thing that I've ever done. So it's a special thing, and he steals the show, man. Like, I can't wait for you guys to see it.
Andy, he was on Cheers and Frasier, very wildly successixel, but he hasn't done a whole lot since then that I'm aware of, has he?
Yeah, I mean, he's bounced around and done a few things, like he's done like the Pixar thing and did Toy Story and different things like that, but
he hadn't had a leading role,
right?
Type
but he'd been looking for something that he felt like he really could dig his teeth into, and on this one, like, there's a couple of scenes with him and Jonathan Rumi that are just like it's spectacular. Seeing the two of them across the table kind of going at it, and so the cast that assembled was amazing. The two of those guys are in the movie. It's incredible.
So for you guys, as far as the project itself, I mean, it's a big story,
right?
And you got to, as always,
right.
You take on these, and you got to put it into a movie.
Mm-hmm.
On all the ones you've done, give me the difficult meter on this one, on trying to make the screenplay work with everything that happened.
This one was difficult. We really thought we were going to get a lot of pushback on this one, because we leveraged all of that equity that we had in the studio, from doing other films like American Underdog, Kurt Warner's story that came out last year, and different things like that. We had taken all that equity that we had at the studio, and we just said we want to do something bold. And we thought we were going to get a lot of pushback, especially in this kind of woke day and age. We thought, like, this is really going to be too overt for the studio. And so, but John, my brother John, and the rest of the team were just really passionate that this is a story for this time. We just feel, he just kept, I thought John was crazy. He was like, the time is now. And I'm like, John, I don't, and he's like, no, I'm doing it. And so he just kind of marched off into the wilderness by himself. He's like, we're going to make this. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess we're doing it.
And you were kind of almost, you really had to pray, but it was your caution flag. We just have this relationship. It's too soon.
Yeah,
we need to ease them into this a little bit. Because the Kurt Warner story, they're okay with that. Is he a devout follower of Christ? He is.
Yeah.
But he's a good guy, and everybody likes him, and it's safe, and still has a great story, and he doesn't apologize for his faith or anything like that. And you were like, that kind of stuff they're a little more comfortable with. We'll work our way there, but I think this is, you thought maybe too soon?
Yeah, I thought maybe, like, I just kept saying, John, just give it a few more years. And he's like, no, I don't know why, but it's now. We got to do it now. And I'm like, all right, go for it. If you feel it, go for it. And so when we got done with it, we went to go screen it for the studio. And I thought it was going to be, I just thought it was going to be like, a slaughter.
You thought, well, this has been good.
It's been good. It's nice. It's been nice doing it. We're out.
Did y'all like where we were in Birmingham? Because that's where we're going back.
I'd be standing outside that window with another DVD cover, like, hey, can you have me on it? But all of a sudden, we showed it to the studio, and we did this test audience. at the end of it, my boss at Lionsgate, he's a secular Jewish guy who's a self-professed atheist, and he watched it and with his team, and he came up afterwards and he said, "You're going to think I'm crazy." He said, I've got a bunch of people in there that are all going to tell you things that change with this movie, and I'm telling you, don't touch a thing.
Wow.
He said, as a person that's
on the outside looking in,
he said, this is the movie that came the closest to making me want to make a decision and be baptized to anything I've ever seen. He's like, I can't explain what it's done to me, but he's like, don't touch it. And we were like stepped away, and he's like, we're going to do this as a wide release. We're going to put it out everywhere. So like there's a lot leveraged on February 24th.
Okay.
It's a time for the audience to be heard.
Well, as I know, having two and that work in the industry, the pandemic was devastating.
It was
devastating.
Yep.
And I mean, I'm talking about like my son, who's the actor, went from having all kinds of work to having no work.
Yep.
And then he said, and then when you're where he was, now the people that had already gone on ahead of us came back auditioning for roles that we normally get,
right?
Because nobody had work.
Yep.
So that made it harder.
Log jam.
Yeah, you had I Still Believe come out right in the middle of it.
the weekend of.
Yeah,
it's great timing.
Yeah, and then even the Kurt Warner movie was still affected by people being uncomfortable.
Yep. Uh-huh.
I'm reading right here, only in theaters, February 24th.
Yep.
Do we feel like that's behind us now?
Yeah, I think it is, and I think it's an opportunity. Like it's really like there's so much riding on this moment, not just for this story. This story, the timing is really. I think it's a special story that God could spark something, but also just from a standpoint that studios, because of the pandemic, are making really snap decisions that I don't think are accurate. But all of a sudden they're like, movies don't work in theaters, and then all of a sudden Top Gun comes out, and they're like, movies are definitely for theaters if they're action oriented and they have Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
And then they're like, these movies are dead, and all of a sudden like a movie pops, they're like, oh, horror movies is where it's at. So it's like they're making these snap decisions. So for them to have a movie that has Jesus in the title, they're making a huge decision about whether the faith audience is viable or not. And so you vote with your ticket. And so February 24th, it's a time for, but the rumblings that we're getting of like churches that are rallying around this moment, I think it could be pretty significant.
Well, I think just like you saw with the guy who is a professed atheist, I do think that the hippie tie-in kind of opened some of those doors.
It did.
Because I think they like seeing the fundamental, and I'm a fundamentalist. I'm not apologizing for being fundamental in my faith. I'm not apologizing. No. God doesn't need me to be his PR agent, I promise you. And I don't apologize for God.
I like it.
But what I'm saying is this, the fact that it does take on some of the stuffiness that was happening with cultural Christianity and the stuffy church not understanding and saying some people aren't worth even reaching. I think that does open some doors, because I think even those who don't believe kind of like that narrative.
They do.
It shows the faith in a different way.
It's an invitation.
Yeah.
It's an invitation. So it's pretty significant to see, like, when it doesn't water down the truth at all, but it's the idea of it takes on the idea of combating religion.
Yeah.
And this moment where they put it all down, like, no, what do we really believe? It's about Jesus and about inviting people to the truth.
Yeah.
And it's a significant moment.
We'll come back. We'll have a few more questions, and then I know you got to go. But can you stay one more? If you have some, maybe those of you that remember this, you got questions, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll take some of your phone calls, too. February the 24th, theaters only, Jesus Revolution. Get that on your calendar. And if you have questions, you can ask them at 866-WE-BE-BIG as we continue with Andy Irwin right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
People to go to his concerts. So they're doing exactly, which they have the right to do.
Yeah.
See, I'm going to be consistent. I think a radio station has the right not to play his music if they don't want to, and if they disagree with him, don't like him. Now, the narrative they've created is not accurate, but let's just say that they just said we don't like it, and we just don't like it, okay? We don't like him supporting Trump, so we're not going to play his music. We don't like we're looking for something that he said that can make us sound like we have a little more case than we really do,
right?
And we're going to stop playing his music. Fine. That's the same thing we all said about the Dixie Chicks, and y'all said that we shouldn't feel that way. So, to talk about the Hawaiian volcano eruption, sending lava into residential areas, prompting evacuations.
Rick, I would. 10,000 people have had to be evacuated from the island of Hawaii, the Big Island, after the volcano there became active again. And I'm not even going to try to say the name of it. That would be a waste of time and a car wreck at the same time. But the footage coming out of there is amazing. You see where there's like a fault line, and it's just running out through the woods, and you see the lava and the fire coming up out of it. And that's just an amazing shot to me there. You see it on RBTV right now, courtesy of the Daily Mail, and that's incredible. Of course, that whole, all of the Hawaiian Islands are formed by a volcano. So, they're still active, and even though they lie dormant for a while. But this particular one, I want to say
there's houses around it.
It erupted, Rick, for like 8 or 9 years. It was the one you could go to and just see it every day, back, I don't know, 5-10 years ago. But it's active again. I mean, Rick, it's just like the side of the mountain split open, and there's just a fire lane through there. Isn't that wild?
When I was there,
it's amazing footage.
When I was there back at Christmas, of course, I was over on Maui. They were telling me they thought that this thing was getting ready to go again.
Yeah,
on the Big Island.
Speedy's obsessed with it.
No,
and they have a volcano erupting underwater that's about to form a new island. It's almost cresting. It's within a few feet, I think. So we'll have a new Hawaiian island here in the next few years. But yeah, the way that lava, it just wipes out forest and houses, and there's nothing you can do when it's rolling down the hill.
Look,
now it's not going real fast. That's the good news.
No,
but
if it gets you, that's on you.
It can trap you.
Well,
cut you off. But look at the smoke from that thing.
I don't understand though. I know that there's volcanoes here that have proven they are still active. I don't know that I want to set my house up in the lava zone.
That's right.
It seems like I would.
Well,
don't sneak up on you.
If it hadn't erupted in a while, you got some pretty good dirt there.
Yeah, there's potential though.
And
but today
it's going to erupt again. I mean, you could say that about all the islands, probably.
I guess you could, but I mean, this one.
When we were in Maui, I mean, the mountain right behind the hotel where we were is a volcano, but it's dormant, they say. But
I rode a bicycle down a volcano.
Yeah, you're walking around on land that was formed by lava. So you're like, it could happen again.
I rode an ATV down a volcano. I mean, everything you ride down is a volcano.
You're like the me monster of volcanoes in here.
Well, I mean, it was.
Have you ever seen one erupting though? Hot.
You talking about
live?
What do you mean live?
Mm-mm.
No.
Yeah,
no, I have not.
Can't say I have.
Yeah, I didn't
know if you saw one when you were in Hawaii.
Nicaragua's got a bunch of them too.
Do they really?
Oh yeah. Matter of fact, a lot of times you can't go up to it. I actually saw the sunrise over, one of the big craters. I showed you those pictures.
Is it erupting in Nicaragua?
In Nicaragua.
Do they have lava flow out of it?
It does from time to time. Some of them do.
Those tours you go on, and we've all seen the footage online where the lava's pouring into the water and the steam coming off of it and all. Yeah. Man, that's impressive.
Iron lava.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
Yeah, I just to me, the lava coming down, that's not good. That's bad.
And I can assure you, if you're looking in that volcano right there and you drop your keys, hey baby, they're gone.
Hey baby, they're gone.
Yep.
That was one of my favorite ones from Jack Handy.
Yeah, that's one of the best ever.
If you drop your keys in molten lava,
hey baby, they're gone. Yep, that's right.
Yep,
that is correct.
So I mean, but is this like people who live in there is no place where somebody doesn't have something. I mean, you can't.
You got volcanoes there, California. You got earthquakes and mudslides. Here we got tornadoes.
Hurricane people down
coast. You got hurricanes.
So I mean, you can't have nothing. But I was just wondering, is this as big a deal to them? Is this the normal? Yeah, there we go, another volcano erupting. Everybody move your stuff. I mean, is it to that thing?
I don't know. With the National Guard coming in, I don't know. Helping folks get out.
There's something about seeing that hot lava roll down a highway, that's got center stripes on it. It's kind of weird. I mean, through the woods is one thing. But when it's out there on a highway, you're like, hey, that's bad. Somebody can't get through.
Yeah, I can't get past. Wow.
Are you going to be okay with it?
I am.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. MyPillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow.com/Bubba right now. Bubba, I'm sleeping on the 2.0.
2.0, man. I am glad those came in.
Yeah, I like 2.0.
How about pulling the wrapper on it and expanding on you? I love it.
That's it.
Hey, Betty, come here, watch this.
Right.
Watch this.
15 minutes in the dryer and we're ready to go.
I know.
So anyway,
I don't think I gave mine enough dryer
Bubba.
time. I just ran through the house with it and then went and slept on it.
Yeah, it's the new MyPillow 2.0. They've even improved on what is a perfect pillow, and Bubba and I have ours, and we're loving it. Right now, if you go to MyPillow.com/Bubba, there's some deals to be had. We call this speedy kind of savings. You know, I mean, you've got to really discount it to get Speedy fired up, and they've got all kinds of savings right now. Here's a Speedy savings. Right now, for all the ladies out there, they're offering you a long-sleeve shawl at 50% off. And it's got the collar pullover. It's in multiple colors, and you'll love that. We got men and women's drawstring pants, some lounge pants, 35% off right now. Also, if you're looking to get 30% off their two-piece jogger set, 30% off right now. And, of course, there's a deal to be had right now on the MyPillow 2.0. That is also priced and ready to go. It's the latest and the best pillow that's ever been made. So go right now to MyPillow.com/Bubba. All those savings are there. Or you can just go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button, and you'll find the link to get the savings I just mentioned to you, too. All right, Andy Irwin is here. So we've got some callers that want to ask about the new movie coming out on the 24th of February, Jesus Revolution. If there's anything else you want to get in, let me know, but I'm going to let them ask a couple of questions. Let's start with Julie out of Illinois. Julie, you are on with Andy Irwin. Go ahead.
Hey, Julie.
Uh-oh. Come here. I got Pac-Man up here.
Uh-oh.
Let me try. Click it again.
We've had a few phone issues.
Julie, tell me when you
morning,
can hear me.
Andy.
I got Pac-Man.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
When Speedy's like, oh, no, it's like mad.
It looks like Pac-Man. We've been talking about this. I don't know if you have this on a movie set, but if you go away and just leave a studio with nobody in it.
It's somehow.
And you come back on Monday
morning.
The gremlins get you.
All right. Can you hear me now, Julie?
We went to Francis. Can you put Julie on hold?
Went to where?
We went to
Francis on line 2.
Now see.
Julie,
now she's there.
Okay, Julie, you're there. All right, your question for Andy Irwin. Go ahead.
Hey, Julie.
Hi, my name's Julie, and I'm looking forward to seeing the movie. I'm interested in a lot of the groups that were popular back then. And my question is, do you cover Keith and Melody Green much? And if so, who plays his part?
Keith deserves, and I know his widow Melody. She's amazing. Keith deserves his own movie. That guy, like, what a fascinating guy! A guy that did all his music and then gave it all away.
Oh, I remember that. You saw that was in Jesus Music.
Yeah. So we just touched on it briefly in Jesus Music. And this one, a lot of Keith's story happens kind of towards the later part of the 70s, and we cover the early part. But what we did cover in this one was kind of the early genesis of that, Jesus Music. And so there's this band called Love Song that was one of the first. They were a group of hippies. One of them was still serving out a sentence for his drug conviction, and then they got invited to start playing these revivals, and that was the genesis of CCM Music. And then Keith was a few years into that. So we didn't get into Keith's story in this one, but we kind of show a little bit of the breadcrumbs that led to Keith.
Yeah, if you haven't seen Jesus Music, they unpack his story not entirely, but in some detail there.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Yeah, and then. So a soundtrack for this, you got to have that.
Yeah.
So did you do, like you say, some of the Christian music of that day?
Yep. We did both. The same thing we've done with all of our movies. It was kind of a mixture between, fresh things from our perspective, and then kind of incredible secular tunes. And so the soundtrack to this is fantastic. The last song we secured for the film was Fleetwood Mac and Don't Stop, and that one cost a pretty penny, but it was
I bet it did. They don't give them away, do they?
Exactly, they don't. But it's a great. But then we did some of these original kind of Faith songs. We had this amazing band that kind of played the parts from down in Mobile, and it was great. It
was funny because I played it in the bed music while we were interviewing you, because I don't know if it's some unwritten rule, but if you do a show based in the 70s, there has to be a scene in slow motion of everybody walking to Give Me Shelter by the Rolling Stones.
Exactly.
Have you noticed that? Every single movie from the 70s, it must be got to pay for Give Me Shelter.
Exactly. Like you just see the price tag going cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
Like as y'all walk toward the stadium.
Yep.
Let's go to Francis in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. You're on with Andy Irwin. Go ahead.
Hey, Francis.
Hey, good morning, guys. My world is kind of colliding together here as a Asbury Seminary graduate.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow. Revival breaking out in Wilmore, Kentucky, and then I hear this call. Just a quick question. So Lonnie Frisbee is a pretty interesting character.
Yep.
And it's interesting that you would pick the gentleman who plays Jesus in The Chosen. Do you go into Lonnie's struggles much? Because that could be a real interesting dynamic to see Jesus on the small screen and Jesus on the large screen struggling with some of the things that Lonnie struggled with later on in his life.
Yeah, so with Lonnie's a very complicated character because Lonnie came out of Haight-Ashbury, which was in San Francisco, where they had the hippie movement, the Summer of Love, all that stuff. And in the midst of that, they all bottomed out on LSD, and it got ugly. Yeah. And then that's where this Jesus movement kind of sparked, and Lonnie was one of those first. And he never really kind of escaped all of his demons. He had this amazing thing, that an indelible power that God used him, and he went off to start the Vineyard movement after our story. And then he, in the 80s, really kind of backslid and really struggled and had a lot of personal demons, and then came back to the Lord late in his life and died of AIDS in the 90s. And so it was just, but with this one, what we really kind of go into, and I think Jonathan does such a great job of showing it, is his real struggle with ego. Is he kind of got seduced by this power of thinking like, I am the Jesus movement and it's really me. And so it's a really tragic part of the story where God used him to spark this movement, and then he kind of missed out on it later because he really kind of got drunk on his own power. And we go into some of that conflict that he and Chuck had towards, after the movement got started, and then that kind of baton is handed off to Greg Laurie. So he's, it's a different kind of role for Jonathan, where it has the power that he has and a lot of the humor that he has playing Jesus, but then there's a lot of complicated stuff about him too.
Yeah, I read some, there's, I forget who wrote the article, but, one of the things that sometimes, and we've seen it, Bubba, I mean, people become very disillusioned sometimes when the person that God used in their life to point them to the one and only living God, all that's legit. Yep. And then their life kind of crumbles. Yeah. I mean, I've had to sit down and counsel people before they start questioning their faith, but I think what you have to understand is these people are not who redeemed us. Yep. And they're trying to point us at a moment in their life. Some of them finish well, some don't. Yep. But they're pointing us to redemption, to the one who can provide it. And they can't. And they're imperfect people. They're flawed. They got all kinds of problems. And like I say, some of them overcome, some don't. Yep. But the point is, were you transformed by Jesus? Yeah. And you're right. Because that's the problem when people have big platforms and they don't finish well. Yep. It really causes confusion in the people that God used them to influence. But that's that moment you got to realize everybody out here is flawed, but we're pointing you to the one who's not flawed.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the hope of the gospel is God chooses to use messy people.
Oh boy,
and
he's done it throughout Scripture. Exactly.
You look through the Bible, and there's a reason why the Bible includes the flaws, is because it points to that. There's got to be something bigger than these people that caused all this life change.
Well, when we did the manchurch.com, our first curriculum was the pursuit of Christ-centered masculinity. Yeah. And we knew pretty quick when we said the standard is Christ. Right. If you want to know how to be a man, how about when God became one? Okay. Right. So that's going to be pretty flawless. But then the very next curriculum, we knew immediately it had to be real men of the Bible. Yep. So we did 8 flawed guys that God used. Wow. And so you can see that he used and they all got some things they did right, and they all got some things they did really bad. Wrong. But it's like you need to remember that. Yep. He's a perfect standard, but the people he uses.
Yep. They're messy.
Bobby out of Mobile. Bobby, go ahead.
Hey, Bobby.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I'm so excited about this movie now.
Yeah, thank you.
It's kind of funny. When I was 13 years old, I ran across that album, Love Song.
Yep.
And I was, and my friend, the Pentecostal girl, introduced it to me. But here I was going to Legalistic Baptist Church.
Yep.
So it was really a conflict, and it took me a couple of years before I could really solidify my faith in Christ.
Right.
So, but where are those Love Song guys now?
Well, it's funny you should say that. So 2 of them are going to be at the premiere on Wednesday in L.A. Chuck Girard, who was the lead singer, is bringing his family, and it's pretty amazing just to see these guys that, were the old guard. They were the rebels, and I think the thing that's interesting, that's so interesting about this story is it something that was overtly Christian, and at the time it was very counterculture. Right. And those things collided, and those things shouldn't go together. But at the time, they were the rebels. They were the ones saying we're going to do it different. Right. And it was this collision of kind of legalistic Christianity and real fringe kind of hippie Christianity, and it collided. And there was this moment where all those things mixed in the middle, and there was this outpouring of God's Spirit, and they were one of those. And like I said, the other guy that's going to be there, Tommy Coombs, that was the drummer, I believe. Tommy was, there was guys on that band that were serving out their drug sentence for, having just got saved off the streets off of drugs. And so, he had to kind of do his parole 2 days a week and play for the church the other, few days a week of the revival. So it's a really cool, pure moment of our faith that I think a lot of people are going to be fascinated with.
Jesus Revolution, the movie.
What's really funny.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, what's really funny is I actually just had to get rid of my cassette tape of that group.
That's awesome.
Because I don't have anything to play it on.
I love it. Yeah. When we were doing the movie that I Can Only Imagine, we had the young actor playing young Bart, and we had a U2 cassette, and I handed it to him. I was like, "Here, kid, this is for the scene." And he's like, "What is this?" And I was like, "It's music." He's like, "What do you do with it?" I was like, "It goes in that little thing in the car there, buddy." I was like, "It's like a CD." He's like, "What's a CD?" I'm
Right,
like, I'm old.
you knew we were old then. Jesus Revolution, the movie. Andy, thanks for being with us, buddy.
Appreciate you guys. It's always a privilege to be here. It's home.
Look at show notes, rickandbubba.com, February 24th. It will be in theaters only. And it's got a great lineup. You can watch the trailer there at jesusrevolution.movie or in show notes at rickandbubba.com. Get it on your calendar, February the 24th. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's worried to death.
I'm looking over at it.
Yeah. What are you so worried
about?
about?
He gives more lava reports than anybody I've ever met.
You're right, yeah.
Well,
How about, it is interesting.
How about flood insurance? I asked the question this morning, is there lava
a good
insurance?
question.
And there actually is.
I would think there would be.
Yeah.
I bet it's high.
It's called lava flow protection.
I may get it.
Yeah.
Well, if you're that house it's coming at right now.
Speedy's got it.
How about if it's coming at your house? There's no way it survives. It's just going to push it down the hill or burn it up.
Oh,
you'll care about then, Greg.
Unless you can move your house, you got problems.
I've never seen it come to Alabama. But
hey, watch it.
Greg's violating the too far away rule.
Yeah, I know. He said he doesn't care about anything west of Texas. And I'm like, Greg, I said, do you realize we're hurt in a lot of different places?
It's not that I don't care. I'm just saying I'm not concerned.
Right.
Greg, look at me. You don't care.
I mean, I'm not buying lava insurance.
So wait a minute, did Greg just draw the line so you care up to Texas?
Weather.
That's what I mean.
Because it can move this way.
Right. So
How are you on mudslides?
What about east? You go.
I'm not scared of mudslides.
Mudslides are probably my least feared natural
They're
disaster.
bad, but I just don't see
Yeah.
a lot
Yeah,
of
they're
them.
bad
Yeah.
if it's in your backyard.
Now,
It's
if I
real
lived
bad.
there, it would be.
What about east, Greg? You go all over the water to east?
No, the east, I don't even give that nothing.
Nothing.
Not really.
Okay.
What about forest fires? How are you?
I don't like forest fires.
You don't care about the weather like in Georgia?
What? Yeah, I guess.
Greg,
it's
you
like
think
my
it's
son lives there.
You
but-
think it's already past?
You're saying it's past you, it can't get you.
Yeah, but no, I got a tie. My son lives there.
I'm sure he appreciates
So okay,
that.
so Carolina's out.
Yeah, I don't have any kinfolk up there.
What about what about north?
I don't want bad things to happen. I'm not saying that, but put it this way: if you get a look on TV and there's a big storm going up the East Coast, you just go to sleep, right? You go to bed, you don't sit up and look at the radar and go, man, ooh, look, it's moving up into Vermont.
Yeah, I got you. Well,
Because it doesn't directly, immediately affect you.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I got you.
I mean, if it's coming at your
Speedy
house.
acts like because we had a running joke for some reason, especially floods.
Oh yeah,
lava and floods. Hey, what about up Michigan?
Well, Greg, that's
we're
Greg,
on in Michigan.
That ain't the point, though. But we can't.
We gotta let everybody
Look,
know.
They've got it covered up there. The local people.
Greg,
If they're dependent on us to warn them, they're in trouble.
But Greg, you have to look at his past. There's something that flips inside him when there's a catastrophe or something.
That's true.
You got to remember how he swings into action.
We're on right now 92.7 FM in Michigan.
But
you don't care about
But again, I doubt they're depending on us to keep them safe for their weather.
You're right.
We just give it
or
a
lava as far as that goes.
We're just giving a national forecast.
Right.
Well, hey, look, I've wanted to talk about the severe weather hitting the last couple of days, but I hadn't.
Let me tell you where Greg does need to worry about lava, and that's at Yellowstone. Yeah, that's a super volcano, and
but I'm not
it's
there,
got
though.
very unstable the last few
But
years.
Yellowstone's not going to get to Calhoun County.
No. But back to your weather. If it goes up and it causes a lot of ash, it's going to blow right over the southeast. Yeah.
Do you have ash warning on your phone?
I'm not scared of ash.
Some people think you act like an ash. But the
little ashy.
Yeah, right.
It's early, but you can leave.
Greg, but see, that's
hey, ash warning.
That's close, though, but I know it's not Texas. That's just now we're getting into Wyoming.
So you don't have ash warning
Montana.
on your phone?
No, I do not.
We've asked him about everything except for north. Do you give Tennessee anything? Kentucky?
No, because it normally doesn't come down here.
So you don't care about Nashville or anything?
I just I didn't care, but I don't go, oh, hey, we better keep an eye on that one.
Let me tell you when he does care about Nashville, if he's going to the Grand Ole Opry.
I did. I had fun in Nashville the other night.
Right.
Oh,
Sorry,
I read their boys. When they crank it up, you know. Whatever.
Did you and Lisa go over and go for this little entertainment district they got over there? It's nice.
It is.
A lot going on.
A lot going on.
Is Blake Shelton's place finished yet?
I don't think we're in that area.
Yeah.
He didn't.
It was under construction when I was there.
No, we weren't in the Music Row area.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Eight minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. Thanks for being with us today. We'll get to some of your phone calls on any topic coming up next hour. We've talked Super Bowl. We've talked Jesus Revolution, the movie. Bubba, we have not talked that we're shooting things out of the sky. So over the weekend, it's like, we went from we're not going to shoot anything down to we were shooting everything down. So do we have an update on what are we shooting down? Spy balloons? What are we shooting down?
Let's just see if we can recap this.
Okay.
We shot down something over Alaska.
Correct.
We shot down something over Canada.
Correct.
And then we shot down something over one of the Great Lakes.
Was that somewhere up in Ohio, wasn't it?
Somewhere Michigan, one of the Great Lakes.
Yeah, up there, yeah.
So I'm still confused. I know the Canadians were going to close in to find the debris of what was shot over Canada, which, by the way, how come the Canadians didn't do that?
Well, I
was just curious.
I saw everyone's favorite press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre Karine. I saw her try to answer it, and her answer made no sense. So I don't. She rambled around.
Are we responsible for all of North America? I know we have the NORAD is for the whole hemisphere.
She went down the NORAD road, but she got real confused. I couldn't really follow it.
So we could shoot it down, but we couldn't. We couldn't go and get it.
Yeah. So listen to this. Here's one B. This is why you're going to see why I'm confused. All right, here we go. And you're going to be still confused after this. So here we go.
Why is the American military shooting something out of the sky over Canada?
Because it's part of NORAD. There is the NORAD is part of like it's a what you call a coalition, a consortium, and so exactly. And so that's why we were able to do that. Again, we didn't do it on our own. We did it clearly in step with Canada.
Canada. I don't know what to say.
Oh my God!
I don't know what to.
You know what I think. You know what I think's happened. I think she actually could speak plain, but she's listening to Joe Biden so much. She can't speak now either. I understand. We have a North American Air Defense Treaty.
Okay, yeah.
But I would think, I know Canada's not going to want boots on the ground.
You mean Canada?
Yeah, or that place too.
Right.
But it is a little strange to me. We would shoot it down, but then they were going to go get it on the ground. We haven't heard anything. Now, this is what was strange yesterday. I started seeing stories as we were driving back from hamcation that the Pentagon, their spokespeople were saying, we cannot rule out that this is alien.
Come on now.
No.
Yeah, they were saying they can't rule it out.
Well, Bubba.
I know, but
okay.
So, are we just talking about China's launching? Are they all balloons? We heard one that
I'd
one
like
was
to know that.
cylindrical.
I'd like to know.
You know,
that.
it was
What was it?
You know,
I know what
it
you
was
mean.
round and
Yeah,
long.
I got it.
You know that shape?
I do. I'm familiar with it.
They're describing it as a small metallic balloon with a feathered payload.
Right.
Is what they're describing as.
Which one?
That's the one that
there's so
was
many.
shot
Talk about
down
three.
in the frozen waters of Alaska.
Okay, so we gunned one down in Alaska. We've gunned one
Yeah,
down
that
in
was
Canada.
Friday, and then
We've
Saturday
gunned one
was
down-
Canada, and then Sunday was over the Great
And then there's
Lakes.
something here y'all got pulled out here today. It says that the Montana one, the one that the Great Lake ones looked like the one that we shot down over Montana, or something. I want what's in the sky. What are we shooting down?
I mean, is China just launching
balloon after
balloons
balloon?
like crazy? Were these already floating our way before the last shoot down?
And is it necessary since they already know everything about us from TikTok?
Right.
Is this
right.
necessary? I mean, you know, the thing that really concerns you, all kidding aside, is if it had some sort of payload they wanted to drop that was bad news.
Yeah, what would we do? I mean,
Right.
if it was some deadly virus, what would we do with it? I mean, people were asking me that. I
Well,
said,
you know, they
I don't
launched
know.
one deadly virus out of
Right.
Wuhan. You might remember
Yeah,
it.
I started to say they
Right.
don't need a balloon to
No,
fly it over
they
here.
don't.
They just launch it
They
down
don't.
at the local wet market.
That's right.
It'll get here
Somehow
eventually.
Fauci's behind these balloons.
Right.
So
but the amount of information we're not getting. Okay, when we shot the one down in South Carolina, thank goodness the weekly whopper there in Montana took a
God,
picture of
you
it, or
love
we
that,
wouldn't
don't you?
even have that.
Yeah.
But
can we get somebody to sit down and say, all right, I want to update everybody on things we're shooting out of the sky in North America?
We did get footage of them pulling it into the boat. Now, they haven't told us completely what the payload
Now,
was.
which one was that one?
That's the first one, the South Carolina one.
Okay.
So, I mean, but we're getting nothing on these others. Nothing.
Yeah, and how about the one Friday that was shot down in the frozen waters? That was in the press briefing, and a question was asked, and then they just kind of nonchalantly said, "Oh yeah, by the way, I can confirm we've shot one down." The one that had the tethered package or whatever payload, that was the one in Canada that was shot down. So,
so are all? I guess
I don't know.
Question one: are all of these the same weather balloon with equipment hanging under?
They're saying these are much smaller.
Yeah, because I heard the one we was shot down originally, South Carolina,
Mm-hmm.
which that was the one they think might have flown over Montana or something too at one time.
Yeah, that's the one that cut across the country.
Right. And we just let it ride. But that one was about the size of a bus,
Mm-hmm.
okay? And these are about the size of a car. That's the thing I keep hearing. Now, you ever have that thing where you say something and all of a sudden your confidence begins to wane a little bit?
Right.
I'm pretty sure I heard something like that.
Well, that was the first one. That was the South Carolina
Right.
shoot down.
Yeah, that was the one. But they said the one we shot down second over Alaska was about the size of a car.
Yeah,
the one we
much
shot down
smaller.
over South Carolina was about the size of a bus.
Right. I mean, I know we haven't. I mean,
Nobody's told me about Canada.
I really feel like we ought to be getting more details on this, don't you?
Yeah. Well, yeah. You talking about we're shooting stuff out of the sky?
Yeah.
All over North America? Yeah, I'd like to know about that.
No, Speedy, seriously, we're coming up the highway, and I get a a brief on the phone, and it says Pentagon will not rule out extraterrestrial on these things. But I mean, that just doesn't mean it is. That just means they won't rule it out.
What was the murmur on hamcation? Y'all had to be talking about it.
Well, I will tell you the overall. Can I give you an over? I mean,
We'll come back.
there's a lot of people I call and ask questions.
I know, but I mean, down at hamcation, y'all are the ones supposed to be telling us stuff.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a murmur all over hamcation?
I'll tell you what the word on the street is.
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
I'll give you that.
I want to know the
And I don't know that
hamcation
it's
murmur.
accurate, and I don't have facts to back it up.
I want the murmur.
Okay.
Top of the hour. 866 We Be Big. Rick and Bubba show. Stay with us. Everything you need to know right there at rickandbubba.com. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That wacky world.
Every time I look around.
We've covered this story before, and we will handle it delicately as we can. Now, warning, just met the people in the golden ticket seats, and featured in the golden ticket seats today are a few of Greg's minions.
Yeah.
Please do not encourage Greg during this story.
Let's see if we can walk through this smoothly. We've had issues with people for some reason relieving themselves in public places, and we're not talking about number one. Okay, we're talking about number two.
The old curveball, Rick.
Yep, dropping a deuce. So, all
right.
Now, in some cases, people have found out that these were joggers that undoubtedly cannot hold it. Still not good, still not appropriate, still shouldn't do it. But at least you go, okay, well, then
They had no choice.
Then we had this happen at our school one time, where there's this thing going on now where they're trying to track down people who are doing this at schools, all over the schools.
Yeah, by design.
By
Kind
design.
of like the Unabomber, but something just a little different.
Exactly. So when they started investigating a New Jersey school that was having this problem, the person was referred to as the mystery pooper.
How about that?
Bubba, they have captured the mystery pooper, and you're not going to believe who it is.
Rick, he happens to be 42 years old, and he is the superintendent of the school system.
The superintendent, or better known as the pooperintendent.
Okay. See you later.
Good night, everybody.
Now, Rick, his first name is Thomas. I'm not even going to try that last name. That is a
Pooper. It looks like the name of a volcano.
It really does. Now, Rick, he's been placed on leave from his $150,000 a year job. So we got a guy here that's obviously very well educated. He's a superintendent. He's paid very well. Why is he going out and dropping his drawers on the football field and around the track?
Bubba, according to the coaches, they said on the track and the field, this person would leave something behind for them every single day. And they've caught the person, and it's the superintendent. To Bubba's point, how does the superintendent get caught in a situation where he says, I got to go right here on the track?
Yeah.
I got to go on the football field. So he has to be doing it on purpose.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
He
multiple
probably has
times.
his own bathroom.
Yeah, he probably in his office has his very own private bathroom, I would guess.
Oh, for sure.
He's married, father of two, makes good.
Yeah.
What kind of kicks is he getting out of this?
Well, at some point, it's got to become a lot of pressure to pull that off every day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why? To me, see, this is the thing I don't understand about this obsession or this quirk or whatever.
I'm telling you.
Raise your hand, and I think everybody's with me. Raise your hand if having to do this in a public place is something you're trying to avoid.
No, right here.
I mean, it's almost one of those things that I'm like, oh, please don't let that ever happen to me.
Yeah. I stage my day to try to be in the right place at the right time.
Here's a person that says, man, I hope I get to poop on the track today.
Now, Rick, not only what we've already said about him, he also is a part-time lecturer at the Rutgers Graduate School of Education, where he makes another over $5,000 a year just making occasional speeches.
Guys, and then did he pull the ultimate move as the superintendent and try to find the mystery pooper when really he was looking?
Let me find him.
Let me get him. The key for this to continue is what? Be looking for yourself.
Yep.
And
Rick, how odd,
guys! This guy is a whirly bird. This is not normal behavior to go and do this out on the football field or on the track.
I will say this, though.
On a daily basis, the super, or as we now call him, the pooperintendent.
Yes.
Did anybody, when they started this, said, good night, what kind of, these kids today?
Somebody's trying to be funny.
Who would do this? Did anybody say, now, guys, I've got one theory, and I want y'all to stay with me here. It could be the superintendent. I mean, would anybody have said, what the?
I'll tell you where we need to start looking, Rick, right at the top.
What if you walked up on that? You wanted to go to the track early that day?
I want to know how.
Good night.
I want to know how we caught
squatting around
if
too.
you running slip.
They caught him with surveillance cameras.
That's what I was thinking. What about when you're the person that walks in and says, all right, now I have footage. I have captured the mystery people. and then somebody says,
I ain't going to believe it.
Let's take a look at it. My gosh, is that the superintendent?
Wait a minute.
It's Mr. Potpourri.
Is that Thomas Jamalaglini?
Again, it happened multiple. He could go like I was running. I'm sorry, and I had a bad deal come on.
Yeah, we've all been
But
on the
that
wrong
doesn't
side of
happen.
campus and have to find a bush, right? I mean,
That doesn't
everybody's
happen
done that.
enough.
I know some people that went into the restroom at a stadium one time, and when the power went off and there weren't any lights.
Yeah, have you heard about that,
Do
Bubba?
what you got to do.
That was a tough situation.
Yeah.
But in this situation, and we've reported on this more than
But
once.
this is not what this is.
You know, we've reported on this situation more than once. They want it to be out in public. They won't hide it.
Why?
I don't know. There's some kind of weirdness about it. You know what I'm saying? They won't go to a bush because nobody will see it.
What's wrong
The
with
fact that people
Do you think he was out there looking at it too when they called him out to see what was going on, and he thought, "Hey, we got a mountain lion out here"?
My goodness, Bubba, he has been placed on a leave of absence. I like how they went ahead and showed us a picture of the track and the football field just so we could see.
What do you got to do to be fired?
Yeah, leave of absence.
He's also
night.
How about that? He's also got his hair just like he likes.
Sure, he does.
Yeah. I mean,
well, they're going to discipline him a little bit, and then years later you'll be going, "Yeah, that's the superintendent."
No, I got no.
They pull him in. Don't be pooping anymore.
They got some nice tennis courts there on campus.
I see that.
I know you see that.
He might, sooner or later he was going to get to those.
But he'll poop right at center court.
I want to say this. I got to tell you, I can't have this guy anymore. He can't work for me.
No,
anymore.
Rick, he's done.
I can't have a
Look at
superintendent.
his picture too. Did you see his mugshot?
That's what I say.
Looks like he's got to go now.
I tell you what he looks like. He's got his hair just like he likes it. He also looks like he might be the new up and coming youth pastor.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean?
There's that.
This guy everybody's on fire about. We've already made that mistake a few times, haven't we? But
and Rick, the story goes on to address.
Six minutes now past the hour. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. On all sorts of platforms and technology. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being with us here on the little show we call Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we got callers standing by. We'll get to you. Shooting stuff out of the sky all weekend long. You were at hamcation. I mean, the hams, we depend on y'all in times of emergency. What was the Murmur campaign?
Well, and the Murmur campaign is not based on any facts. I'll just tell you what I heard.
It's a murmur.
The overwhelming feeling among most of the tech guys I know is that this is just a stunt by the Biden administration to make him look strong.
Really, he looks like he's being sharp. Look at him protecting.
Their polling numbers for him letting that balloon go all the way across the country, they got some. I mean, they got some numbers so bad on that it scared them.
Yeah.
And they said we gotta have some more of them, and we're gonna shoot them down before they ever get in the U.S.
I got you.
So let's have 3 events, and we'll gun them down, and we'll show you how we're protecting the skies and all that. They also, most of them feel like that the Biden administration has been compromised by the Chinese communists. So, and again, that's just what I'm hearing. I don't say I agree with that or disagree.
Word on the street.
I don't know. That's just the word on the street.
Word on the street.
If Huggy Bear had info, that's what he would say.
Huggy Bear.
But that to me is very plausible. That's my new word. I love plausible.
Yeah.
Good. We got bad numbers. Look, let's shoot a few things down. We don't have to recover them. It's cold. It's dark. We can't find it. And we'll tell everybody that we don't know what it was, but we are defending the skies.
Right. Because China doesn't need any more information. They've got Hunter Biden. They've got TikTok. I mean, they've got everything they need.
Oh yeah.
Let's go to Rusty in Sweet Home Alabama. Rusty, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
I can't guarantee 100% that what I'm going to tell you is true because I'm getting my information from Big Wax down in Gadsden.
Oh yes.
But it's my understanding that the Canadians couldn't shoot down their own balloon because the mounted police don't have missile capabilities right now. And it was reported that Biden is going to take out his next 2 targets will be the Pensacola Beach Water Tower, the beach ball in Pensacola, and the World's Fair Golden Sphere in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yeah. Wait. He's going to skip the peach in Clinton? Yeah. I mean. So, Adler, I know if you can hear Biden talking about it on clip 1. So, but this is what you're talking about, Bubba, where the PR, it seems plausible when you hear him commenting on the one they let traverse the entire country before we shot it down. Here we go.
And wasn't it a major security breach for the United States, just the fact that the balloon came into the airspace and flew over the country for so many days?
No, look, the total amount of intelligence gathering that's going on by every country around the world is overwhelming. And the idea that a balloon could traverse, break American airspace is Anyway, it's not a major breach.
Gosh almighty.
What was that?
It's almost like they woke him up from a nap and said, hey, God wants to interview you out here. Come on.
It's all, you see, it's the foreign press that are asking most of the good questions now because they're going, this doesn't, even to us, it doesn't make sense now. And there's a lot of Americans feel that way too. And I think that's, like I say, that was the word on the street. But so I don't know. I really hope that we have not got to that level in our country now that we would take military assets and go out and stage events just so the president looks strong. I hope we haven't got to that.
1B again. Is this the secretary again? Now the other rumor is that you said, Bubba, they can't rule out alien something.
I mean, that's what the alert is. I got Sunday.
Is that what she's talking about here? About it says talk about the UFOs. Is this tied to this or just randomly talking about UFOs in 1B?
That was the clip when she talks about NORAD.
Okay, I already got that.
And
okay.
Canadian.
That was the one where she talked about Canada. Okay.
Canadian.
Okay, and
Canadian.
I see you've got clip 2 in case we need it. I know we want to be sure to cover that today. All right, so let's go to Kathy out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Kathy, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Hey, so I was talking to my brother about the sky balloons, and he's like, I've been outside at Fountain, Florida, is where he lives, and he's like, and I've seen him go up over Kendall Air Force Base, and he actually has it on video on 2 separate occasions where something that looks like a balloon goes way up, and he actually had to get out his binoculars and watch it. And so I would be very interested to know how many of your callers have actually seen similar events and we're just not reporting it.
Okay, well,
So I think an all call needs to be issued to your audience for everyone just to kind of monitor the skies, record what we see, and let's get this thing going because I think it's actually happening more than what's actually being recorded or reported.
All right, well, Kathy, let me tell you too. If it's a military base, and I think you said it was an Air Force base, they're going to be setting up. They're going to send up weather balloons probably 3 times a day to get wind speeds, and plus you have NASA down there that's launching rockets, and crosswinds are very important. Putting up weather balloons happens everywhere all the time, but they usually go up, they explode, they disappear, and nobody hurt. But some of these others may be a little different. But I'm sure people are going to see those regular weather balloons and assume that is something else.
So that's probably explainable then. Colton, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, I've been listening to your podcast, and I just want to give you a fun fact about everybody that's saying about changing the weather and everything.
Yeah.
That in 1974, that the Congress tried to pass a legislation that it was a war crime to change the weather.
Okay. I guess it would be, right?
In other words, to try to tamper with weather, if it wasn't them.
Yeah.
Because our government does some too.
Yeah.
I mean, they've seeded clouds and they've done things. We're not ignorant to that. But
if y'all want to have fun, because I know where we live, they don't know yet. They'll know more as we get closer. But there is some sort of risk again on Thursday for some severe weather. Could some of y'all right now start on social media so I can see it?
Rick.
Start asking Span if this is part of what these balloons are causing. Could y'all please for me? Because I'm watching him when people keep asking me this, is this going to be a generational storm and all that? He's to the point now where all he's sending back is no, a big no. But please ask him about it. Okay, please claim that.
That's right. Are you trying to send him over there?
And if y'all could drop chemtrails in there, that'd be awesome. Bill, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey.
Good morning. I was Coach. How are y'all doing this morning?
We're good.
I just wanted to know if y'all talked to Span yet and see if he had any concerns that this deer season's over with, folks going to start taking shots at anything they see in the sky. And number 2, I bet you hot air balloon business has went to zero.
Yeah. If you're flying hot air balloons, it's not time to launch them, is it? Bet you're saying, pass. We're good. We'll come back. 15 minutes past the hour. Oh, gosh. I'm gonna go in the break and check some people talking to spam. That's just wrong. That and the fact that everybody keeps keeping Span updated on the traffic. That's also my favorite. Like he's a traffic guy. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What I think is even a more troubling aspect of this is public pooping a new trend.
Bubba, please
and
don't.
They document several pooping bandits over the past 5 years that have made national attention.
And if you read some of them, we've done those stories.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's
the bowel movement bandit, you remember him?
Yep.
Then that lady jogger.
We had the mad pooper. We had the co-ed pooper, the mad pooper of New York.
Yep.
And
the pooper trader.
Yeah.
Remember him?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
So
and about I think 3 of those are the joggers.
Yeah, a lot of jogging people poop.
Oh gosh, don't look what the pooper trader would do.
Oh, I know.
He added a little something.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I had a calling card.
Oh, great, not good. What's wrong with these?
He'd smear it in.
The world.
The ones that are. What about the ones that are on the car?
Yeah, hunker down on the car. What's up?
No,
now, see, that's
he
fighting
was
words.
Yeah.
Doing something else.
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, that last one.
Oh
yeah,
I know.
That was terrible. Terrible.
But the people that are dropping on the hoods of cars, I mean, come on.
Well, you also got to have incredible balance to do that.
You do.
Incredible balance.
And you better be pretty quick.
Rick.
Don't read.
Did you read the co-ed paper?
Yes, just don't. These people are twisted.
People were out washing their clothes and they were dropping them in the washer.
Sorry, that's a good one. Greg, don't encourage that kind of behavior.
That's funny.
But by the way, we only got one that we've discovered was the superintendent.
Yeah.
The superintendent.
The super pooper.
All right, are there people that were during the process said, "Look, I knew this guy wasn't right"? Are there some people this isn't surprising them at all?
Absolutely.
They saw it coming.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back, and thank you for being with us today. All right, so we did get some clarification. The pooperintendent was not the pooperintendent of the school of the field he was pooping on. He was pooperintendent of a neighboring school and went and pooped on another school's field. Still bad.
Oh, okay.
Still bad, but at least I could have a little rivalry feel about it.
Yeah, that explains a little bit.
Yeah,
Just a little bit.
Well, still,
I mean,
still real bad.
Then pooping on your own field, at least
It's bad.
at least he's taking it somewhere else.
You don't want to do it in your own nest.
None of us want a superintendent to have some weird fetish where they have to go poop in public. I don't think any of us want that, especially like we've already said, probably has his own bathroom. I do want to point you, and a lot of you have been doing this, 2 clicks and it's done, joinhoney.com/Bubba. You add this to your browser. If you shop online, and I mean, this is the norm now. I mean, shopping online is so much a part of our life. Well, there's a lot of coupons that are available when you're shopping online, but the problem is that you can sometimes have a hard time finding the right coupon. You find one and it's outdated. Then you find one and use it, and then somebody told you, I used one that gave me even bigger savings than that. What if you could take 2 clicks, add this to your browser, joinhoney.com/Bubba, and then you would just shop like you normally do, and when you go to checkout, then the best coupon that saves you the most money has already been found by joinhoney.com/Bubba, and then you add it right there at checkout, and there's the savings. It goes out there, it just starts searching millions of coupons. It doesn't matter what you're buying, how small the product or how big the product, it will find you the most savings so you never miss it. Join Honey, JOIN honey.com/Bubba. And, of course, you can get that for free. I mean, it doesn't cost you anything to do it. Joinhoney.com/Bubba. Get that done. Also, rickandbubba.com. Under the sponsors, you can find the information, too. Bubba, you mentioned it. You know, we found the Golden State Killer. Now, of course, Greg made the point. He's acting like that he's an old man that doesn't have his faculties now, now that he's been captured. And what we did is we said the DNA evidence available today and how we can use it, not available back when all this happened. Then they went and found something in his trash can after they kind of started narrowing him down. And we brought up, hey, the Zodiac Killer, is someone that was never captured.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're saying that they may be able to use the exact same process that gave us the Golden State Killer years after he had disappeared and was never caught. Could we now figure out who was the Zodiac Killer?
Well, the Zodiac Killer, I think, really has had more press than the Golden State Killer.
I'd never heard of the Golden State Killer.
And he was never caught. And there was a documentary out not too long ago that they suggested they knew who it was, but again, the proof was just not there. In other words, prosecutable proof was not there. And he's known for sure to have shot or stabbed at least 5 people in Northern California back in the late 1960s. But he took credit for up to 37 people.
20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Heard great things on our guys going out over the weekend from themanchurch.com. Another busy week this week. The 16th of February, Blake Prime, Hope Church, Huntsville, Alabama. On the 17th, got 2 going on. We'll send Dawson and Wingo down to Chipley, Florida. They'll be at the Prove Yourself a Man conference, First Baptist Church, Chipley, Florida. That's Friday night. And then Andrew Varvutis will be in Valley Grande, Alabama. That also coming up this Friday night at No Limit Church as they kick off the strategy. So find the rest of them at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. All right, so we have a couple of stories to hit today. Now, from over the weekend, I did not see this, but a lot of people have been talking about it, that we had somebody sink a 94-foot putt to win a car.
Yeah, this was at the Alabama-Auburn basketball game this weekend.
Okay.
It was in Auburn, a big matchup, and this is one of the promotions that happened before the game.
Okay, all right. So, and he drains it, right?
Yeah,
All right, Auburn family, it's time to putt for another car. I got Craig here. He's about to putt that 94-foot putt presented by.
Look, nobody thinks he's going to hit it. Nobody's even paying attention.
To win this new car. He's so focused and ready. Should we just let him do it? Oh, he's just going to do it. All right, there it is. There it is. Oh, that. No way. No way. No way. No!
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow.
Got his toboggan on like he likes it.
Got his toboggan just like he likes it.
Oh, wow.
Car
No
company
doubt.
can't believe it.
Yeah, I know. Y'all got that insurance, right? Okay, good.
Yeah. Look, the guy, everybody's jumping up and down. The car dealer's on with his insurance agent.
Right.
Yeah, it like it went through.
Yeah, you see a lot of those. You just don't see a lot of them made, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, did you notice the audience? They weren't even paying attention.
Yeah,
They're all like, yeah.
About
no,
halfway
no.
down, some of them locked into.
Look at them right now, though. They're also thinking about this.
94-foot putt presented by Lynch Toyota of Auburn to win this new car. He's so focused and ready. Should we just let him do it? Oh, he's just going to do it.
When he
All
says
right,
no
there
way,
it
they
is.
start paying attention.
There it is. Oh, that. No way.
No
No
way.
way. No way.
Of course, he doesn't realize he's got to pay taxes on it.
Right, and they're going to lose.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Insurance is going to be higher. He won't.
Alabama went on to a big win.
Even the players that were huddled up, they were seen looking over their shoulder like, did that just happen?
Yeah. Now,
That was a heartbreaker, Bubba. Auburn was leading there for a while.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I was out.
Yeah,
of
they
touch,
led
so.
up to late.
Yes, I mean, I thought at one point it was on in our house. Braden was all about it, and this right after you sent us the video of this, and I thought, well, I need to go check this game out. And wow,
We had it in the background at the birthday party.
yeah,
There you go.
Yeah, it was on, but it was, when you've got a 2-year-old extravaganza going on, there was.
We'd look up at it
and they're just kids everywhere, and nobody will share. I mean, it's like the thing that's so tough is when you're one of the adults there, and you're connected to some of the kids, like they know your family. You become like a safe island for them while they're in duress with other kids.
Yeah.
Like if they're not sharing something, somebody's after them, they'll come to you and try to hide it.
Oh, yeah.
Or here, hold this, and then a kid comes crying to you saying it's his.
Because they've taken it from
Yeah,
him.
and then I had Marion, Greg's granddaughter. She picked up and started trying to get me to be the person that would get things she wanted.
Yeah.
From other kids. And
She'd point.
And look, she didn't talk much, so she'd just point at what she wanted. At one time, she pointed where she wanted and pointed on my knee where she wanted to sit. She'd go, like sit up there and I can get it. And so I waited for a kid to turn his back, and I took the lightsaber from him.
You were down there. The lightsaber was a big hit. There was a lot of people fighting over it.
And I did get it from Aaron, which was huge. But she just would come over to me and just grab my hand and point. And I'm like, I don't know that I just don't know if I should take things away from other people's kids. And but I would wait till a kid put it down. Yeah.
So sharing, we got to work on.
Oh yeah.
Right. And it was
there were a lot of toys there. It was
yeah.
hard
The sharing. Let me tell you this: Greg's grandson Ellis, he didn't kind of look like Woody from Toy Story.
We should hire him out to parties.
He was.
You know when you have a character show.
Yeah. He was dressed exactly like Woody. And and I found out that there was another little girl there that had her phone, and she played Old Town Road.
Oh yeah.
And all of a sudden we heard Ellis going, Old Town Road, I like that too. And I look over and they're doing a little dance. Woody's dancing.
Yeah.
And
he went up to her. He said, "I like Old Town Road.
I like Old Town Road too."
And as Woody, he said that.
As Woody.
Yeah. And I
never took his cowboy hat off the entire day.
And we were testing something. Greg's other grandson, who was the birthday boy.
Yeah, reluctantly.
He's not.
Look,
that's him right there.
Please look at him with
those were on the cupcakes. That's his grandson, as Buzz Lightyear. So
Riley did that.
Yeah, he. I don't know what it is. He cannot stand the song "Happy Birthday" to be sung to anybody.
Yeah.
And singing it to him, we thought it was just him, and then he cried at another party.
Yeah, he don't like
So
it.
he just don't want to hear it.
No, and so Riley,
pressure.
and there was talk about it. Riley, which I appreciate. Riley says, "Look, he's got to push through this." And he said, "So we're going to sing Happy Birthday again."
Didn't make it.
And buddy, he completely. He just this song. He does not like this song to be sung.
Does he like any singing?
Yeah.
Or is it the singing or is it the song?
It's that song.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know.
You know, that usually is not a song that brings fear into people's heart. Because usually you're getting gifts, you're getting candy, you're
But I
getting
would
cake.
if a lot of times they don't like the attention on them.
Right,
But no,
right.
it's if it's sung to anybody, he doesn't like it.
It's kind of that feeling like when I go to a wedding and I hear the wedding march, it makes my stomach tighten up.
Right.
Even though I'm
Must
not
be the
getting
same
married.
thing.
You know?
Yeah, must be the same thing.
There's something about this song that he just. I don't know what it is.
No, he doesn't like it at all.
I'm going to send
that picture of him. I mean,
I'm
crying
hard.
hard.
I'm sending this to your text, and I should have sent it to you before, but I kind of organically started talking about this, so I apologize.
It was funny.
But the and I can send you Woody too. But here is Greg's daughter, who is about to have another baby, and you could tell she almost didn't want to try it.
Yeah.
And Riley was like, "No, we're going to try it, and we're going to do it, and he's got to push through this, and God love him, he just doesn't like it, Bubba. I mean, it's just I don't know what else to say." And so she just covered her face, like you can tell, because she's so close to birth, and she's just like you could see her going, I'm all about this party, but man, I'm about to have another baby, and
let's keep it stress free as we can.
Right, and so I think she was like, "Do we?"
Look at him. He's losing.
Look, he just can't stand it. I
That
mean,
is so good.
He just.
Everybody's just a singing.
And I can give you a picture of him 1 year ago, and it's the same exact thing. He just wants no part of this. Everybody's singing to him, and of course I'm singing loud.
Oh yeah. You may have been the one that caused the whole thing.
Well, like he don't
Yeah,
like
he
the
didn't
song.
like- he does not like
He
it.
just don't like it. Okay,
Don't like nothing about it.
no.
And he's got a temper like I did, or kind of do when stuff don't work like he wants it to.
Right.
And he's
Oh,
not very
boy.
patient with
No.
it. And he had Duke Kaboom, the little stunt man from Toy Story 4. Well, somebody gave him one that actually had the motorcycle with it.
I saw that.
Well, he wouldn't stay on the motorcycle,
And he lost
he
it.
did not like the fact that he wouldn't stay on it.
Yep,
No.
and I brought him I went dinosaurs. I went.
Oh, we love
All right, so this was a topic here of
Yeah, I mean, he
conversation.
loved
What-
dinosaurs.
I went dinosaurs that were kind of big because at first I'd had some dinosaurs, and he can get spooked by things that he even likes. And it had a motorcycle guy in it, but it was a small motorcycle. And finally, me being an idiot because he's turning 2, everything on the box was saying, "Do not give this to 2-year-olds."
Yeah.
And I was like, "But man, it looks awesome." And
There's Woody.
there's Woody,
There's Woody.
full Woody. And so I went with some that were more age appropriate. They're a little bit bigger, and they don't have that real scary face.
Yeah, they're.
And he was cautiously optimistic with them.
He'll declare he's scared at any moment.
As soon as they put it out, he goes, "I'm scared." But then he went over to him and he kind of looked at him, and I went and
When I left, he was on the couch holding both of them.
Okay, so he finally warmed up to him. So at least I didn't bring him jeans.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I believe it was, that he had killed. Well, the same company that did the DNA work on this now has the original letters. They also have the envelopes that his letters were sent to the police and the newspapers, and they are going over it and going to try to get. Now, the original DNA test, they said they couldn't find any, but this new technique they're using, they think they can find some DNA in the sticky part of the envelope where he sealed it or the stamp. So we'll see. But it's obviously this company is taking it to a whole new level.
Yeah. Well, you know, I couldn't stay with it, and this is a lot less serious, and I don't know why I didn't. I just felt like I was being taken down a road, and I knew it was gonna end up in a disappointing end. But one of these Bigfoot things came on again last night, and they were going to Russia, where they said Russia has the best habitat for Bigfoot, and there it's called something else. There's a name for it there, but it's Bigfoot. and they're saying that now there's a doctor that does all this DNA testing, and he says that if we can really solve this Bigfoot thing or get close to solving it, we have more now than we've ever had. Everybody who finds these hair samples that they wonder what they are in trees, and everybody declares this is. He goes, we have the technology. Bring me the hair.
Yeah.
Hey, bring me all the hair we can find.
And they always find out it's a bear.
And every time I look, I can take these hair samples and I can tell you this is what that hair belongs to. This is what that hair belongs. And eventually, if we get something that we can't identify, then maybe we can start down that road.
I hate to play the role of Greg here, but how do we know Russia is the perfect environment for a Bigfoot?
Yeah, what is required? Because we've never studied a Bigfoot, so how do we know?
Well, we give all these attributes to a creature that no one's, just like that time those idiots will talk about. Well, that must have been a female. This is what they eat. That they love to bang on,
knocking on wood.
Yeah, they love
to
do
that holler.
This we found this little den area right here. This is a Sasquatch den area. What? Look how these trees are put together. They make little forts and sleep in them. Who says? I mean, hear that noise? They bang up and get trees and throw rocks at you to get you to go away. What?
I can't watch any of those shows.
No. That's why I didn't stick with it. But DNA reminded me.
One more thought.
They're basically saying you bring in hair, we can tell you what the hair is.
One more thought on the Zodiac Killer. By the way, in one of his ciphers that he sent, they still to this day have not been able to break the code on it.
They don't even know what he was trying to hide in this one?
No, they don't. It's called Z340, and they're using supercomputers right now to go through and work on every possible combination, and they have yet to break the code.
Is that one right there that he was just showing? What's it called, Z1?
Yeah, that's it.
Is that Z40?
That's it, Z340.
So there's some message in there they've never figured out.
Strange deal.
Oh, Zodiac?
Yeah.
You think we'll ever figure out who Zodiac was?
That documentary really pointed to this one guy, and he, there was a lot of reasons that he appeared to fit the mold of who it was. The boots were, I remember the pattern in the boots from the footprints they had gathered at the crime scene were boots that they were very rare, and they were only sold at PXs on military bases. And the guy that they thought did this was the son of a military guy that actually worked at a PX. And there was a time that he went dormant, and during that time, this guy was stationed in Germany. So his son, who we think is the Zodiac, would have been in Germany too. And then when it all quit, I believe he died at that point. And in that movie, the guy came face to face with him when he was working in a hardware store and accused him of it. So it's pretty interesting. It was on not too long ago. I don't remember the exact name of it, but you could find it.
After I've seen Unabomber, I need to go watch that one.
Oh, that's a good one.
Speedy finally finished that one.
The Zodiac, to me, was one of the scarier ones, just because of the code and all that stuff.
And he wore that hood.
What was they've connected him to 5 murders, right?
Well, the police have. He claimed
he's 37 or something.
37.
Yeah. Good night.
So maybe some of these unsolved will, be cleared up.
Go back to Zodiac.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But he had that, had that hood with that. And this guy too, the guy they think that did it, the Zodiac logo was actually taken off of a watch that he owned. So they think that was a tie-in too. But again, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence, but the DNA would really fix this up.
There's something that makes him.
And they brought him in at one time and questioned him, and they probably have a sample of DNA. So,
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. We'll get to some more of your phone calls. So, a lot of you were talking about it was a crazy weekend. We've covered a lot of it. And one of it is, it seemed like every time that you would wake up, power your phone up, turn on the TV, we're shooting something else out of the sky somewhere in North America. And so there's a lot of rumors. What is this? What's going on? And we start thinking, all right, who are some resources that we have? Who are some resources that we have that might be able to shed some light? You gave us hamcation and the Murmur campaign down there. And, Travis Taylor, who's, we first met him on the show Rocket City Rednecks. And we did a number of shows with him and the other guys. And then, of course, a lot of you are watching him now on Skinwalker Ranch. He's been on, was gracious enough to be on our podcast. Is going to be on a future podcast, too. We're trying to get a date nailed down for that. So Travis has agreed to join us. Travis, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. Good morning.
Well, Dr. Travis, I know you keep a pretty busy schedule. You got a few things going on, don't you?
Yeah, man. There just is not enough time in the day to do everything that needs to get done.
Prioritize. You got to prioritize, and you're doing that.
Before we get to the meat of what we want to talk about, Skinwalker Ranch, when will the new season of that begin?
Well, they're telling me sometime in April. I don't know the exact date yet. I don't know if they've chosen it, but they keep saying April.
Now you don't have any health problems. You survived, right?
They also told me, yeah, I survived. As far as I know, I'm still alive. But that could just be, the ranch playing tricks on me.
I know. So they're telling you April, and but I know you don't want to give everything away, but how can any more things be happening? But I guess if April,
You guys, I got to tell you. So what they're telling me also is they're going to drop seasons 2 and 3 on Netflix right before season 4 airs on History Channel.
Okay. So we can get fully caught up, and we're pretty caught up because we really went all in.
Oh yeah.
Once because if you watch it started, you're going to go all in. So now, Travis, you know why we're calling you today? Do you have any idea?
About these balloons?
Yeah.
What is going on?
What are we shooting out of the sky? What's going on?
Yeah, well, I mean, they're clearly signals intelligence balloons. What they're doing, you can tell by the way that the payloads look in the pictures they've released, is these systems are there to collect communication signals, record them, and send them back via probably a satellite phone link, if I had my guess. And then they'll have some AI system go through it and find the ones that are of use to them, and then use that to break into systems and hack our communication signals.
So you think
that's my take on it anyway.
So you think all of these are the same? They're foreign intelligence gathering from the Chinese?
Oh, I'm personally, I'm convinced that that's what it is. The one thing that scares me the most about it is that it's estimated the payload capacity was 1,000 pounds. You could put a nuke on a system like that, or you could certainly put anything that came out of the Wuhan labs and drop them in canisters across the jet stream and do mass seeding across the country. I don't want to create panic or anything, but, this isn't the first time this happened. The Japanese did this in World War II.
Right. Well, were you a little surprised that when the first one appeared, and I don't know that we would even have known about it if the local weekly newspaper up there hadn't taken a picture of it and put it out. Were you a little surprised that they let it go across the whole country?
That shocked me a little. I couldn't believe that they allowed it to collect data for that long, because we don't know if they got to find it and get the data off of it, which I doubt. They're uplinking data, so unless we're jamming it and keeping it from sending the data back, they got data all the way across the country.
Yeah.
And Travis, what about for people who are saying, well, whichever government, we're going to assume China, that they have satellites in orbit, they're doing electronic eavesdropping and photography already. Why would they need a balloon?
Yeah.
Well, keep in mind, Bubba, you know, you're a ham operator. You understand that the power from a radio broadcast drops off with a 1 over the square of the distance. Meaning the further away you go, the less energy you get dramatically. And so if a balloon's only 40,000 feet to 100,000 feet above, it doesn't need as much equipment to collect a more powerful signal and get more data, whereas a satellite, the lowest ones are, you know, they're 200, 300, 400 miles. Some of them are up in 1,000 miles and even higher. And so they have to have much more exquisite equipment, and they don't dwell. They pass over a pastime of a satellite. You guys have gone out at night and looked up at the sky.
Oh, yeah.
It's about, 2 to 3 minutes. The balloon is going to loiter for a very long time up in the upper atmosphere. It's going to just float there and go with the prevailing winds, which, you saw it took all week for it to cross the country.
Right.
It had a whole week to collect data.
Yeah, so you're saying actually these can be more efficient, which is why you probably don't want to let them, because, they didn't think sure they thought eventually we would see them, right? Did they think that it was possible we wouldn't see them?
Well, so here's the thing, and they're making really good use of the stigma that our stupid culture has put around UFOs.
Right.
Because here's the thing, the airlines still tell their pilots not to report seeing a UFO. And airline pilots saw these balloons.
Right.
And now we know from the data that we've gone back and looked through our recorded data that there's been many of these over the country over the last year, and we're just now realizing it. But nobody's reported it, and people saw it.
Travis,
so that was smart on their part. They obviously know that stigma exists.
Travis,
absolutely they do.
I know we have, a defense system that's set up for airplanes coming in, which in the case of defense, bomber planes or missiles, but we're really not set up to detect big balloons floating over, are we?
Well, and not only that, Bubba, we're not set up to shoot them down. That's one of the things I've harped on for about 2 decades, is that we have a region in our atmosphere from about 50 to 60,000 feet up to 100,000 feet, where we don't have defense systems designed to take out assets at that level. So it's real difficult to shoot down one of these things. And we have missiles designed to go up through that to space and come back down, but it's not designed to shoot targets in that area. So it's a vulnerability that we've got, and we've just ignored it.
Travis, I know when the ham guys put their balloons up, they are required now to put a piece of reflective material hanging under the payload so they can see it on the radar. So I guess the payloads that they have and the balloon itself they're just not picking up on radar, so to speak.
Yeah, they're a really low level when it comes to radar cross section. It's a balloon, latex,
right,
which doesn't reflect any radar, and then electrical components is the only thing that would reflect anything. All the hardware, the structure, they use carbon fiber, like a fishing rod, kind of material, and put it together that way. So there's not enough metal to do much reflecting. The solar panels, if they put them on there, or the batteries, would probably be the most thing you could detect.
Travis, I know when the balloon went down in South Carolina, they announced that the bomb team was going out to get it to begin with or look at it. Is our intelligence on these that they could be armed?
Well, I think what we discovered is that they were set up with munitions to destroy themselves if discovered.
So it could be dangerous if one goes.
Sure, it could be.
Yeah, if
somebody walked out and found one, they could accidentally set that off. It could be dangerous, absolutely.
So, if they down one and it come floating down in Nebraska somewhere, and somebody goes up to approach it, it could be dangerous.
Absolutely. I'd call authorities because they need to get unexploded ordnance guys to check it first. I would not go and try to grab it and claim it as my own just because it could be dangerous.
Are you surprised that they're not showing us a little bit more of the things that have come down, that it's been kind of hush? The South Carolina one we've had for a while. Seems like they would be telling us a little more about it, don't you think?
No, I don't. There's a thing that I like to tell people, that a secret weapon must be just that, a secret. And even if you have a piece, that's why the whole UFO thing, if I had a UFO, ain't no way I'd tell anybody I had it, because I wouldn't want the UFOs to know that I had it and was reverse engineering it. If as soon as everybody knows about it, then the other side knows about it too. There's an old adage that says something like, you tell the public, you tell the enemy.
So you think, and we're wrapping up, but you think the most plausible deal is the Chinese have put these up, are enemies of our country, because they know that they gather a lot of information for all the reasons you've said. Some has said these others that we shot down over the weekend might be more public relations to try to get our mind off the one they let traverse across our country. Any feeling on that, or do you think it's just more balloons that we're finding?
Well, that's the thing that bothers me. If we're just shooting them down willy-nilly now because of that, then that's not a very good approach. And you're shooting down private assets of folks. Now, you do have to file a flight plan if the payload is more than 5 pounds. So if they don't have a flight plan filed, then, that's on them. Shoot them down, because we don't know what it is.
Yeah. Travis, thanks. I know you got a lot going on. Travis Taylor. And we're looking forward to the next podcast together and the next season of Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah, thanks for taking time this morning, Travis, on short notice. We appreciate it.
Oh, hey, no problem, guys. Anytime.
All right, thanks. Travis Taylor giving us a lot of information, because you start thinking, well, isn't this stuff outdated? He said, no, it's pretty effective, and even more effective sometimes than satellites. So we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Interesting to see if they can tie it to the letter.
So he would just kill people just randomly, just to kill them? Like that one that says he killed a taxi driver?
Sent a letter to the...
Yeah, and you remember they had a TV show that was wanting him to call in, and a guy called in and said he was a Zodiac, but he really wasn't.
Of course.
Yeah.
So did he name himself Zodiac? Or did the investigators start calling him Zodiac?
I don't remember how it all came about.
I
now I have to go back and watch
he
it
called
again.
himself Zodiac.
Because I see he referenced himself in that letter as Zodiac, but did he do that after they started calling him Zodiac?
That was the Zodiac symbol at the bottom, that circle with a cross.
Was he self-proclaimed Zodiac?
I don't remember now, but it was interesting, because when they reenacted the scenes, they were so creepy.
Now, how did they know about the hood? Now that did people see him?
One couple survived. Yeah. So they were survivors, and they described what he had on. It was weird stuff, man.
Well, it all starts.
There's been a couple of movies about it.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Well, the Zodiac. I mean,
this last one was done. The guy who was the star in it, he was I don't know if he was a detective or the writer that was covering it, but he was the same guy that was in the movie with the magicians. Now You See Me, or whatever. Yeah. It's really well done.
So anyway, so they're going to try to see if they can't identify the Zodiac with the same technology and science as they identified the Golden State Killer. So we'll see. Maybe they will. 15 minutes. And also, I'm very aware of all my shortcomings. If you have not seen the Avengers movie Infinity War, the phrase used to be, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. This is, I will be talking about it Monday uncontrollably. And so just FYI, I've given everybody really plenty of time. I mean, I've given you over 10 days now. So I will see it tonight or tomorrow night.
And there's a lot going on this weekend.
Or tomorrow day.
Other than you just seeing that movie, we got Cinco de Mayo coming up, and the Kentucky Derby, and all kinds of things this weekend.
Big weekend going on.
Cinco de Mayo.
Another holiday that has become, I will say, almost uniquely American, because it's celebrated more here than it is in Mexico.
Yes, Bubba, it was supposed to be May 5th, observed to remember the Mexican Army's difficult victory over the French Empire in the Battle of Puebla.
Puebla?
Under General Zarita. And the United States has.
It's not Mexico's Independence Day, by the way.
No, it's just one important war.
Yep.
But the Americans seem to make a bigger deal out of it than even the Mexicans do.
Well, I've noticed that America
Especially if you have a
take-
Mexican restaurant, you want to make some dollars off some Americans who want to drink.
Yeah, I've noticed we'll take any holiday from around the world, especially if alcohol's involved with it.
Oh, sure.
And make it our own.
St. Patty.
If you want to have fun,
Yeah, absolutely.
If you want to have fun, go to a Mexican restaurant tomorrow and ask Billy Ray after he's about 3 in what Cinco de Mayo means. Please do
Partying.
that.
That's what it means.
I guess it means it's Spanish for party. Cinco Mayo. That means party. That's what that means.
Social. Hey!
Can we get some more chips over here for celebrating Cinco? Cinco's like a number, isn't it? Unos days Cinco.
Crossroads.
So anyway, that'll be going on. Enjoy that this weekend, and the Kentucky Derby.
Yep.
Yeah.
Run for the road.
Was it last year we saw those people running on the porta potties? Was that at the Kentucky Derby? And
You are correct.
I never envisioned the Kentucky Derby. I think
We
of the
had no
hats
idea.
and the horses and all of that. I didn't know it was like the infield of NASCAR.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
It is.
Yeah, there's an
That
area.
Portland run.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, boy.
That's a tradition, huh?
What I love about it is you get to throw things at them while they're running.
Oh, that's the
my
best
favorite
part.
part.
Yeah, thank you.
You voluntarily run across the top of
Yep.
porta potties, which is very difficult to do anyway, and you ask the crowd of thousands to pelt you with them.
Yeah, with beer cans.
Hey, it's Cinco de Mayo and Kentucky Derby. Cinco de Derbio. So now, Bubba, you were also telling me, and of course, leave it to this particular member of the royal family. What's the one's name? It's a handle, not the one that
Harry.
Harry.
Yeah.
He's always been a nightmare for the.
No red.
There he is at the Kentucky Derby.
There we go.
So leave it. Leave it there.
I'm so sorry.
There it is. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. TheraBreath. Let me tell you, with Valentine's Day being tomorrow, nobody likes a stank breath Valentine. I'll tell you that, and I'll tell you that right now. So why don't you, maybe as a gift to everyone, go get the TheraBreath products. They're available at retailers everywhere, but you can get them all at TheraBreath.com. Sometimes shelf space can limit how many of their products are actually in a retail store. But you can look. I've had a hard time finding the lozenges, and Sherry blames this show for that, but I've had a hard time finding it. But they've got the oral rinse, which is that's the way you start your day. It's there. It doesn't mask bad breath like the burning alcohol mouthwashes. It actually goes where what's causing the problem, doesn't irritate your mouth. Then, of course, you've got the TheraBreath lozenges that you keep with you in case, you eat something or drink some coffee and you feel like your breath's not fresh, and they do the job. They've even got, a TheraBreath Healthy Gums oral rinse to, bleeding gums, not good. You don't want that. So in our oral health, especially our gums, it has a lot to say about our overall health as well. So if you're looking for all these TheraBreath products, everything they've done it better than where we were before. They've advanced, like their whitening formulas, much better than the first stuff that came out. So go get yours now and be confident on Valentine's Day tomorrow. TheraBreath.com. That's TheraBreath.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Travis Taylor, he was clearly holding back.
I appreciate Travis.
He knows
taking
more.
time to be with us because I know he's very busy. He's doing about 12 things right now.
Yep.
I thought his answers were very brief and concise, which to me, I was thinking he was measuring his response very carefully.
Calculated.
What do you take that he knows more than
Of course he knows more. He didn't want to cause panic.
Right.
And but I tell you one thing I could tell though with his tone, he's not happy about this.
No, he's not happy. I don't think any American should be happy with it.
No.
Especially when you try to hear what the administration says. I'd really like to know more what's going on, though. I mean, if our air defenses are being penetrated, I want some pictures. I mean, the Chinese know we knew it. I mean, it's already in the media. They know we
Sure.
shot them down. So what's it going to hurt to get a good photograph of it all?
I don't know.
I want to see. I want to know what was on that. What was the equipment on there? What were they transmitting on? What were they doing?
Now, keep in mind, we got all this going on, and of course, the Biden administration is celebrating the first openly gay communications director.
Right.
I thought.
I bet that terrified China.
Well, representation matters, Rick.
Well, I tell you what matters is us.
Now, what does the communications director do? That's press secretary that.
I don't really know. I don't know.
What was that trans guy that kept stealing bags? He had some kind of government job. I think they removed him. Oh, Lipstick.
Thank you, Greg.
It wasn't.
I don't think it was his nickname, but yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, but
he couldn't keep his hands off a nice bag.
Yeah.
I mean, if it was a designer bag,
Now,
he had to have it.
So cut to, Adler, I want you to think about everything that Travis does not want to tell us. I want you to think about the state of our country and the state of our world right now, okay? It's not great. Could be
better.
It could be better, okay?
It's not really good.
And here's what the Biden administration wants us to know. Here we go.
I also know that Ben is making history. As you know, we believe here in the Biden-Harris White House that representation matters. He will be the first openly gay communications director, which is very, very important indeed. Okay.
Is it?
Can he just be a communications director?
Whatever. If that's fine. Whatever.
Do y'all realize how odd it is that we've let people's sexual preferences become their identity? Do you realize how weird that is?
Mm-hmm.
When did that become an identity?
Isn't she?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
She seemed incredibly uncomfortable
She did.
saying it.
She did.
So
You're right.
But her ability to say a lot is so hard.
A gay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Why can't we just have a communications director that does a good job?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Representation matters. It does. It matters that it's and he may be fantastic at this job.
Well, let's look at the qualifications.
And that would be great.
Job.
He may be fabulous.
Yeah, he may be. Well, I'm sure he is fabulous. But if he's a great communications director who just happens to be gay, well, then great.
Yeah.
But I don't want somebody to get moved up the line who's not as good as somebody else just because they're gay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That so we can tell everybody that we're checking some box. I actually find that to be kind of a not exactly a compliment.
Yeah, I don't want the person doing my knee surgery to get the job just because of their sexual orientation.
I kind of want the guy that's really good at knee surgery.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine you're about to go under, okay? You're thinking to yourself, I'm going to get my knee worked on today. And I said, so tell me about this doctor again. Well, now, they're gay. Okay. Do they do good with
let's talk about their success rate.
Are they good with knees? Do people like the work they do on knees? Well, this is an openly gay doctor because our doctors matter here. Yeah, how is he on knees?
And then they go, he's about average.
Average. He's not. You mean for a gay doctor? No, I mean for a doctor complete. I mean, I don't even care about that. Right. What he
Who's
does
good?
What
he
does?
Do?
Yeah, who he goes to dinner with after my surgery day? I couldn't care less. Yeah. Is he going to do great
after my successful knee surgery?
Right. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, whatever.
I also know that Ben is making history. As you know, we believe here in the Biden-Harris White House that representation matters. He will be the first openly gay communications director, which is very, very important.
Is he good enough to help you communicate?
Yeah.
I hope he will help you communicate better. Can he help the president communicate better?
Yeah.
I mean, it's good night.
Man.
Mm-hmm. So we're obsessed with labels right now. I mean, obsessed.
Let's just go with who's good.
What is it? I mean, come on, man. I thought the way we get to true diversity is, Bubba, you've said this, we've said it for years, is to go for excellence, and then you'll see that people who have all sorts of views and preferences and ethnicity, you'll find that there are some really, really gifted people in all walks of life, and that's true diversity.
Right.
This thing of obsessing, I mean, it's patronizing. It's in my opinion, disrespecting. Mm-hmm. It's silly. I mean, it really is silly.
It makes no sense.
Yeah, if you're trying to build the strongest steel,
yeah,
you go and you try to build the strongest steel, and the components that are in it just are the components that's in it. You don't go trying to be sure you get to use a little bit of all the components to make steel just so you can say you used them all.
Well,
because you're not going to get the strongest steel if you do.
Babylon B said everything we try to give Ukraine, our tanks, they keep being shot because they can see the rainbow flag on them.
All right.
That's pretty good.
So they know which ones came from America.
Yeah.
So I mean that's a good line. I don't care who you are, but I mean it's. Can we just have people do their job well?
Yeah.
That's all. Top of the hour.
Be nice.
I don't think people are incapable of doing their job if we don't agree on everything.
Yeah.
And don't have
That's
to.
all I care about is, how you do your job.
Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big's the number. If you leave us, have a good day. Got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
About Speedy showing the porta potty run thing again.
See, you don't see that when you see all the fancy hats and the horses and all the
different group.
That's on down the track.
That's where we would be put.
Yeah.
They'd be like, y'all from where? Calhoun County. All right, y'all go over there with the porta potties.
Yeah.
Only hat you wears a cap. That says "Make America Great Again." So anyway,
that's where all the red hats go right there.
So Harry is about to get married. It rhymes. And this woman he's marrying is getting to be controversial because she seems to be estranged with parts of her family.
Meghan Markle,
actress. Yeah, I don't know her name. And so is that it? Markle?
Yeah, Meghan Markle.
And now her half brother has put out an open letter to Prince Harry saying, hey, it's not too late to call it off.
Run while you can.
Run for the hills. She's a nightmare.
Well,
he's mad.
You would hope that siblings would just, kind of fall in line and go and enjoy all the pomp and circumstance of having a relative that is now in the royal family, but apparently that's not the case. Her half-brother, Thomas Markle Jr., has published an open letter to Prince Harry telling him to call off the wedding before it's too late. Some quotes in the letter include, as more time passes to your royal wedding, it has become very clear that this will be the biggest mistake in royal wedding history. It's also apparent that her tiny bit of Hollywood fame has gone to her head, changing her into a jaded, shallow, conceit woman that will make a joke of you and the royal family heritage.
I don't know how to break it to her half-brother. The royal family's been made a joke of long before now.
Yeah.
He also claims that Meghan bankrupted their father and that she hasn't offered him any financial support since she became famous.
Now, is the father invited?
Yeah, he'll be there.
He's going to walk her down the aisle.
Yeah. That's it.
Half-brother not invied.
Half-sister not invited.
Half-sister
surprise
got in a Twitter deal with Prince Harry. He sent out something that said that Meghan now has a family she's never had or something weird like that. The half-sister took offense to it.
Right.
I think what Prince Harry was talking about is that everybody's together now where their family was all splintered out, but she wasn't happy. Since, she's kind of calmed a little bit, but the half-sister's not happy either.
Well, if Prince Harry says she's finally got a more stable family, of course, saying that about the royal family, a bit of a step out.
Yeah.
But the way to make him look right is to act the way y'all are acting.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
If you want him to look bad, then you act like you have class and character, and then. Well, I was listening to the kickoff hour on the way in, as everyone should, and I hear I heard Speedy teasing that we will understand finally, Bubba, the obsession that we've had, and you and I, to find out what was the metal that fell out from the pants leg of Hillary Clinton's pantsuit.
I'm gonna tell you,
there's
still,
a theory. There's a theory today.
Well, there's a theory, but I'm gonna tell you, it's still one of the stranger political moments I think I've ever seen in U.S. history.
Yes. So
they're ushering her to a van, and metal just starts coming out everywhere.
I know it.
I mean, she left a trail of parts like a bad a bad stove that was coming apart or something. I don't know what. It was crazy.
Either she had
hear it clanking and metal and nuts going everywhere. I mean, it was something.
It was either some sort of apparatus, or she has got to, and I mean immediately, get more fiber in that diet.
Yeah.
But anyway,
that might be.
Look for Dinesh D'Souza to come out with his new movie called Rosie.
Yeah. What about Rosie?
We'll update that. He got a felony conviction for illegal campaign donations. It looks like Rosie O'Donnell has done the same thing. Will she be treated the same way?
No, Rick, no chance whatsoever.
That's out there in front of us
Equal
today.
treatment under the law went away a long time ago.
John Kerry has drop-kicked the Logan Act and continues to try to save the Iran deal. And today, we're supposed to hear from the President of the United States of America on where we are on the status of the Iran deal.
For the life of me, I don't understand why some of these people are so in love with this agreement. We basically unfroze their assets, give them back billions of dollars, gave them money on top of that, and they agreed not to build a nuclear weapon for 12 years. So it looks like, I mean, history to me would judge this as one of the stupidest things ever. Why are we allowing them free reign after a certain amount of time? But we'll find out. President Trump will announce today if that deal will move forward or not. And, Rick, I don't see any way possible he's going to let this thing move forward. Now, I know some of our allies are in line with it. Europe, they love an agreement. I mean, they just can't get an agreement with a hostile dictator.
Right.
Of course, it's not worth the paper it's written on if you can't verify it. But
should learn something from Hitler. You would think they would.
Hadn't learned a thing.
Hadn't learned nothing. I mean, can't even.
And
have
the Persians have their own view on this. David Nasser has explained that to us several times.
Yeah. Let's go. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, you got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. We got the gang all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler's back. And so is the pride of hamcation in Orlando, Bill Bubba Bussey.
The Rick and Bubba.
We're glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
I had a little hamcation. So anyway, everybody's back, and we're glad to be with you. All right, so we've got some things we'll talk about with it being Valentine's tomorrow. But first, anytime. Now, again, y'all were saying streaker. This word is used loosely. Streaker in the 70s and 80s, that was a naked person, usually with tennis shoes and knee socks on only, running. But I guess this person we called somewhat of a streaker, but they're wearing some bikinis, some Speedos.
Yeah, some Speedos. Now I truly streaked. The last time one was at TPC Scottsdale, which was home of the Phoenix Open, was in 2018. Okay. You can Google that on your own, naked. But they didn't even put that out. But this guy is in a Speedo, not fully nude, and began pole dancing on the flagstick at the 16th par 3, which is the Coliseum there with about 20,000 people there. And so here he is as he's entering, and he starts juking the security as well.
Oh, he runs off a
Now,
limb.
Does he truly have on his back pointing down to his underwear 19th hole?
He does.
Oh, that's funny.
He
I gotta admit that's funny.
And it looks like he's got a mullet.
Look.
That's the flag.
Look, really? I mean, he's out there. I mean, he's not even.
So somebody's about to come after him.
Look, he turns on the jets.
Yeah.
God, that's funny. Don't you know his friends?
He's just running around the green for those.
I mean, that's a serious mullet too.
Look, ooh, juke.
Look.
He got good feet.
Did you see him ask for the crowd to get the roar?
Look, he's leaving that guy.
Yeah, now he's leaving there, and he runs to the 17th pond, okay, and dives into the water.
Well, now wait a minute. We'll do that.
Rick,
Here he comes.
Here he is. He finally realizes it's over.
Right. Yeah, this is the pond on the 17th, and he's about to run and jump. And now he just starts swimming around and ends up getting on the Waste Management logo and dancing in the middle of the water.
Mac Salvage?
Mac Savage, is that what it says? Is that his website or something?
Probably.
Yeah.
Wow, that's funny.
Listen, go back to the first one.
But he's not a streaker.
When he takes
No, he's
off,
not.
listen, it's not a streaker. But
You gotta be naked to be a streaker.
But Greg, when he first takes off, watch him do the Hulk Hogan. Give me a little something. The fact the guy can't catch me. Now that'll be after this. When he, but
Well, let's
you
just
let
watch
it
it
run. Yeah, let
again.
it run.
When he first kicks in.
Greg, when he first gets, he does a
Right
hear
after
from the
the
crowd.
move.
He does what
Right
he
after
does
the
it.
juke move.
As he's running.
And then he has to
Here it
tiptoe
comes.
around the sand.
You got to
trap.
admit, he got good feet. Greg, when he does the juke move, Greg, watch right here, right there. Let me hear you. Give me something.
Don't you know, for his friends, it was way better than they thought it was going to be.
He did so much more.
It really is.
He spends a lot.
Look at that move right there.
I mean, a head
Greg,
juke.
Greg. He spends a lot of time on 16.
Yeah.
Hey, he's another
fast.
gear right
He's
there.
fast.
He's really fast.
They didn't catch him. He gives up. They didn't catch him.
He dove in the water.
So there's a tunnel that goes underneath 16
Golly. He
stands
went right
and comes out on 17. And so he
Let them
starts
get a little
running.
bit of it.
Yeah, so here he is now. He's still running.
Look how far ahead he is in
Yeah.
security.
And that one security guard, he ran more. Oh,
Yeah, because he's probably got all kind of equipment, the bulletproof vest on, and he is not ready for that heat.
no.
Greg, do not miss it on his back with an arrow pointed down at his 19th hole. Whatever you do,
Now,
don't miss it. There it is.
Here's the shot. Full mullet.
Okay,
And
so-
he's handcuffed in the cart.
All right, today, what is he charged with? You know, I mean, there's
By
no
the way, that's
telling.
exactly
Please
how
look
my
at
mullet was in its
that. Oh,
heyday.
yes, Rick, I
Please
did.
look at the arrow.
Yeah.
I mean, they let murderers out now. I mean, how long is he gonna get? Right? I mean,
Golly. Man.
You could tell people didn't know how to react.
Oh,
That went way better.
I'll
than
tell you how
I thought
you react. Nobody's sitting.
Oh,
Everybody
yeah.
on your feet. That, God,
I
that's
knew you
funny.
would love that.
That
That's
is
the rowdiest
re-
golf tournament I've ever seen.
I mean,
Yeah, here he is swimming.
oh,
Here he is
he's
swimming.
stroking out there.
Oh, yeah.
So he
Oh,
won't
wait a
come
minute.
in.
He's still in the water?
Yeah, they couldn't get
He
him.
dragged his thing out.
Yeah, now he's going. This might be. Yeah,
He
now
gets
he's
on
going
the-
to the sign, and he's about to jump up on there and put on a show on
Rick.
and
Well,
dance.
So
you
he's
know
not
the
done.
security guards are not going to swim.
No. Well, here's
They're
the
just gonna
problem.
wait him out.
I will say this, speaking from experience, but they continue to get angry.
Yeah.
Oh,
Their
yeah, they're not
anger,
happy.
their anger is burning.
They're ready for this to be over.
I think he's getting tired.
He
now.
is tired. He is tired.
Yeah,
But look, he's
the
on
gallery
the
has now lost
No.
sight of there's a golf tournament on, and they're turning
Well,
around
he's
and
tired.
watching
Yeah,
him.
he's winded.
He's tired. He's tired.
God, that's good
Gracious.
stuff.
Yeah.
I hope they don't have any alligators in this pool.
Well, no. For that, then you really got a show.
Yep.
So that, man, that's good. That's really good. So, also,
I don't know why
He
that
gets
is
an A
funny,
for
but
that.
it's funny.
He gets an A.
Video 9. Can we cover this in Video 9?
Where?
So you
Oh yeah, I think it's beeped out.
Is it?
If I remember,
Greg,
correctly.
this is going to own you.
I think it is, Adler. I know you hadn't heard it.
You know, I've
Rick
never
Barrett.
been a big Roseanne
No,
Barr fan.
no.
and,
No,
I'm
but,
looking forward to this.
But I will tell you, when I saw this, I did laugh when I first saw it.
Yeah, now this is on the app Fox
think it
Nation,
is.
and I've noticed if you've been canceled by society, you can get something on Fox
Oh,
Nation.
right. That's
The app.
it's like a football coach that's got blown out going to Alabama.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I mean, been in Nick Saban's rehab program.
The I heard that Jeremy Pruitt might be back, but anyway, the
talking to him.
so she's got a special on Fox Nation.
What was that?
And the I saw the line they ran for the promo. She walks out. Anybody else been fired around here? But I didn't know about this. She comes out and she gives her pronouns. And I'm gonna tell you, Bubba and Greg, Roseanne's about to take a step in the right direction.
Oh, listen, I love her because in the world of apology, she ain't in it.
Yeah.
You remember her statement was, "I thought the bee was white."
Right.
That
yeah.
was her first statement when she got in trouble.
Yeah, that's it.
So it is beeped.
Okay.
She lets one slide, but she says hold blank in life, and that's it. But the other.
Do we
is-
hear
is-
that? We don't hear that, do we?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, here we go. All right, here we go.
No concept of reality. They've been living in a bubble forever. Asking questions have nothing to do with the real world. What is my gender, Mom? What is my gender? Your gender is get a job. That's your gender. What are they thinking? Ask what is a woman? They don't know that. That one they're asking all the time. What is a woman? I'll tell you what a woman is. A woman is me. That's what a woman is, okay? A woman is someone who cleans up everybody else's That's what a woman is. A woman is somebody whose boobs hang down to her knees with a prolapsed uterus from giving birth to 5 ungrateful little privileged never had to work for anything in their whole damn life.
That's pretty good.
My pronouns are kiss my
That's the clip I saw for the last part.
That's my pronoun.
There it is.
How about that?
There's Roseanne.
Well, there's Roseanne.
Take a
How
sip.
about that? But you have to admit that
she won't
that's how outrageous it has become.
It has.
I mean, it's
at least she's got the guts to say it.
right. Well, she realizes. I tell you one thing, I won't get knocked off Fox Nation. Now I can't go anywhere else anymore. But I can't do that.
Well, apparently, she's packing out arenas wherever she's doing her comedy bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Didn't she blame it on Ambien? Her tweeting?
Yeah.
Funny. How about Ambien? There's people.
Yeah,
I've had some weird
stories out there.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back. 15 minutes past the hour. It's 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He is from there.
Yeah.
And I just don't see how Trump is going to let it go since he campaigned. You know, there's a couple of things with Trump. And if you're a Trump guy, that you just can't look over. Now, you look over Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal and, all this, long as the job's getting done. But there's a couple of things I don't think they're negotiable on. One is the wall, and one was the Iran deal.
Yeah, I said before, all these things about his behavior, I said I don't think they will change the view of anybody that has ever, in the Trump trance, and I don't think it'll change the view of those people who are against him. Those people will remain unchanged on these items. Now, you get down to the wall and this Iran deal. Now I don't feel the same way about that, as you said. I think that can change points of view of his supporters that nothing else has affected them that all this would. The wall will.
The wall, abandoning the wall would. I think this would too. Also,
and then the other stuff will matter because the worst thing you can do, and people were in this mindset with Trump and of we just want somebody to get the job done, and so they'll excuse really anything, kind of like in football, if you're just getting the job done.
Right.
Now,
right.
if they ever
absolutely, you see this in coaching all the time.
If they ever come to the conclusion that they've sacrificed those things and compromised, and you're not getting the job done, then everything matters.
Yep.
Then they'll start running the list of all the things they didn't care about before. Those will suddenly matter, along with the key to Trump keeping his supporters is to get the job done. They'll forgive anything as long as he gets the job done. Now, if they ever think he's not getting the job done, then all of it will matter. That's what.
Absolutely.
Look, that's just human nature.
Also, we have a story today. John McCain has pretty much been planning his funeral and telling everybody who he wants there and doesn't want there, and did not care for the president to be there. Orrin Hatch, who was a longtime friend of his, has kind of called him out on it. Said, you gave this speech about how we need to be civil and forgive and look at our commonality, and said, it needs to start with you, John. They kind of called him out on it and said, you need to have the president at your funeral.
Well, also, John McCain, as we said yesterday, trashed the healthcare system of this country selfishly because he was mad.
Yeah, he was all against Obamacare until he had to vote to change it.
That wasn't very heroic.
No, I don't think so either.
So we'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Much to discuss on the program today. We hope you'll participate at 866 We Be Big. We got 10 lines strong here at the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Let the unpacking continue of the stories of the day right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did y'all ever unpack the metal thing in the kickoff hour? You never got. Let's go there then, because I know, Bubba, this has been something that you have been for years since it happened. after the election.
Okay,
saying,
let me ask you this: are y'all not disturbed? By
I
that?
am absolutely.
When you hear all that metal clanking,
I thought
it's like a hoopty went down the street.
I thought as a people we moved on a little quick from the fact that somebody was running for president who nearly passed out, had to be captured, had to be caught, and then stood up and metal fell out of her pantsuit. Yeah. I mean, that.
Sweetie, can we find that footage again just to reset the drama of this that went on? Remember, she was being pushed in the van?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Hillary
It's
update.
crazy.
Hillary Clinton update. Hillary Clinton, by the way, at last count, Hillary Clinton had given 79 reasons she did not win the election. The only one she has ignored is the one that she was a bad candidate.
Yeah, they're keeping score over on the green wall at Boston.
All right, so is Hillary Clinton wearing a back brace is the story here. They said that and they go back, Bubba, they remember that they noticed that now that there's strange protrusions. I can't say that word.
Protrusion?
Yeah, like she looks like she's got stuff sticking out of her back there. Sounds like Hillary's in here. And people are saying she's wearing some. Yeah, there it is. I see the picture. Some sort of apparatus.
Look at that.
And people are wondering. Here it is. The footage. People
Rick, pot it up so we can hear the
hold
noise.
on. Let me go back.
All right, so here comes the van I used to. Rick and Bubba show, working our way back. One story from the Super Bowl that we did not get into today, but we just saw it and found it to be hilarious. Not as hilarious as Mullet Man at the Phoenix Open. So Terry Bradshaw, I don't know who's the people saying this. Fans are saying he was rude. Is this Kansas City fans?
People are putting on Twitter.
Yeah.
And nowadays, you know how we'll go to Twitter.
That's the new journalism, Twitter.
And
I can be a
Billy
journalist.
from South Carolina said,
who
is that?
And so Terry Bradshaw, who, by the way, I haven't seen him a lot. I think he's not quite there yet, but he's going to do a sponsor pretty soon too, and I think it's going to end up being Howie Long. But anyway,
Can I tell you, over the years, Rick, I always felt like we should have got to know Terry Bradshaw better because we have a lot of common ground.
I agree.
Yeah, I'd like to hang out with Terry.
He kind of escaped.
Yeah. Terry's got quite a life there. It's a lot to cover. Yeah. I've seen the special on him, and it's an incredible story.
He's been through a lot.
He's a lot of brought on himself, but yeah, sure. So here's Terry Bradshaw's comment that has some fans on what we're all terrified of, social media, saying that he is rude. All right, here we go.
Big guy. Let me get the big guy in here. Come on, waddle over here. Congratulations, Andy. No. This had to be. You've done this before. I remember in the 49ers Super Bowl.
So that was it. That was it.
That's it. I think he tells him some go have a cheeseburger.
Yeah, at the end of it, he says, have a cheeseburger on us.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's saying fellow big guy to fellow big guy. Because Terry, hey, come on over.
Yeah,
don't be offended for Andy Reid.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Doesn't Andy have to decide if he's offended by that?
I think he does.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. This is that thing where we get offended on your behalf.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, and so he's.
How about Andy Reid's got 2 Super Bowls? He don't care what jokes. Terry Bradshaw's
I'll waddle over and get my trophy.
Speaking of offended, I saw the protest outside the stadium about the tomahawk chop. Evidently, it's not working the pressure because there was a lot of chopping.
There was.
Yeah.
There's
in the sound system too.
Yeah. So the protest didn't do a lot.
No. It's just not gaining any ground.
It's not. Nobody's that offended by the tomahawk.
I mean, I've never seen anybody it's like water off a duck's back. I mean, the Redskin thing got it changed.
Yeah.
But Kansas City's like, no.
So is anybody really bothered and think Andy Reid was treated poorly by saying, "Hey, big guy, waddle on over here"? Does anybody care about that? Is this a cheeseburger here?
No.
Philadelphia, you did a great job. It was a great game. But how about those
That's what we're talking about. Have a cheeseburger on us and enjoy the Hawaiian shirts.
I will. That's why
Congratulations, Dan. Thank you.
And enjoy the Hawaiian shirts.
Yeah, he wears Hawaiian shirts,
Yeah.
which are loose fitting,
Yeah.
and Terry says he likes that because that's what he wears.
Yeah.
Yeah, Terry's just yucking it up with his fat friend.
Yeah. What's wrong with a couple fat guys yucking it up?
Nothing wrong with that.
We've done it for
Come here,
30
Bigot.
years now.
Yeah.
Hey, waddle on over.
Get your big A over here.
Waddle on over here, L.A.
I know this is.
That's how we greeted each other.
I know this is shocking. Andy Reid knows he's fat.
Yeah.
Yeah, he even
yeah.
giggled. Did you see him? He laughed.
And he doesn't care. He's fat with another ring on.
Oh, right. I remember,
on his fat hand.
Look, here's how fat friends will greet each other now and then, in a funny way. Hey, what's up, Slim?
Yeah. Boy,
yeah.
you're getting slim, ain't you? Oh, I remember that Slim one.
My dad used to call me Slim.
He did.
Let me tell you something. Hey, Slim. Thanks, Dad. You remember?
He throw L.A. in there.
Oh, he called me Lord. He called me
Dad?
Lord. He didn't say Bud. Yeah. I thought that was my. I was like, man, they've changed my name. You know, he went and did some paperwork.
Slim?
I mean, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you what I need from you, Slim. but I knew he loved us.
And see, I was the opposite. I was really small, so he would go, "Get your wormy A."
Oh, yeah,
okay. He was L.A.
Let me tell you what you can do, Slim, is get your old Lord and get in here and get this done.
I remember one time we were trying to help him put his boat up on a trailer. For some reason, he had it off in the yard.
I know.
And I remember we all got on. Anyway, we picked it up, and I was little, and I couldn't handle my weight. Anyway, we finally got on there. He goes, "That's good." Now Greg needs to get in the weight room a little bit.
And he also
I was all blowed up about it.
he would refer to me as L.A. Okay, and then he would call Greg narrow. I tell you what you need to do is get your narrow. So because he was all skinny, and he would call me L.A. and Greg narrow. Yeah. I mean,
God, that's good
but
stuff.
we knew he loved us.
Oh, he didn't.
He mean nothing about
Think nothing about it.
I had a mirror. He
He
wasn't
was
lying.
correct. That's what I was going to say. He was correct.
You're right.
Because he threw smart A on me a lot too, and he was right.
I got news for you. When Terry told him to waddle on over there, he does waddle.
Yes, he does. And he didn't care. But again, I love how we quote people, just complete strangers on Twitter. What Twitter says.
Rude.
Yeah.
Who cares?
We're such a weak society.
One guy,
now.
he has a lot of
There was a
followers.
time when
Who
people
is
could,
it sitting around just trying to be offended for other people?
Fat
That's
shaming.
I don't
What
get.
that was. Fat shaming.
Yeah. How about we had tougher people when you could be fat shamed?
You're right.
And it doesn't matter if Andy's offended or not. They're offended for him, like Bubba just mentioned. You know?
Greg, I was fat shamed from the time I was in the 4th grade up to. I mean, I don't. It's still going on.
Yeah, about a month ago.
Yeah.
It's just.
And you can't limp around here. Oh, limping.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we even get on each other.
Those are such.
We
bad
lip
times.
shame people.
Yeah.
It was.
Good night.
Do you realize we had a cartoon called Fat Albert?
Yeah.
Just like this story. This story about these racial slurs, white racial slurs. Somebody put a list out. Who cares?
Right.
Honky, whatever.
I couldn't
They had
care
some that
less.
were really creative. I'd never heard before.
I couldn't care.
They had like
less.
over 200.
Yeah.
Which is a
I
lot.
can't. That was so
share it,
detailed. I can't believe it's real.
Yeah,
I think that
how about
one
this?
is
Have
fake.
fun with your slur. Have
Yeah.
fun with it.
Call
I don't
whatever.
care.
I think
doesn't matter to me.
Go ahead. Whatever.
Whatever your intent. That's what I go. I go by your intent.
Yeah, I got news for all y'all that got all kinds of things to say. I've been able to overcome it. Okay.
I think every word out there should be available to anybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so what?
Right.
Just again, have enough sense to judge their intent. They'll show you who they are. It's not hard.
Right. I'll go Charles Spurgeon on everybody. Yeah, how about this? Y'all go ahead. I'm glad y'all don't know how bad I really am. You know? Yeah. I'm a much bigger loser than you think I am.
Yeah. Yeah, if y'all just stand right there in that area.
Right. I mean,
You ain't got time or the word vocabulary to cover it.
if that's all y'all got, come on. I got so many flaws. Y'all ain't got enough names for them.
I ain't never seen so many people scared of words in my life.
Greg, and there was a time we weren't afraid of them.
No.
Sticks and stones.
Yeah, they throw that little rhyme out, Bubba. Sticks and stones. We lived by it.
Look, there was a time when people would make fun of you right to your face. A little league coach, with beer on his breath, to put you in the bull ring.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, and you'd sit at the bench and never play one inning. You
No.
weren't promised one inning.
Bull in the ring, lip bleeding, and still not get to play. Yeah, sit the bench the whole game.
The whole game.
Yep. At the end of it, they told you lost if you didn't get enough runs or didn't score enough points.
Yeah.
If you struck out, people were upset if people were on base.
Yeah.
Sure.
You know what they'd do if you struck out a lot? They'd drop you in the order.
Yeah. And if you struck out too much, you wouldn't get to play.
Yeah.
No way.
You know what? We raised some people through that that persevered pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Now we got people. The suicide rates through the roof, and they can't deal with anything that's difficult.
Shocking.
Walking out on their families. Mama's walking out on kids because they can't handle it anymore. I wonder how that happened. I'll tell you how it happened. They were never made to persevere through anything.
That's right.
And hey, have you ever taken a fault in creation and tried to make it free from anything that might bother you? Have you ever tried that? It's like going in a room that can't be cleaned up and being told clean it up or I won't go in there.
Yeah.
Well, it's impossible. It can't be done. So you better learn to deal with it. Right?
Yeah.
That's it. You tell what you can do. You know we can sweep, and you can say maybe you should stop walking around barefoot and put some shoes on. Then when you step on something, it don't kill you. Yeah. Toughen up a little bit. People need you.
Toughen up, Woodchuck.
And we're going to advance the gospel with people that can't persevere. Those men and women had it pretty rough. We'll be back, bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I loved that band too, by the way. And they got, remember, this is where they go to load her in there. She can hardly walk right here to the little dip again.
Did you hear the metal? Did you hear the metal hit?
And there she goes.
It's when she does the second little dip right before she walks in. Listen to the clanking. Listen.
It just looks like something's right there on top of that railing right there. No?
Listen.
Right there.
Listen.
There it
right
is.
there, you
Yeah,
second dip.
I heard it. She dips, you dip, we dip.
She almost went down twice, by the way.
Yeah. And we just kind of moved on from that.
Yeah.
That was somebody, she couldn't stand up and metal fell out of her pants. And we just moved on.
Yeah, I mean, Rick, that's one of those things I can't just ignore.
I know, Bubba. It's been.
And you remember there were pictures of the metal. People had gathered it. There was all kind of bracing and.
Feel like it was a piece from Pinocchio's old outfit before he became a real boy.
Or the Tin Man bumped into something.
Oz never did give nothing to the Tin Man. So she says that she's been wearing a long jacket, a colorful scarf, covering her neck and draped down her back, despite it being 80 degrees outside. So that drew some, tilting heads. And they said that she's got an upright posture, bundled up attire, and they're saying that they think she's wearing some sort of back brace. And could this back brace have been something that had some sort of metal in it, that a piece of it or a bolt or a screw might have come off and fell?
Well, obviously she's got something she's wearing there.
Well,
I don't know if it's a bulletproof vest or
it could be
or something. They show online, people are speculating that it may be a back brace, and they've shown the type of brace that it is. You can see the picture of it. It's kind of a molded plastic type thing with padding on it.
Yep.
But the one thing that's not on it is metal. So this would not have been what she was wearing before when things started.
She might have got an upgrade, Bubba.
Might have, maybe the metal was...
Because that one was breaking, obviously.
Or...
Look, what is the big deal if you wear a back? I know a lot of people. I have wore one from time to time.
I guess
there's
that's
nothing wrong with wearing a back brace.
If there's something wrong,
just
it's
say
okay.
Wrong.
I don't know what the big deal is.
I don't know why that would.
Or if you're wearing a bulletproof vest, I'd go.
Or
you got to be careful.
Or
out
is
there.
this all covering up something bigger?
Yeah.
That she's some sort of lizard woman or
a robot,
an alien, a robot, something like that.
Have you ever seen?
Is that beyond possibility?
Those two dips that she took before she was getting in the van. If you've seen a robot, like when you pull their power supply out, how they do that little thing.
Yes, I have.
It's almost like she had a circuit going bad or something.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah.
And they had to get her in the van, find a new circuit board.
It did look that way.
Yeah, Rick, you hear the clanking. Listen to the second dip. Listen to the clanking.
First dip. Yeah, it was. I heard it.
I mean, you got parts washers coming out there.
Yeah. It seems like something that loud. Now I'm going to watch the entourage. Does anybody look down at the ground to see what fell?
Somebody picked that up. Did that person pick something up right there?
What? Go back. Well, hold on.
Watch the person behind the guy who closes ranks on the right. Watch that guy's got his arm on his hand on her arm. See if he didn't go down and pick something up. Right. there. So he's going. Is he going down to pick something up?
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Well, who knows? But you think if
there was pictures of it online, remember?
If you really hear
but I know when Bubba grayed out, it wasn't this bad, was it?
No. Well,
no.
It was.
It was holding his weight up.
It was similar, and you couldn't hear what he dropped because it was a donut. But they don't make sounds.
Hey, don't step on that donut.
Easy, move away from that.
Yeah, they bounce. They bounce.
But I was.
Look, we've all had our moments.
You're sure? Well, no, we usually.
So we've
have,
all passed out.
They ain't no clanking going.
That's what I said. We usually don't have metal falling out. But
here's another
but I
angle.
think if she was a robot or something like that,
Watch the dip.
You would have think she would have
pull the power pack.
Mm-hmm.
See it go down.
But you would think if she was a robot, she wouldn't make the mistakes she made in the things she says and does.
Robots ain't perfect.
Yeah.
Well, so the
they
program
malfunction sometimes.
right? You know,
I
you
have to reboot every now and then.
right. But you're not a robot,
I mean, my laptop.
right? Yeah, I understand. You know, you just think that. I don't know. I think is she going to blame the back brace on why she lost now? I mean, what's next? But I mean, it's
that footage is.
Well, I know. So Bubba, she's obviously wearing different apparatuses. $35 past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you for being with us today. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. We thank you for, letting us know how good a job these guys are doing for you. If you got a small business, you're trying to make a hire, man, you can't mess this up. And LinkedIn.com/Bubba really, really helps you. Every one of us wants to be 100% certain that we have access to the best qualified candidates available, and they help you do that. They weed out the ones that really you don't want to leave a job interview going, I can never get that time back. That was a complete waste of time. So they have simple tools like screening questions that make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you want to interview and hire, and you only interview the best of the best. We'll give you a free post there, too. Go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba to find out how you can post your opportunity for free. And then LinkedIn gets it out there in front of the millions of people that are on LinkedIn.com/Bubba and then weeds them out with these screening tools right down to the most qualified. LinkedIn.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So tomorrow is Valentine's Day. So throughout Rick and Bubba history, we used to call this the Week of Love, and we did something on Valentine's Day if it fell on a show day, and if not, it was the nearest show day, called the Personal Ad Show. And every year people begin to ask, do you go back? And we let it rest for a little while, then we brought it back, but it's gotten to the point now where even though, and I know, Bubba, this breaks your heart, and at times you are very emotional about it, that this society may be robbing people of finding love.
Because we have had love found. We've had couples that got married, met and dated, got married, and have had kids off of that show. So, destiny has been changed.
Yeah, and then we've also had divorces, and we've had subpoenas in court cases as well.
Yeah, we had a few of those.
One of those things we thought we didn't have to include in the rules. If you're currently married to someone, don't do this. Okay?
Thought you didn't have to mention.
Don't do that. And then you got all the predators out there now.
Until the paperwork is signed,
right?
You are married.
You are.
Okay, I don't
100%
care what agreement you have, where you sleep at night, or what you call it.
Yeah.
You're still married until you are divorced.
And as we told the other lawyers and judge involved, we only go by what they tell us. We don't know.
Right.
You can't really.
This is purely entertainment.
You cannot accuse us of tampering with anything because we're just sitting here on the show taking calls.
Right.
Okay. And then you get into the thing of people, put out ways to be contacted. Then you got all the creepy predators out there.
It's just a minefield.
It's a minefield. And I don't know that you can do it in this crazy society that we're in.
Well, I don't know. I don't know where the public is. I don't know where the listeners are on this. I don't know if this is something they enjoyed. I felt like at the time they were enjoying it, but it certainly has turned into a minefield. There's no doubt about that.
Well, there's no question.
Yeah.
Because but the thing that you can't get out of your mind are those that have been so successful.
Oh, I know, and I just think somebody else may miss out on that.
But one thing I think,
because I want everybody to be happy, Rick.
Yeah, one thing that we did.
I'm a pleaser.
Yeah, yes, you are. You really, really are. Everybody says that about you.
Sure.
Bubba
the pleaser.
But the whole thing about it is now we the people we educated over time. I think just the education of what women should bring to the table to find the right men. I thought we made a lot of ground there.
Well, we tried to educate.
Yeah,
on that.
and
the things that were really important as opposed to what is publicized in society.
Right.
Like, do you own a bass boat?
Right.
Yeah.
You have access to some pretty good hunting land.
Yeah. That's. I mean, those are big.
You got a
big.
problem cutting your own grass.
You know, the one that's
Right.
still, and you know, we've all had to deal with this on some level is, do you love football?
Right.
And, you know, we have discovered that some women can fake football.
Yep. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Until they get their hooks into you.
Yeah, yeah. And
then you can't even get them to sit down and watch Super Bowl.
Then you're
games.
married, and they just don't have time on Sunday afternoon to sit down and watch NFL.
Sunday, there's old lonely Ham sitting there. Thank goodness for his little daughter.
Thank goodness for a 10-year-old Valentine's.
Couldn't get nobody interested, could you?
No.
Nope.
Well, they were interested, just interested with other people.
Right.
With the exception of Amanda. She didn't want to have anything to do with it.
Yeah.
I wish you could have seen her faces at Rihanna, though. She's trying to figure out what Rihanna was doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Both Amanda and Maddie.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Having different thoughts.
Yeah.
Cover your eyes, Maddie.
Yeah. Talking about that with your wife's one thing. Talking about it with your 10-year-old, that's another.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yep.
The whole
what about that Laffy Taffy you got there?
Right, yeah.
Change the subject real quick.
Yeah.
Hey,
where's the dog?
Hey, what about that Kit Kat? Can I have
Right,
one of those?
yeah, right there.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
Coco.
Sure. The good thing is, though, if she wanted to get out there and talk too fundamentally about Jesus, they would have protected Maddie from that.
Sure, they would have.
That would have been no way. They wouldn't want you to do your parenting then.
No, we don't know the whole story. She might have had red bugs.
Gosh, that's good, Greg.
That is good.
Have
We
you been
don't
saving
know.
that the whole show?
I have, Rick.
Because that's really good.
Yeah. We don't know.
Right.
We don't.
She might have been in the woods.
Could have used that, Greg,
Right.
last night.
Right. Yeah. Well, everybody gets rashes, Maddie.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that was a. I mean, you don't know, right?
You don't. You don't.
Probably
What were we
not.
talking about?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, we were talking
At one
about
point,
the
I thought
ad
she was
show.
showing us how she got pregnant. You know,
Yeah.
but
That's all I can say.
All right, back to the ad show.
okay. So yeah,
whatever it was called.
I just don't see Bubba in this, and I hate to tell you this, but in this environment, I just don't think you can. There's just too many weird, twisted people.
Did we
out
do
there.
it last year?
Bubba, I don't think we've done it.
We
in-
did. We've done it. I think in the
Yeah.
last 10 years we did it again, but I don't remember
I
when
think we
was.
did it just a few years ago.
It seems like it was a couple of years ago, but I'm sure it was
It
longer.
had been dormant for a while.
Yeah.
I know that we pretty much, instead of like getting information and writing it down and then trying to connect everybody, it was almost like if you call, it's on you.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Yeah.
handle your business, and,
Yeah.
and we're not gonna
Handle
we're not
your business.
Yeah,
Is that
well,
the
I
way
mean,
we described
well,
it?
yeah, pretty much. We're not going to be the in between. You know, we're not going to connect people. It's
We're just
hey,
gonna
if you
put
want
it
to
out
give
there
your
and-
phone number
yeah.
out, or you want to give an email address out, that's on you. But just hearing the personal ads was funny. Just what
Yeah.
people feel like they're bringing to the table.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
Honestly,
it was a.
kind of makes me miss it a little
Yeah,
bit.
well, it's it's a minefield out there.
It
I mean,
is.
it really is. And there's some people that when they bring something to the table in their presentation, you start thinking, do you hear yourself now? Yeah, I think you're hearing the adjustments you need to make right now.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious as to what some of the listeners think about it who may have a strong feeling, yay or nay, about it.
Right.
Aside from the other pitfalls you've mentioned.
Yeah, anytime somebody includes in their personal ad the term "my old lady,"
All right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, she was crazy, and all that. She don't come around as much as she used to. That kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Right.
sure.
Right.
Yeah, that-
Sure.
If you're incarcerated and you're calling from the jail.
Well,
probably
we
not.
did have that.
Yeah.
They did have
Yeah,
that.
we did
That was
have
an
that
obstacle.
one
It was hard. I didn't know
Yeah.
how the visitation thing worked.
Right.
That was difficult. Really was. The people usually, sometimes love can just blind you though. But usually, the least amount of baggage you have, the better.
Yeah,
I mean, if you want a lot of people
definitely.
to give you an
Definitely.
opportunity.
Well, like I say, they don't want a minefield. I mean, they're
Right.
like electricity in a lot of ways. They're going to take the path of least resistance,
Yeah.
and you don't want to have a bunch of baggage.
Yeah, and then I remember even having to say one time to some of the people claiming what they wanted, and I remember saying this, I don't remember when it was, and we've told people this advice before. If Sherry Bodine doesn't finally agree to compromise, we would have never been married. So sometimes sometimes
Rick, that mullet was
pretty
irresistible.
Well, I told her that right now my hair is hanging on pretty good. I said I may give it one more glorious run. It's back. It is back, and she did not seem as enthused about it.
No. Right,
but it is back. You know.
Well, we saw it on the streaker.
Yeah,
the streaker had a good one.
I'm gonna tell you that made that streaking clip for me. The fact he had a mullet.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I mean that's not near as funny. If
think about anything funny and then say now make it somebody in a mullet.
Right.
It immediately gets funnier.
Sure.
That and somebody slightly overweight.
If you say jumping off a diving board,
Well,
it's funnier if they got a mullet.
Okay, let's talk about
streaker. Funnier if they got a mullet.
Let's talk about age too.
Skiing funnier if they got a mullet.
One of the commercials yesterday that I probably laughed the hardest at was that old man out there dancing by the fountains. I can't even remember what the product was.
Oh yeah,
and he was going. He was giving every kind of
a little rhythm
for TurboTax.
Yeah, that was it. I mean,
that was funny.
But if he just looks like a regular dancer, that ain't funny.
No,
he has headphones on. He's
now put a mullet on him and maybe add about 40 pounds. It would have been even funnier.
Oh, Rick.
Yeah, and it was like he was going to give us every kind of dance there could possibly be.
He was going back and forth. That was pretty good.
It was. All right, we'll come back. We'll wrap up the hour. 866 We Be Big with your phone calls. All 10 lines are available. You can weigh in on anything we've discussed today. Bring up something you want to discuss. There's 10 lines ablazing, so it is available for you. 866 We Be Big, and we'll chat with you when we come back. Check everything you could possibly ever want to know about the Rick and Bubba Show there at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Telling you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With all the nut jobs, I definitely wear protection.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, you can see it fall there.
Oh, go back.
Right there.
Yeah.
It came out of the right side.
Yeah, as her foot has to be.
Yes.
Wow, that's good footage.
There it is right there.
Right there. Did you see it fall out?
I saw it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Old Bill Bubba Bussy here today. The whole team is on the field. Nobody on injured reserve. We're playing at full force today. And we thank you for being with us. All right, so a couple things. Speedy has confirmed that we're going to get one of the, is it the publisher or one of the founders or both that's coming up from Babylon B on Thursday?
Yeah. Kyle Mann is coming
Yeah, so I know we have there's a couple of guys.
Who is it right so sad? Who's the main funny guy?
Well, I'm sure they got a ton of them in there, but I know he and then Adam something are kind of the guys who put it together.
He is the editor-in-chief of Babylon B, co-author of How to Be a Perfect Christian.
Oh,
and so we have the co-author on. So.
Oh, my gosh.
It may be wrong on some level.
Let me tell you something. Babylon B, doggone you. Today, I'll see a good one. Benny Hinn successfully removes lump miraculously from a woman's purse.
Oh, my. Yeah.
That's funny.
So anyway, I'm so looking forward to it. That book, see, one thing that if you want to go to the next level with Babylon B, I started off as a headline only guy because the headlines are funny enough.
Yep.
Now I'm going to the next step, actually reading the articles, and then of course the book is even deeper. And so I'm going to be. I mean, y'all may have to rescue me.
Look, I'm gonna sit here. I'm looking something back 2016, I guess. Kyle Mann put out, I live in San Diego. I have a day job in construction industry. By night, I work as the head writer for Babylon B.
Golly.
And then, of course, that turned into more, or has. But so, yeah, he's doing
that's
it right.
quite a transition.
From yesterday.
And
boy, again,
here we go.
And again, you have to be inside the workings of the American church to get a lot of this.
Sure.
But I had somebody I sent this to yesterday said, ouch, that one a little close to home. 32-year-old forcibly transferred from college ministry to singles ministry.
Yeah. You see that every now and then.
Vaping youth pastor replaces broken fog machine.
That's a good one there.
Love you, Babylon.
Am I giving you more?
No, that's it. It's all for today. Until I get a new one here.
Hey, your baby brother, look at him. He's just over there.
I think we might need to rank the top 10, Rick, ever.
No, it's fine. At home, I'm at home. Everybody says, "Dad, look, we like it. Husband, I love you. Won't you go read some more Babylon B?" And I'm like, then you scream, "Why do y'all not love this?" So anyway, all right.
Love this.
Bubba, it looks like the Hell Express has pulled up and a family has gotten aboard. Have you seen this terrible story?
Rick,
we just talked about GoFundMe and the abuse of GoFundMe just the other day.
This is not the first time we've heard these kind of stories.
No. All right, so we've got a couple that's been arrested. Now, this is how far they went with it. Greg, now if they're getting money, is it still Munchausen? It's not really. That's just a scam.
That's just a scam.
Okay, it's not for just attention. But there's some attention in this one.
Now, it's got a little Munchausen twist to it.
It's got a little Munchausen
twist. Don't think
twist.
they didn't love all the,
You
the
talking about when
people
they had
doting over them and feeling bad for them. So that's what they said.
You talking about the Syracuse football team?
Yeah, right.
Okay, anyway, a couple was arrested after authorities in central New York concluded that their son's cancer battle was fake.
That's bad.
It led to a visit to a Syracuse football practice where they made a fuss over the kid at practice, and they put up a GoFundMe account, which before they could even get this determined as fake, had already gotten $3,000 in donations. All of this was a scam, and they've arrested the parents. Now, keep in mind, you take a child in this. Look, they've got him throwing passes out at the Syracuse football practice, I guess for spring training or whatever, or whenever this happened. Maybe it was last fall. But anyway, they've got the kid out there, and all the players are making a fuss over him because they've been told the kid is having a battle with cancer. Think of all the people that are really struggling with that today, and how horrible that is for your child to be fighting cancer, or to sadly maybe their life be taken by cancer. And here's a group of idiots out there faking this to the point. Don't you think at some point when you're trying to, let's say you're evil enough to set up a GoFundMe account and telling people your kid's got cancer. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you for being with us today. Phone calls coming in, whatever you want to talk about. We have lines available. You can actually get in. So let's get started with Justin. Justin is out of the great state of Georgia. Justin, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What is on your mind, buddy?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
We're good, man.
Oh, I was going to let y'all know I wouldn't hand out the Sports Czar trophy just yet because the Super Bowl was played in Arizona, so we probably won't have the final results for another 2 or 3 weeks.
That's funny. I saw that joke today, and that is a good one.
That's a good one.
That's a dandy. We continue. John in Nashville, Tennessee. John, go ahead.
Hey, y'all mentioned Valentine's Day, and I know there's a lot of young guys out there scrambling on what to do, what to maybe write in their card, and just want to fill y'all in on a hack I learned several years ago. It may even been on this show, but you take a really funny card that you really want to buy, then you go to the romantic section, you take a picture of what it says in that card, and then you write it in the card you're giving to her.
Oh, that's good. That's a good one. That's great.
My wife has thought I'm a lyrical poet for the last 17 years, and it's gone so well. She has told me, "Don't buy me flowers, don't buy me a gift. All I need is your card." So, just want to pass that
What a
along.
genius!
She's probably told you could do greeting cards.
Golly, that's good, John. You have to have a lot of guys just in.
Hope she's not listening.
Oh, man.
Disguised his voice.
Let's go to Landon. Landon claims he was at the Phoenix Open. Landon, did you see it's not a streaker, but whatever Mullet did?
Well, I was actually there when it happened. There were so many people I didn't get a chance to visually see him. But did y'all see what he had wrote on his chest and his back?
The back we saw, the chest we couldn't really make out.
The chest said Max Savage on it.
Okay.
And then the back, it said 19th hole.
Yeah, we
what is the Max Savage deal?
I have no idea. I just think it's hilarious.
Must be him.
That's his name. Landon, are you the one that called last week and told us you were going to this?
I did.
Okay,
that's
what I thought.
Yeah, Adler's saying that's just simply his name that he goes by on his chest.
Instagram, all that.
Yeah, Instagram, all that.
Well, I bet he's got him a few followers.
If you ever get a chance to go out there, I highly recommend going out there.
I may go out there and run the course myself.
Yeah. Well, Greg, you played at some of the most sought-after courses around the world.
I may get out there in my underwear and run around.
Let's go to Joseph in Alabama. Joseph, go ahead.
Speedy's done it before. You could do it. That was nothing.
Oh, yeah. Joseph, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, roll tide.
Hey, roll tide.
Oh, hear ye, monkey grass, green acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Oh, well, I just thought that poor boy that tore up the turf, he could have made it a little bit better with a American flag flying on his neck and a pair of cowboy boots to his knees.
Yeah, that would have.
Yeah.
That would have really added. He almost didn't look mullet enough to our caller's point. He had a mullet, but he needed more than just a Speedo. You know, maybe something like that. You know, some kind of tat, you know, or something, or like you said.
I thought he had a pretty good mullet. I mean, you could
his mullet was
clearly see it.
fantastic. But I mean, he needed like more accents, like cowboy boots, like this guy was talking about.
Well, he couldn't dig as good in those.
Jim, North
Plus
Alabama.
trying to swim.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, awful. Jim, go ahead.
Hey, guys. You know, back in the 90s, there was a movie called Wag the Dog.
Yeah.
About a president that had scandals, and he created a situation as a diversion. And actually, Clinton did that a couple of years later when we invaded Kosovo, but we'll not go there.
Right.
Could these balloons and blowing all these balloons down be a diversion to smoke us off of the Hunter Biden laptop and all the names fixing to come out from the island where
Epstein.
Where all the scandals happen?
You know, I don't know about that, but Bubba did do a plausible scenario. He said he was hearing that these were done to take our mind off the fact that they let one go almost across the country. Not
I mean, there's some people that think that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's go to Cheryl, Peachtree, Georgia. Cheryl, go ahead.
Yes, sir. My husband has flown in the military for 9 years as a pilot and a commercial pilot for 33 years. And he said that he has never been told not to report something. As a matter of fact, they report for safety reasons.
Yeah.
So his first comment when he heard about it was smokescreen for Biden.
So he does think that may be the reason.
Yes, sir, he does. He's never been told not to report something.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
And he has about 22,000 hours, so.
So
has he ever seen anything odd up there that he's mentioned to you?
Never. He has not.
No. But you said they haven't been told. Yeah, they haven't been told don't report this stuff because of the stigma that goes with it.
No, sir, and he's flown all over the U.S. and all over the world.
Wow. Okay. So he says smokescreen. He thinks that's plausible. Okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
866 We Be Big. Let's go to Jerry out of Piedmont. Jerry, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
We're good, man. Hope you're okay.
Good. Listen, I just wanted to make a PSA announcement for people not to add balloon spotting to the many things that they're already doing when they're supposed to be, maybe, I don't know, driving.
Yeah.
Quit looking up.
Yeah, that's a good one.
All right, Rick, too, just for the record here, I do have an email from a representative from the FFA. I'm sorry, FAA, not
Right.
Future Farmers.
Well, you never know. Farmers can help.
Are them too. Farmers and pilots both, Rick, are required to report anything they see out of the ordinary.
Mm-hmm. That's the official statement.
Yep. Farmers and pilots.
Farmers and pilots.
That's what we officially tell them.
That's FAA or FFA, either one.
Let's go to Baylor, Panama City, Florida. Baylor, go ahead.
Hey, man, what's going on?
Fired up.
There's one unsung hero we're not talking about in this streaker story.
Okay.
Where's the guy who wrote 19 Toll on his back?
Oh, wow.
Where's this guy?
Yeah, he's got a friend somewhere.
He's got it. Well, yeah, absolutely.
He's not getting any of the credit.
He's not getting any of the credit, and that's one of the things we've laughed at the hardest.
Yeah,
I mean,
it really is.
This person, that's a great point.
Yeah, he had to have an assistant.
He needs some help. Shannon, Clarksville, Tennessee. Shannon, go ahead.
Rick and Bubba, I've got the one for the lifetime. My dad will pinch the copper off the penny.
Okay.
He goes to Walmart with my mom, and he's looking through the cards. He goes, hell, I ain't paying $4 for no cards. So he goes to get my mom, hands the card to her, and she reads it, and he goes back and sticks it back in there.
He does not.
Speedy wrote that down.
Speedy was like, brilliant.
Good one.
That's a
Hey,
good one.
We've heard a couple of good card moves today.
That's not
So
bad.
that is good.
Here, honey,
Come on
you
here,
like that
sir.
one? Let me go put it back.
Let me hand you a few of them. See which one you like. And then
This is how I feel.
right.
Hand it back.
How you like that, baby? How'd you like it? Okay, get back to me. Golly.
Gotta put it back.
Pinch the copper off a penny.
Yeah, I like that, too.
You know what, though, honestly? Man, it's a pretty good one.
Yeah, it is.
Which one you
It's
like
not
better?
bad.
The guy that's writing stuff
I like
down?
both of them.
Yeah, they're-
I like the one taking the pictures and writing.
yeah,
That's good.
that's
Wow, I didn't know you were so creative. Well,
Well,
a lot of people don't know
well,
that side
people-
of it.
From the heart. From the heart.
people say I'm not romantic, but they would stand corrected.
Yeah. People know a lot about it.
People don't know about my poetry. Hey, thanks, guys, for being with us, ladies and gentlemen. If you're leaving us, have a great day. If the way you're catching Rick and Bubba today, there's more to come, enjoy that. Find out how to do all of it at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.